checking 1, 2. Mr. Tillis will be with you shortly.
Yeah, right here. Right here is your advancer. This will advance your slides.
Okay.
This button right here is the laser pointer.
Okay. All right.
It'll be ready to go. All right.
Good thing I got my long vision glasses on.
Well, you can always look over your shoulder. It'll be up here too.
Good morning, everybody. If everybody can please take a seat. I'm going to go over a few housekeeping items for folks, if you will. Can I have your attention? Thank you, thank you, thank you. First of all, let me just say I'm Greg Murphy, and I just want to thank everybody from the bottom of my heart for coming out today. We're going to have a fantastic program. This was long overdue for Eastern North Carolina for us to put together a comprehensive plan about what's going to happen with us. If I've lived here now in Eastern North Carolina since '94, can't do the math, but maybe that's 27 years or so. I was here in 1999 when we had Hurricane Floyd and the subsequent other hurricanes that have happened. Now, what we've experienced, obviously, are a couple 100-year floods, amazingly enough, in the same decade. But what we've seen businesses, we've seen homes, we've seen little towns displaced, human lives lost, and crushing things from basically too much water. And why does too much water occur? It occurs because there's rain and it doesn't run off well. And so today's purpose really is the beginning. It's the footprint of something that, in my opinion, that we need to get started. This is overdue, and what today's agenda will be essentially we have three goals today. One is to identify the problem. That's how you start out with a scientific method. What is the problem? What is going on in Eastern North Carolina? And number two, then we look at how do we fix it? How do we deal with it? What solutions can we put forth that will actually be able for us to ameliorate the problems, to actually prevent some of the disasters? You know, I believe God gave us a wonderful earth, but He gave it to us to manage and to use resources. We're not all supposed to live in caves. We're going to enjoy, especially here in Eastern North Carolina, the water. But we have to be able to manage those resources. And then finally, we have a lot of folks that are on local level, state level, and federal level, that it's going to take a coordinated plan, a coordinated approach for us to put all of these things together to make sure that we do this the right way. Right now, it's a little bit haphazard, and that's just not the way to make a good long-term plan. So today we brought together some of the brightest minds at universities here. We also have wonderful minds from the private communities, and we also have some pretty, I wouldn't say they're bright minds in politics, but they're good minds anyway. So I thank you all for coming. It's going to be a very, very informative and fast-paced day. I will tell you, and I've said this before to our presenters, I'm going to run this pretty quickly because we're going to try to stay on time. We have built in a little time for breaks. We have a nice lunch for folks, but we're going to have actually some presentations, so it'll be a working lunch. Just a few housekeeping details. Restrooms are behind us in the hallway down this way. There's obviously drinks that folks can get in the back. I believe there's coffee and then coffee and tea up front. We're going to try at the end of each episode or each part during this, if we have time, that there'll be time for a few questions. This is being live streamed on YouTube. So hopefully there's many, many more folks that couldn't attend in person that are here to listen to the show. So thank you again for all coming up. I believe what we're going to do now, I just wanted to introduce my good friend, Representative Congressman David Rouzer. He's going to speak here in just a second. David has been instrumental in doing this, and then also G.K. Rouzer. And what we did, we three, what's that? G.K. Butterfield, I'm sorry. Unless you've changed your name. GK is going to come to us via video. What we did is we looked at our three districts, and we invited all municipalities, all state representatives, all state senators. We invited everybody from, all including the governor's office, the lieutenant governor. The lieutenant governor is actually going to come today. So folks from these three districts and also municipalities to come and listen, come and learn. Come help us identify these problems. So again, a lot of thoughts gone into this. And I really want to also just give kudos to my staff. Ray Celeste is in the back. Ray worked with Congressman Jones, but Ray has been the yeoman of so much work here. Kate Curry is our communications director, and Kate's done a fantastic job. Lindy Robinson is in the back over there. She's our district director. And then William Moore and Katanya Petaway and April Rains are on my staff. They've done fantastic jobs. So without further ado, I think Senator Tillis is somewhere, is going to come in via Zoom. So gentlemen, if you'll run the show.
Can you hear me, Greg?
Yes, sir. Do we just have them on speakers?
I
Okay.
don't know if you can
Hold on
see
just
me.
one,
Probably
hold on
ideal.
just one second.
Well, Greg, I can see you just fine.
We can't see you, though.
It's like witnessing a second sunrise. Just you on my screen here.
Then again, you have a face for radio, so that's good. Thanks. Somebody got that. All right, I'll tell you what, guys, I'll have Congressman Rouzer come up and give a few words, and then hopefully we can get that figured out, all right? All right, thanks, David.
Well, thank you, Greg. We have been talking a little bit about putting this together for some time, and I really appreciate Greg's leadership in spearheading this here in Greenville today. And speaking of Greenville, I saw my buddy Jimmy Broughton in here a few minutes ago, who was Chief of Staff for Senator Helms back in 1999 when I was working on the staff as well, and we had the massive flooding here in Greenville due to Hurricane Floyd. And I remember walking out into fields where you take a look at the barn and you'd see the water mark about 12, 13, 14 feet high. And I remember asking the farmer, I said, well, how far away is the river, is the creek, is the stream? He said, oh, about half a mile. And that was really mind-blowing. And of course, then everybody categorized that as a 500-year flood. And of course, when you think of a 500-year flood on the face of it, well, it happens once every 500 years, or at least that's how my little simple mind interpreted that. Well, fast forward a few years, 2016, we have Hurricane Matthew, which devastates my district and a lot of other places too. 2018, we have Hurricane Florence, which really devastates, my district. And you begin to figure out that these 500-year floods are sure happening a whole lot quicker than 500 years. And you realize, too, that there's a lot of changes taking place in this state. We have a lot of folks moving in, the Charlotte area, the Raleigh area, Winston-Salem area, really everywhere, on the coast as well. And, of course, that water, when you have a significant rainfall, which seemed to come a little faster and a little more furious than they used to, all that water hits that hard surface, and it's really got nowhere to go except to the storm drain and right on into the river. So basically, what we're looking at in the future, particularly for my district, is when you have a big rainstorm, Speaker Moore there at the legislature is liable to flood my district, in the next day or so, after that rain. So this is a really, really important issue. Greg and I are thrilled that you all have agreed to participate. We've got a lot of really great panelists and speakers and give us some insight from best practices in other parts of the country as well as other parts of the world. And then, of course, we've got a lot of work being done at UNC Chapel Hill, NC State, ECU, UNC Wilmington, et cetera, that is really critically important as well. So my experience in any organization is we all kind of tend to gravitate towards our own silos, and this is an effort to enable folks to look and see what's going on at other places, that might be able to complement their work and help us to pull together an overall game plan long term that will help to protect and mitigate against future flooding in North Carolina and eastern North Carolina in particular, as Greg and I have a divested interest in. So with that, I really thank you for your participation. Looking forward to the day. And Greg, I'll turn it back to you.
All right, thanks, Congressman Rouzer. Are we ready? Looks like the circle of death is going. Mine's usually that colored spinning dial. There we go. We can see you, Tom. We can see several of you, actually.
Sorry about that, Greg.
All right, hold on. I think we're about fixed, but there's still a little bit of feedback. Maybe that's on my part, but I think we're ready to go. Is he ready to go, guys? Well, go ahead, Tom. We'll figure it out as you speak.
Well, that's okay. If you can hear me, I appreciate you bringing this together. It was good to see Dave Rouzer on the screen. This is such an important topic, and it's really important to all of North Carolina, especially in eastern North Carolina. But I just saw the second of two 500-year floods up in the mountains. Was over there just about a month ago. We've got to get to work, and we need it as a whole of government approach that requires the federal government, state and local agencies to work together along with the Corps of Engineers to figure out how we can be more resilient and more prepared for the next storm. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. I think that the Corps of Engineers study, combined with work at the state and local level, and actually even cooperation with environmentalists so that we can figure out how to clear our river basins, become more resilient, retain water upstream, are all the kinds of things that we have to put on the table if we're going to make more progress. I do think in some cases we've got to talk about adaptation, but I think we have to focus an equal amount of attention on resilience, for shoreline stabilization, for clearing our river basins, for actually allowing ancestral breeding grounds for fish to move further upstream by clearing the streams in an environmentally responsible way. I think we can get ahead of the damage that's been caused with the recent storms over the last 20 years. And Greg, like you, I was here in 1999. I've seen all the floods since then. And I think that we're missing an opportunity if we don't work together and work with state, local, federal agencies. I want to thank the Corps of Engineers for the study that they're in the middle of. I think it's going to provide us with a lot of information. I want to thank the state legislature for the investment that it made in mapping, because we have some of the best maps in the country today. Now we need to harvest that information and start measuring real progress. So thank you for holding the event. I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I know that I have staff there today, and I stand ready to work with you all and work with the entire congressional delegation, including GK and my Democrat colleagues, because we all speak with one voice when it comes to the need for making progress and improving our ability to withstand the future storms. So Greg, thank you. Good luck with the event today, and let me know how I can help as we move forward. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes from this, because I think it'll be an important part of our strategy. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Tom. And I think Tom reiterated, and I should have said this earlier, honestly, water doesn't care if you're Republican or Democrat, Libertarian, Constitutionalist, whatever. It'll take you away regardless. And so this is not anything that should be partisan whatsoever. Adaptation and how we live in beautiful eastern North Carolina is the key here. So thank you so much, Tom. And are you guys ready to roll with GK? Congressman Butterfield could not be here today, and so he put together a short little video. We three members of Congress have been working together to try to put forth a good presentation. I appreciate all the help that that they've all given. And again, this is not a partisan issue. This is an exceedingly bipartisan issue for us to really get together. And despite all the nonsense and partisanship, especially in Washington, D.C. these days, there are wonderful things that we can come together and work on. So. Just an FYI for speakers, there's a timer in the back. That is not a countdown timer. It is a count up timer. So everybody look on their sheets and know how long their time is. And at 1 minute till, wrap up, because I have, a way of persuading people, and I will get you off the stage. So, yeah, a count up timer. It's very different from what we're normally used to. So let's roll with GK.
Good morning. I'm U.S. Congressman G.K. Butterfield, proudly representing North Carolina's 1st Congressional District. Let me thank my colleague, Congressman Greg Murphy, for his friendship. Thank you, Greg, for hosting this summit and for bringing us all together today to discuss a topic that is extraordinarily important for Eastern North Carolina: flood mitigation and resilience, a very important topic. Throughout my 17 years in Congress, I have proudly stood up for protecting North Carolina's natural resources and ensuring a healthy environment for future generations. While that work has been critical, we know that as sea levels rise and weather patterns change, the risk of flooding in our state continues to grow. The impacts are clear. We're seeing more frequent, more powerful storms in recent years, and an increased number of so-called sunny day flood events, where higher tides spill onto roads and into homes and upend our daily lives. The floods have been particularly damaging for the small towns and rural areas and underserved communities that we serve here in Eastern North Carolina. We must act now to prevent future destruction. These aren't just addresses on a map. Real people, our neighbors, will feel the pain and consequences if we do not take proactive measures to invest in flood resilience. We must work together to provide these communities with the tools they need for strong and equitable recovery and to improve their disaster preparedness and flood resiliency. And so, as Congress moves to invest in our nation's aging infrastructure, I am glad that flooding and resilience are top priorities and that gatherings like this are helping to spread the message far and wide. As always, there is much more work to be done. I look forward to hearing from additional speakers today on how we can advance this important work together to build a stronger North Carolina. I sincerely regret that I cannot be with you today, but our responsibilities call for us to be back in Washington to vote on raising the debt ceiling so that our nation can pay its bills. Thank you so very much for listening. Congressman G.K. Butterfield, 1st District of North Carolina. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, GK. So those are all our federal officials, and now it's my honor to introduce a good friend of mine, Speaker Tim Moore. Tim is Speaker of the House in North Carolina, and we're going to give him a few minutes just to chat. So come on up, Tim. Thanks.
Greg, I appreciate you having me, asking me to speak for the next 45 minutes. You know, one thing you don't do is you don't cross a urologist with sharp eye objects. You just don't do that, all right? But I do want to publicly thank you, Greg. I know you got this started, and I really appreciate you doing this and the dedication that you've shown to this. And Congressman Rouzer, I know this is something near and dear to you as well. I appreciate your involvement, your support, and being engaged in this as well. I do want to recognize some of my colleagues who are here today, and I'd ask them to stand when I call them out, because these are legislators from Eastern North Carolina who are very much engaged in this issue. Representative Donna White is here with us. Donna, right in the back. Representative Ed Goodwin, Representative Bobby Hanning, and Representative Brian Farkas. Y'all stand. I want to thank you all for being here and for the work that you all do as our colleagues in the House. This is indeed a very significant issue. And you're going to hear, I know from Jay Faison, who's here today and knows more. You've forgotten more about this issue than most people know. And I want to thank the dedication that you guys and the American Flood Coalition have done to really bring these issues to the attention of federal and state policymakers. What you've done in Florida is great work, and I hope we can follow through with that here in North Carolina. We've seen the destruction that has been wrought on the state through several hurricanes, these once in a 100-year, once in a 500-year storms that unfortunately happen a little more often. They destroy, they take lives, they destroy property, they cause massive amounts of damage to our state's agriculture, and they're not limited to anywhere really, but we have seen particular issues where our rivers are unable to flow and we have impervious surfaces and water comes down. What I can tell you we've done at the legislature already, as steps we've done so far, which are building on others, we appointed, of course, the Matthew and the Florence oversight committees to ensure that resources are getting out there for cleanup and for mitigation to make sure those funds were used, and those committees have been very engaged in that. We've also authorized additional oversight to ensure that relief dollars and resources are getting to those families who've been displaced, had their homes lost, because we did see some delays there. And far too often we see after these events that families and victims sometimes feel like they aren't getting the resources they need. So that has been a focus, I know, not only of us at the state level, but also of you all at the federal level. And again, I appreciate what you've done in that realm. In our budget, in our conference report that we're negotiating right now, there's actually $125 million for Tropical Storm Fred relief in there to get that out because we had those damages. We also joined the American Flood Coalition to advance flood resiliency, hazard mitigation. And then also we have $20 million to map out and identify the areas of the state most vulnerable to flood hazards. These geospatial solutions will really give us a roadmap to the future, ways that communities can grow smartly. It's really encouraging to see so many folks here from county commissions, city councils, and so many elected officials around the state taking time today to be here because you all know well the issues that are being dealt with in your communities. Flooding, traditionally, we think of eastern North Carolina, particularly with rising sea levels and those changes, but flooding also happens in western North Carolina. And a little over a month ago, as Senator Tillis mentioned, we had a community that was devastated by flooding that came in and caused a lot of loss of life and a lot of damage. So it is an issue, frankly, that's important from Manteo to Murphy. It's something that is critical, and it's something that we are engaging. But I think this conference and bringing attention to it will help us as we move forward. So it's an honor to be here, Greg. Appreciate this, and I know you have some great speakers here, and it's an honor to be with you all today. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. This is going to take coordination on every single level for us to really get a hold of the problem. And I really think today bringing smart minds together to hear about many of these things is really going to be the great first step. So without further ado, I'm going to bring one of the smartest minds about flooding to speak. God has a funny way of working things out. My staff started working on this several months ago, and then I had a fortuitous meeting with Mr. Jay Faison, I guess it was maybe about 3 months ago. And we had started on a framework to build this out, and Jay came in and really helped us provide structure to put together the meeting and also just put together a foundation and a purpose on how we're going to do this. So Jay is the chairman of the American Flood Coalition and a flooding philanthropist. He's founder of ClearPath, whose mission is to develop and advance policies that accelerate clean energy innovation. So please, we're going to have Jay for about 10 minutes talk about his work and how he's going to be able to help us move forward. So thank you, everybody. Please give him a round of applause.
Well, thank you, Congressman Murphy and Congressman Rouzer for convening, and thank you, Speaker Tim Moore and Majority Leader John Bell and Senator Jim Perry for leading the effort in the legislative and the budget and the flood bill that's in there. It's super exciting, and thank you for all for coming today. We've got a lot of experts in the room today. I'm not one of them. We have got folks that have dedicated their life to flooding and understanding it. I'm a philanthropist who tries to connect gaps. A lot of times it's between politics and policy with the idea of trying to get policy done. I would say I do have some expertise in the gaps in flooding and connecting politics and policy and science and engineering, but I do not call myself, disclaimer, I do not call myself an expert. So what is the gap? If we're trying to fill gaps, what is the gap that we're trying to fill? This is a pretty simple slide, but this is what I've found. And I like to get out of the office and move around a little bit. And I like to go where the problems are, and I like to talk to people. And I've talked to a lot of people, and I've talked to a lot of scientists, I've talked to a lot of city councilmen, I've talked to a lot of legislators, I've talked to the staff that's trying to actually get stuff done. I've talked to the Corps of Engineers. And there's a gap. And the gap is that I still don't fully understand flooding, to be quite honest with you. If I'm really honest, like, I'm not really sure exactly what the answer is in most places. That's kind of scary, because I've spent a lot of time on it, not really an expert, but I haven't really met a lot of other people that can explain it to me. And that's, we've got David here from Mecklenburg County. I think he can explain it, and there's others that can, but it's a small list. It's just super difficult, and it takes a lot of money to understand it. Right? One side is speaking in 100-page reports, and the other is dealing with 25 issues a day and trying to get reelected. It's a tough challenge, right? But if we don't fill that gap, we got to bring everybody together to have one group of stakeholders that understands three basic questions. And these questions are not complicated, but as a business guy, as a former business guy, if you don't answer these questions, you're not going to raise a lot of money. You're probably not going to have a lot of investors. It's not going to be easy to hire people. You're probably not going to be very successful. I mean, at a very basic level, we have to ask, I think, three basic questions. Where are we? Where are we going? And how do we get there? Flooding, to be fair, is a difficult one for this, but let's give it a try. So a real expert, Dr. Ed Kearns at the First Street Foundation, which I'm honored to support, has come up with models on every property, city, county, state in the country. It's on the front page of the USA Today this week and hundreds of other publications. So this is a screenshot from the North Carolina report. Now, I think a lot of you would be surprised to know that over 600,000 homes in North Carolina have greater than a 25 or 26% chance of flooding over 30 years. Now that translates into the 100-year flood standard, which I'll argue is not such a good standard. But the way we're kind of measuring risk right now, this is where we are. This is one way to look at it. 625,000 homes at risk, thousands of miles of streets. We have critical infrastructure, we have hospitals, everything in this report. And it's everywhere in the state, right? So this is where we are. This is a slice of where we are, right? Where should we be? Again, I've really struggled getting clarity on that. Now, we have some folks from Holland here, and I think they are the gold standard. They, in the early 50s, had a flood that wiped out a big piece of the country, killed over a couple thousand people. They decided never again, and they created a 10,000-year standard. That sounds really high, but basically that's a point percentage level that basically says we don't need flood insurance in the country of Holland. So that's what they chose. We chose 100 years, which is really a negotiation between the Corps of Engineers and the real estate industry and the Nixon White House. I've heard some stories. Don't know how many are true, but that's what we're stuck with right now. My proposition is that we think of things in two different tranches here. We think of them in 100-year buckets, and we think of them in 500-year buckets. Let's try to go to the 500-year bucket. Now, if you sit down with a group of people at a table and you say, okay, you're going to buy a home, I'm going to exempt beach houses because people at beach houses will buy because everybody wants to be on the water. It's a crazy emotional decision, me being one that's made that decision. But besides that group, if I sat down and I said, who's going to take a 26% chance of their home flooding over a 30-year mortgage, who's going to say, oh, that sounds reasonable? Well, see, I've actually done that, and nobody says that that's reasonable. Now, if you say 6%, people are like, half will, half won't. That sounds about right. And that kind of makes sense. I mean, you're going to have some risk, but it's a heck of a lot better than 26%. And that's built into the systems we have today. And there's precedent for it. Now, Holland is built their whole country around, it's a very sort of top-down system. I've not studied it thoroughly, but they have water management it's sort of built into their DNA of their country. Now, can we do that here in our federalist system? I would not make that bet. So, but anyway, we can have that discussion. Houston has set a 500-year standard, at least for the building industry, and when they look at investing and upgrading to bring things to standard, they shoot for 500 years. Now, Houston's got its own challenges, being a delta, and they acknowledge they can't hit 500 years in a lot of places. But it's a standard. It's something to shoot for. North Carolina, we're kind of where everybody else is. We're at 100 years, which I think most people would argue makes no sense at all. So how do we get there? And Melissa Roberts, who is the brains behind the American Flood Coalition, will go into this. But I've really broken this down into 4 things, because when I talk about flooding with people, I usually get a lot of stories, just a lot of long stories, a lot of long reports. And my simple way of thinking, I just can't, it's hard for me to make sense of it. So this is the way that we've made sense of it. Plan, protect, invest, and maintain. Plan, let's hug the monster. That's what I call it. What is the problem that we have? How many homes? How many pieces of critical infrastructure? By the way, if we go to a 500-year standard in North Carolina, we would reduce that amount of flood risk we have for 625,000 homes, we would reduce it by 77%, okay? At least that's a plan. I mean, that should be on the executive summary, the first page, right? Not the 86th page for y'all creating reports out there. It's just sort of a personal thing. Let's just put it on the first page. So anyway, we need a plan. We need good data. We have good data in North Carolina. We can go very deep on that. But we also need to identify where the hotspots are. We have good basin studies in a couple of rivers. We have numbers, and we have prioritization, at least in the Noose and the TAR reports that I've read. So we're not that bad, but we can do a lot better. And that's built into this budget that we hope will pass, and I think it's super important. Protect. We're building in places we should never have built. We've built, we continue to build, and there's no end in sight. Now, this doesn't have to be a political thing. Let's just take a libertarian principle. I deserve to have my property protected. If you're going to build something, it shouldn't make my flooding worse. Let's start there. Let's actually execute against that, and if we do, we'll do multitudes better than we're doing right now, because we're doing a terrible job at that. Invest. Yes, the way it works and what I've found the way it works in our country right now is political funding for flooding is political is arbitrary. It's political and it's arbitrary. It's very, very seldom pragmatic. And one of the most complicated issues we have today, it's whoever's got the most, pull or can tell the best story or has to satisfy the most voter, whatever it is, right? So what we need this plan, like we have in a couple of basins, that rank order the projects that are going to do the most good for the most money, for the most people at the least amount of money. I think that makes sense. And then maintain, are we going to give money to a lot of places that don't even maintain what they have? Because we're not. I mean, Charlotte, if you go to Charlotte, you'll see trucks that have pictures of like a roto-rooter thing kind of going down into the sewers taking pictures because they are trying to identify the breakage points in the system every day. Most places don't even have the budget for that, and the politicians won't fund it. We don't even know where the problems are. So I think we need to make sure that we maintain what we have. So there you go. I think this will be the most simple presentation you hear today. But my hope is that we can start building a framework that invites everybody into the same party. And that means like a fun party, not like a political party. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jay. And I think two things I'll just take out of that. Sometimes some of the things we're going to say today are going to be tough. They're going to be tough to hear. It's not an easy problem, and there are going to have to be sacrifices that are going to have to be made, and we're actually going to have to plan. I will tell you, I don't walk in the operating room without a plan. If I do, It's not a good thing. And so that's where we have to put together a plan. And as hard as it sounds, I think 500-year plan is the standard. Because why do something that's just going to only just put things off for us and not put it off for our children and everything? That's what we should be all about. So hard decisions, hard topics today. Just one housekeeping note, we do have some additional packets that were printed. We had a lot of folks that show up today, which weren't on the schedule, which is great, regardless. But if you guys didn't get a packet, there are some back at the registration table. So please go out and grab some. Actually, Leslie right there, and I didn't recognize Leslie. I'm sorry. Leslie runs our Edenton office. Has some in the back. So please feel free to get those. They have bios and everything for everybody, which is good. So, all right. So thank you, Jay. Next, it's my honor to introduce Dr. Ed Kearns. Ed led climate data and archives activities for NOAA and has guided Everglades restoration projects for the National Park Service, calibrated NASA satellite ocean data products, and developed ocean systems as a professor at the University of Miami. He holds a Bachelor's of Science degrees in physics and marine science. We'll tell you, physics was, I still got through it at Davidson, but when they say 71 was an A, it's great. And did that at the University of Miami, and a Doctor of Philosophy in oceanography from the University of Rhode Island. So, Dr. Kearns, thank you so very much. We got about a 20-minute talk going ahead here, so thank you very much.
Thank you for inviting me here today to talk on such an important subject. And as you heard, so I like to say I'm a recovering bureaucrat after 15 years with the federal government. And I don't wear a tie anymore. This is very liberating. This is fantastic. But Jay had mentioned the First Street Foundation, so I'll tell you a little bit about what we're doing and how we're putting numbers out there that we hope can be useful to start to address these problems. So a little bit about me first. So I moved from South Florida to North Carolina in 2008. I am an oceanographer, but as many of you know, the ocean is the flywheel of the climate system, and that's what drew me into climate science as well. Former federal government senior executive, I ended up as the chief data officer of all of NOAA for the last 4 years, and the Department of Commerce for the last year before I left federal service and joined the nonprofit. And many of you don't know that, but the world's largest archive of weather and climate data is in North Carolina. It's sitting in the basement of the federal building in Asheville, North Carolina. And for the last several years of my federal service, I was focused on trying to make that data useful and usable by industry, by the public, and it proved to be enormously difficult. There's about 40 petabytes of information alone sitting in Asheville. There's a bunch of weather data, like about 300 petabytes of weather model data and climate model data sitting elsewhere in NOAA. And it's really hard to get that volume of information out to the public and out to industry. And it's even harder to explain what it is. It's very complex data, worse than the undergraduate physics classes, unfortunately. And this is, one of the reasons why I left federal government to come join First Street. It was, can we make this information usable? Can we find utility in it? Can we get hands in the people that need it to make decisions about their daily lives, about their businesses, for local governments, so they make decisions about the stuff that we're going to be talking about today? So as an example of how the bureaucracy can sometimes stymie our progress, following Superstorm Sandy up in New York, many of you are familiar with the FEMA process for flood mapping, right? It's a negotiation between the local government and the federal government about what the insurance rates are going to be, what the flood maps are going to look like. And it results in if you look at it nationwide, it's a patchwork quilt of different assessments of what the flood risk is. And it makes it enormously hard to understand the problem. Because in a lot of cases, like in New York, you end up with a flood map that doesn't really represent the actual risk to the everyday person or to the businesses in the area. So it has to be interpreted. That's just not as useful as it could be. And if you're trying to compare one area of the country to another to understand how maybe somebody in Louisiana's figured out how to solve their issue, you want to compare what's happening in North Carolina to Louisiana. It's hard to looking at the FEMA maps. It is really, really difficult. Those of you that have looked at FEMA maps, you know what I'm talking about. So often the way that we're looking at the problem doesn't really capture the impacts. For example, NOAA typically is measuring how much rainfall over a day or half a day. So if you look at the historical record, and you'll see the reports coming out of NOAA NCI in Asheville about how much rain has fallen, how it compares to the historical record. Usually looking at the daily totals, right? But as we've seen over and over again just this year, just recently, that this rain comes in heavy downpours now. It comes in very short spurts of an hour or 2 hours. And that overloads our stormwater systems, it overloads our roads, it overloads our infrastructure. We need to resolve in the data, we need to be able to capture the frequency of the event and the severity of the event at a much shorter time scale, hourly at least. And this is going to help us to plan. We can't build the solution unless we're actually resolving the severity of the problem. The other thing that we're struggling with is, the standard for which a lot of projects are built use government data. NOAA's Atlas 14, a lot of you are familiar with this. It gets to the precipitation frequency any place in the country. It's a state-by-state product. Gets updated infrequently. I think the last time North Carolina was updated was in 2006. And fundamentally, it's got an issue because it assumes stationarity, right? It assumes like what happened last year, what happened a decade ago, what happened 3 decades ago is going to be what happens next year, next decade, 20 years from now, right? And we know that's wrong, right? But it's backward looking. And so it doesn't necessarily represent what the scale of the problem and the severity of the problem that we're going to be facing in another 1 year, 20 years, 30 years. So at First Street, what we did is, we took a step back and said, look, let's integrate the best science available. And with flood, let's look at every different kind of flood that there is. And let's bring it all together into a central product that people can understand and try to communicate that in a way that the information is actionable. And so what we did is we took, these are examples of different kinds of flooding, modes of flooding. The king tides, that nuisance flooding along the coastline that we heard about mentioned earlier today. The pluvial or heavy precipitation flooding out west in the mountains, for example. This is the kind of flooding that just plagued Canton and Nashville and Fairview. Riverine flooding, this is what we were just talking about here in eastern North Carolina. And then surge flooding, which is, the last two, the riverine and the surge flooding is what most people think of when they think of flooding and changing flood risk. That's what immediately comes to mind. But as we've seen, it's the pluvial flooding, the heavy precipitation is what continues to catch us off guard. 70% of the claims for flooding over the last decade have come from outside the flood hazard areas, defined by FEMA as a 100-year floodplain, right? Because it's just a mode of flooding that we're not capturing well right now. And when we continue to be surprised by the same problem over and over again, shouldn't be a surprise. So we also wanted to be able to include how the environment is changing in these estimates. Because as we just mentioned, stationarity is dead, the environment is changing, we have to account for how these changes are going to be impacting us going forward. And so at First Street, we looked at the, again, we're integrators, we looked at the existing state of the climate science, the so-called CMIP5, the IPCC's got all these models that have been run, been well understood. It's like, well, can we take that information and we can use it to scale the information that we have to understand how risk is changing over the next couple of decades. And we picked 30 years as a target because that's the typical length of most people's mortgages, and say, hey, can we quantify how this risk is changing from today out in 30 years? And we picked a very conservative estimate, the so-called RCP 4.5 curve, which it's not a sky is falling kind of scenario. It assumes that the Earth is not going to be warming exponentially, and we looked at that for the again for the next 30 years. The span of uncertainty across these models over the next 30 years is actually pretty significant. And one of the things we did to help reduce that, did I do that? I don't know if I pushed the wrong button here, but. One of the things we did to reduce that uncertainty, we took it's called an ensemble approach. So we took 20 different models, averaged them together in order to kind of drive down that uncertainty. And then we scaled up the forcing of these flood models, looking at 30 years, to be able to predict how is that going to change. going forward. So how we did this is by taking information about every parcel in the entire United States, so about 142 million separate parcels, collecting publicly accessible information about that collected by tax assessors' offices and governments around the country. And then we used building footprints from Microsoft and Mapbox to understand where the buildings are in every single one of these properties. We calculated the hazard layers. This is the actual flooding that's going to be impinging upon the land surface. And this is based upon a lot of open government data. It's on topography, USGS stream gauges, NOAA precipitation. All these things all come into play to create those hazard layers. And then we create an intersection between these two at a very, very specific level. So we're dealing with 3-meter horizontal resolution, or 10 feet, right? So we can resolve property to property, house by house, how the flood is going to be impinging upon those properties today and out in 2050. And then we make this information available, freely available to anybody that wants it. So how we communicate this is it's really the secret sauce of First Street. So like I said, we're integrating the science, but then we have to put it out there in a way that people can understand it. Because, hey, I'm a scientist, I could, give you 3 hours up here of equations and data, and nobody's going to understand anything that I'm talking about. The idea is, hey, can we make it so that people can understand very quickly and easily what their risk is? And First Street did market testing, looked at how people are consuming the information, and came up with a strategy that you can see on floodfactor.com today. You can go there, you can go check it out, type in your address, see what your risk is. And everything from the colors to the fonts to the scoring method that we use between 1 and 10. We put 1 as a low risk, 10 as a high risk. Very easy to understand, but it boils a lot of complicated climate science, a lot of complicated flooding science into a single score. The other thing that we did is also put a price tag on that score. So what we understand about the value of the homes, what the elevation of the home is, if there's been any adaptation taken around the home to reduce the risk, we also build that into the model. We also went around and collected 20,000 adaptation features all across the country. These are levees, dams, pumps that have been installed by governments and communities to protect. We included that in there too. So we try to make a very accurate representation of what that risk is, but then communicate it in a very, very simple way. And, as I said, I'm a recovering bureaucrat coming out of the federal government. I expected there were going to be a number of federal agencies that were going to be interested in working with us. NOAA, NASA, USGS deal a lot with flooding. This was obvious, but a lot of other agencies have approached us because this is, again, a very consumable product. Even folks within NOAA that are working outside of flood, they are very interested because they're doing economic analysis of this, and they have a hard time even within the agency. These are specialists inside the agency have a hard time putting these puzzle pieces together. So we're working with the Federal Reserve Bank, EPA, others, Congressional Budget Office to get the information into the hands of the folks that can use it to do the kinds of analysis and research and development on the impacts of flooding and flood risk and environmental change on our country. So we're really excited to we only released this product in June of 2020, and we're already getting a lot of uptake from these different stakeholders. We can also drill in deep on a particular community because we have, again, it's property by property level information at 10-foot horizontal resolution. You can do a lot with that. If you're trying to analyze what's happening in your local area. This is not a fully fledged hydro analysis like you would use if you're creating a $200 million flood adaptation feature in your community, but this is a great screening tool to understand where you should be looking to build such a thing, where you should be spending your dollars to maximum effect. So this is the map that Jay had shown earlier too. A couple of things to take away from this. The first thing, it's obvious, right? This is not an Eastern North Carolina problem. This is not a Western. This is not a coastal problem. This is an entire state problem, right? And that we're all facing. And of those over 600,000 properties at the 1 in 100 year standard, and again, the 1 in 100 year has been mentioned a couple times. It's a misnomer. It's an engineering term that when you hear about it in the media or something, it doesn't say what it really means, right? So a 26% chance, that'd be the equivalent of me standing up here flipping a coin twice and it coming up heads both times. Are you going to bet your house? Are you going to bet your business on 2 coin flips? That's not a really safe standard, in my opinion. Where do we want to be at a higher standard, the 6% that Jay mentioned, the 1 in 500 year? That'd be the equivalent of me standing here and flipping that same coin 4 times, coming up heads every time, a lot less. The Holland standard that Jay mentioned, that's equivalent of standing up here and flipping it 10 times, 100 times, actually exactly 100 times for 1 in 10,000. I'd flip it 100 times and it would come up heads every single time, right? We're literally making bets with our infrastructure, making bets with our homes, bets with our family's safety, and we have to keep an eye towards this, right? So to Jay's point, have we been building to the wrong standard? Have we had the wrong target in sight all along? Perhaps. And we're going to hear about a lot of great solutions and great progress across the state today. I'm not telling you about anything. I'm just putting the problem out there. I'm not telling you how to solve it. But I know a lot of experts out there in this room can help us look at that as we go along here. So this unified approach, bringing all this information together, all the different kinds of flooding in one product at scales that make sense to us in a way that you can go view this data every day, and whenever you need to take a look at it, you can get a hold of it, is what we really are hoping that set a foundation. We believe that democratizing this information across the public, across industry, across investors, across government, if everybody's working and singing from the same page of music as understanding what the current state, where we are now, then we can have a chance of planning for the future. If we can't agree where we are today, we're going to have a really hard time understanding how to plan going forward. So our hope is that this helps to level this information. Those of you that have looked at FEMA maps, and I'm not criticizing FEMA, it's the way that Congress told them to do this work for years. It's just the old way of doing things. It's just hard to work with a FEMA map, right? Those of you that own homes, those of you who own businesses, it's tough, right? We're trying to make this easier. FEMA is trying to implement all sorts of advances in how they're doing the flood insurance program, how they're doing flood mapping. We have the same goal. I'm not criticizing FEMA. We have the same goal. Our common enemy is flood damage, flood risk. We want to reduce that, and we all want to be swimming in the same direction here. So just some examples here. So if you go to floodfactor.com, this is what you'll see, and you can type in your address, or you can type in your county, or you can type in your city, or you can type in your state, and you'll see a different presentation of what the data looks like. And as Jay had mentioned, we have come out with a community rating. So we started with a property by property rating, so you can understand what the risk is to your home, to your business, but it didn't necessarily capture the risk to the community, right? So maybe you took action, you raised your home on stilts, you're safe from flood, you're not going to have any damage in your home from flood, but your surrounding area, your roads, your schools, your churches, is your community going to work in flood? And as we've seen in eastern North Carolina, this is devastating to communities to be subjected to this kind of flooding for long periods of time. So we have created a scoring where you can start to understand what the risk is to the community. And the opposite of that, the inverse of that, of course, the resiliency of the community to flood. So I just got a couple examples here just to show, and this is out west in Canton. This is where a number of people just lost their lives in a rain event with the remnants of System Fred when it came through. And again, people that have lived in the area for decades were surprised by this event because it rained harder than ever before. And as humans, we're really bad at using our past experience to judge the future when it comes to environmental change. It's just not how we're wired. We're wired to, oh, it never happened before, it's not going to happen in the future. Well, unfortunately, that's a really bad assumption. But as humans, we really have a hard time understanding that. And unfortunately, lots of these homes got swept off their foundations, people were drowned, and they just didn't think they're in harm's way because previous storms, they were okay. But times they are changing. Fairview, North Carolina, where my house is, was the second most impacted by Fred. It's a very small community, as you can see, not not a lot of homes in the area, but it's a different kind of risk. The small streams, small creeks, like in western part of the state, today they're not resolved at all in the FEMA flood maps. They just aren't, right? And if you live on a creek in the mountains and it rains really, you get one of these big downpours, the water's coming for you. And I had a lot of friends in North Carolina when we put out this product last year in Asheville. They came to me, oh, we've lived next to this creek for 20 years and it hasn't flooded. I'm like, I'm sorry to tell you, just be careful. You just can't trust that gut reaction. Unfortunately, in this last event, a lot of them found out the hard way. Just flipping through quickly, Lenore County, different kind of flooding, different kind of impact. The community is a little bit better prepared than like Canton or Waynesville or other places out west. Beaufort County, again, this a different kind of flooding, but you see it's represented the same way. So you can compare. You can compare what's going on in the western part of the state to the eastern part of the state as we're starting to make plans and starting to make judgments about what to do. I'm hurrying along here because I see my clock. I'm a soccer player too. I'm used to the clock ticking up, so it's all right. And we don't want to go to extra time. That's all right. Mecklenburg County, and we'll hear more about this today, I hope. A lot of adaptation features have been installed to reduce the community risk. It's measurable. And this is what I'll end on today, is that if I can leave you with one thing, it's just that the risk is measurable, it is quantifiable, there is not a lot of uncertainty in these measurements. We can put a number on that uncertainty and we can use that carrying that forward. But we're at the time now where we know what the problem is, how big it is, and where it is, and now we can start to plan and take action. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ed. If I have one takeaway, one thing that you said is your community going to work? I think these are some hard decisions that we're going to have to actually make as we move forward. There are going to be some hard decisions. I mean, but they're going to you're either going to lose your community or you're going to plan for it. So thanks, Ed. Excellent talk. Okay, next, Dr. Sebastian. Dr. Sebastian hails to us from UNC, good Tar Heel. We thought football was going to be better this year, but so be it. I mean, there's always the second half of the season, and basketball is just around the corner. Dr. Sebastian holds appointments in both the Department of Earth, Marine and Environmental Sciences, and the Environment, Ecology, and Energy Program. And she has a litany and wonderful CV of well-documented accomplishments. So welcome, Dr. Sebastian. You got 20 minutes on your clock.
See how this works. Good morning. Thank you, everyone, for being here. I was asked to start off a series of academic presentations which would focus on sort of what we've seen in North Carolina over the last couple of decades and how we got here and what our flood problems are. So I'm going to start this off by talking about flood risks more generally across the state of North Carolina, particularly in the context of river and coastal flooding in the coastal zone, and some of my colleagues will follow up with more information about the coast and the barrier islands. So as we have heard already this morning, and as we all know, North Carolina is no stranger to devastating flood events. This is a map of all of the FEMA federal disaster declarations that are flood related across the state of North Carolina. And we can see here that the mountains and the coast really stand out as places that have had a lot of federal disaster declarations. And federal disaster declarations arise when there are when it has been a really extreme flood event and with a lot of damage. So this doesn't capture all of the flooding we see across North Carolina, but it starts to point out sort of these hotspots or these areas where we have historically seen a lot of flooding. And what I really want to point out also before moving on is that the types of flooding that we see across the state differ greatly in terms of their physical characteristics. So in the mountainous areas, we see really fast, high flow, extremely let's say structurally devastating events due to just the high topography that we see in the mountainous areas. And down at the coast, we see really wide, I would say shallow, but it can be very deep flooding on a house-by-house level, but these really wide, slow-moving floodplains that arise because of our river systems. And down in both cases, it's extreme rainfall that can drive this, and in both cases, we see a lot of flooding that occurs in the event of either tropical storms or their aftermath, so extratropical cyclones making landfall or crossing through the state of North Carolina. And we're also seeing that damages from extreme events are increasing across the state of North Carolina, and we ask ourselves why. So here we're seeing a plot from NOAA of billion-dollar weather events in North Carolina since 1980, and the proportion of these that can be attributed to severe storms, floods, tropical cyclones has grown over time. And one of the questions that my research lab works on is asking what's driving these increasing trends that we're seeing across the state of North Carolina. Sometimes it's because we're seeing higher precipitation, more extreme events, more frequent flood events, and other times it's just because there's more people and stuff in harm's way. And so we're trying to tease out what's going on and what has been going on over the last couple of decades in North Carolina, and that's really what I'm going to present for the remainder of my slides today. So one of the things we're seeing, and this comes from the NC State Climate Office, Kathy Dello and her group at the Climate Office, is that extreme rainfall is increasing across many stations in North Carolina. This is just an example from 6 to 8 stations at various places across the state where we see that extreme precipitation, so the 95th percentile of precipitation has been increasing over time. These are decadal time steps. Each time it's a 30-year period where we're looking at what the extreme rainfall is, and we see that the increases are greatest, or the percent changes are greatest in the coastal plain and the mountainous regions. But across the state, we're seeing an increase in extreme rainfall. The Climate Office also divided this up by season. So they also looked at how are these trends changing seasonally over time. And the only thing I really want to point out here is that the greatest changes are in the fall. And there's some hypothesis or suggestion that this might be because we're seeing increasing tropical cyclone frequency and moving later in the season. So some of this fall change may have something to do with hurricanes, but we're still sort of sussing this out. If we translate this into what we're seeing in terms of flood events across the state and trends in flooding across the state, we see here a map of all of the USGS gauges and the statistical significance in the change in the 100-year flood at these locations over at least a 30-year record, sometimes up to the last 100 years. So we tried to maintain as much of the record as possible when making this plot. And the red dots indicate locations where we're seeing an increase in the 100-year magnitude over time, and the blue dots indicate places where we might be seeing a decrease in the 100-year flood over time. And I do want to point out that there are a couple blue dots on this map, and some of them are quite significant. They tend to be in places that are downstream of significant infrastructure that has been put in place. For example, Falls Lake Dam or other reservoirs or infrastructure investments that have led to a decrease in flooding over time. But there are definitely a lot of places across the state where we're seeing an increase in flooding over the last 100 years. If we drill down a little bit further into some of these locations, this is what the plot would look like. So here on the left-hand side of the screen, you're seeing the Neuse River at Kinston, where we've actually seen a decrease in the 100-year flood over time. This doesn't mean that it doesn't flood anymore. It just means that these magnitudes of the flood are decreasing over time. And on the right-hand side, you see the Lumber River, where we've seen an increase in the 100-year flood magnitude over time. I do want to note that on the Neuse River, we are seeing increases in many of the tributaries that feed areas downstream of Kinston and that flow into New Bern, for example, along Swift Creek and other locations. So I've used this term 100-year. We've talked about this already this morning. My colleagues Ed Kern and Jay Faison mentioned this also, but the 100-year floodplain is this regulatory standard that we use for setting or making decisions about where we develop things, how high we build our structures to, what types of investments we want to make in flood infrastructure. And it's an important measure that's provided to us, or it's an important regulatory measure of risk because it supports all of these planning activities. But it's also important to note that it's poorly understood by the public. So you've heard this a few times already, but I'm going to hammer it home anyways. The 100-year floodplain is an area with at least a 1% chance of being inundated by a river or coastal flood in any given year. It doesn't mean that that flood will happen once every 100 years. It's an annual probability event, and a home located in a floodplain has a 26% chance of flooding during a 30-year mortgage. So we've talked about this a few times. I don't need to hammer it too hard here, but I do want to point out that the state of North Carolina has a very comprehensive flood mapping program in place. The maps are publicly available online, and they're good tools for us to understand where the areas of highest risks are. But it's also important to point out that they don't represent all of the types of flooding that we see across the state of North Carolina. US-wide, these regulatory maps don't give us any information about flooding that is not from a river or a coastal flood. And two types of flooding that I want to point out here are pluvial flooding and compound flooding. So pluvial flooding, also sometimes referred to as urban flooding, occurs when extreme precipitation hits the ground and causes flooding before it can run off to the nearest receiving body of water or receiving infrastructure component. And so you're seeing a lot of, let's say, low-level street flooding causing inundation of cars, houses, homes, et cetera. It also arises because the storm sewer the storm sewer network might be at capacity, and so you end up with water running off over land because it can no longer enter the storm sewer, or because the groundwater table is really high. This is something we do see in coastal North Carolina. The other type of flooding that's not captured by these maps is compound flooding. And compound flooding occurs when you have multiple sources or multiple drivers of flooding coming together in a location, in space, and in time. So the example here on the right-hand side, which is from Hurricane Florence in Englehart, North Carolina, looking towards the Pamlico Sound, is the combination of storm surge and an inland flood wave coming down the river and interacting in the coastal zone. And this issue of compound flooding is very important because it is super hard to quantify how deep that flooding will be and how frequently it occurs when these things come together in the coastal zone. This is something that we're working on a lot in the academic community and in the professional community to develop some new standards for how we can map and understand the probability that compound events are occurring and figure out where they're happening, especially in areas outside of the currently mapped FEMA floodplains. So this brings me to a point that I think Ed also made earlier, which is that nationwide, about 28% of flood damage is occurring outside of FEMA floodplains. This is a nationwide map where the colors in blue show areas with really high rates of damage outside of floodplains. And again, the damage that's occurring outside of the floodplains, it's not an indicator that the floodplains are necessarily wrong. It's just an indication that there are types of flooding that aren't captured by our floodplains, and there may be events larger than the 100-year that are occurring in these areas that are causing significant damage. What's also interesting is that the rate of damage occurring outside of mapped floodplains is growing over time. So these plots show a period from 1990 to 2020, the fraction of loss on the left-hand side and the fraction of claims on the right-hand side that are occurring outside of floodplain areas. So the red line is the fraction that's occurring inside the floodplain, and the green line is the fraction that's occurring outside the floodplain, and what we're seeing is that the fraction occurring outside the floodplain has grown. This is an indication, this could tell us two things. One is that people living outside of the floodplain are perceiving that they have risk and are buying insurance at greater rates than they did historically and also experiencing damage. But it may also just be an indicator that our hazards are growing, especially at the floodplain fringe or far outside of the floodplain. It's also worth pointing out that these trends are starker in coastal areas. So the fractions outside of the floodplain are growing even faster in coastal areas than they are in inland areas, which may be attributed to this compound flooding issue that we haven't really captured or mapped historically. I've talked a little bit now about insured damages and the trends we're seeing in insured damages, but I do want to sort of make the point that insured flood damage is only a small fraction of the total losses that we're seeing. So we can use our data on historical insured loss to provide some insight into areas that are subject to frequent flooding and damaging flooding, but it doesn't provide the whole picture. And uninsured damages are a key component of risk nationwide and especially in the state of North Carolina, because uninsured damages can really cascade through the economic system when they're not covered by the NFIP, and they're a huge burden to individual homeowners, but when individual homeowners don't have the financial capacity to recover from floods, they can the burden of loss can shift to, for example, your mortgage lender or ultimately state and local government. And trying to understand and quantify this burden of uninsured loss at community scales is very, very important for understanding community resilience in the face of flooding and also the burden for state governments. We have seen in some of the work that was funded by the NC Policy Collaboratory and the state legislature that the burden of loss to, for example, lenders and also local government varies greatly from community to community as a function of how much insurance is in that community, but also as a function of how much damage there is and how let's say, vulnerable properties are to property value losses after flood events. So here on the left-hand side of the slide, you can see the fraction of loss that was attributed to each of these stakeholders, property owners, local and state government, lenders, and the National Flood Insurance Program after Hurricane Florence. And on the right-hand side, you just see two small examples of Craven and Jones County and the distribution of these losses across the stakeholding partners after Hurricane Florence. And we're working to further this analysis to look at additional flood events historically, but also trying to understand how these losses shift under future storms and who holds the risk in the future, or who might hold the risk in the future. And this brings us to the point of flood risk as a function of hazard, so where, how deep, how fast it floods, as well as exposure and vulnerability. So when we talk about exposure, we're talking about who and what might be subject to that flooding. When we talk about vulnerability, we're really trying to understand how susceptible that entity, so that who or what, might be to the impacts of flooding, both now and in the future. One of the things that my research lab was doing over the past year was trying to understand where there might be hot spots of loss across the state of North Carolina and try to map these losses by community. And we were particularly interested in this issue of uninsured loss because of all of the things that I noted about how uninsured loss can really cascade through financial systems and financial markets. And so I'm going to show a series of maps that just sort of map out where in North Carolina we have hazard, vulnerability, and risk, and especially this issue of where are hotspots of uninsured loss. So we started by just mapping hazard exposure, combining information that we had from the state of North Carolina on where hazards were with how much infrastructure. In this case, when we talk about infrastructure, we're really talking about residential properties exist in these hazardous areas. So this map is showing hazard exposure in millions of dollars by community across the state of North Carolina. And we intersected this map with information on vulnerability, where vulnerability was calculated as a propensity or a susceptibility to experiencing damage when there was a flood event. So we came up with, this isn't a vulnerability indicator, this is actually a measure of expected damage after a flood event. And we used these different measures to estimate flood risk in dollars, annual expected flood risk in dollars, uninsured flood risk, across the state of North Carolina. And this map is already telling because there are some places that jump out at us, but perhaps even more informational is when we normalize this by the value of the properties in each of these communities so that we can identify areas where there may be high rates of uninsured loss annually per capita in communities. And here we see Of course, as we would expect, that the mountains pop out and the coast pops out as areas with really high rates of expected uninsured losses as a proportion of total value in these areas. And this just sort of illustrates the complexity of the problem that we're facing in North Carolina, because many of these areas tend to have low-density populations, high levels of risk, and therefore also high levels of exposure. And in these areas, we're also seeing the greatest change in the flood hazard. So I mentioned early on, we're seeing huge changes in precipitation in these areas, and we're also expecting to see increases in sea level rise and other types of hazards, which my colleagues will talk about a little bit more in a minute. So finally, this brings us to kind of this question of what does the future hold? So I've talked a lot about the things that we're already seeing across the state of North Carolina, the ways in which hazards and exposure have been changing, and we ask ourselves, what are we expecting to see? So what are we adapting to? What are we mitigating for in the future? We're expecting to see continued increases in extreme precipitation as well as sea level rise. And we expect that this, coupled with urban development, which I've heard a few people talk about, urbanization increases the amount of water that runs off from areas upstream to areas downstream, that these things coming together will increase hazard magnitude. So just a couple of key points here. The number of days with extreme precipitation greater than 3 inches could double, especially in the mountainous areas by mid-century based on climate projections. Sea level rise is expected to increase 15 inches by mid-century. Of course, sea level rise will vary greatly by community and the local dynamics in these coastal areas. And finally, the population of North Carolina is expected to increase by about 30% by 2100. The second point here is how we develop and what's happening to our infrastructure will greatly change how exposure and vulnerability will look in the future. So poor development decisions coupled with aging infrastructure will expect to see increased exposure and increased vulnerability to damages during future storms, leading to higher risks. So where and how we build really matters in the state of North Carolina. And this is my last slide. And I will give a shout out to my colleague, Dr. Miyuki Hino, who's leading this work, and the work is funded by the North Carolina Policy Collaboratory and the state legislature, looking at buyouts across the state of North Carolina relative to patterns in development or trends in development in the state of North Carolina. And really what I want you to take away here is that for every structure that we have bought out of the high-risk zone, we have built 10 more structures in the high-risk zone. So we're buying out or we're mitigating at a much slower rate than we're placing new things in harm's way. So I'll just end here by saying that this was a conglomeration of work by many of my colleagues, both at North Carolina State University and UNC. I'm sort of representing a larger team here, as well as a number of students who helped put slides together, or helped put work together for this show, and a couple of different funding sources, including from the federal government and the state of North Carolina. So thank you for listening to me, and a couple of my colleagues will follow up with more information.
These talks are getting cheerier as they go. No, but it's reality. You got to deal with it. And so we've seen how population of North Carolina has grown. We actually gained, just because of population, we gained a congressional seat while other states lost. So we've gained a lot more folks in the state, and obviously they need a place to stay, they need a place to live. Eastern North Carolina has been discovered. In fact, since the election last year, over 50,000 people, let me say it again, 50,000 people have moved to the 17 county congressional district I represent. So they're going to push the ground down. It's going to make the water easier to come in here. But seriously, this is one of the problems that we're going to have to deal with. If we're removing people out of the flood zone, but putting 10 more people in every person we get, that's just, they're the definition of not smart. So again, hard decisions, good discussions, hard decisions. Next up, Dr. Barbara Dahl. She's a state gal. Y'all are having a really good football season. We were the ones supposed to have one. When I say we, it's a medical school thing. So Dr. Dahl is Extension Associate Professor in the Biological Agricultural Engineering Department and Extension Specialist for the NC State Sea Grant based at North Carolina State. Her engineering team conducts geospatial analysis, hydrology, and hydraulic modeling to assist communities with identifying flood mitigation opportunities. So thank you, Dr. Dahl. Please welcome her.
And I'm very honored to be here. I'm short, so we'll move that down. And thanks for that introduction. As Dr. Murphy mentioned, I do work with a team. They do all the hard work. I do a lot of the talking. And so we do try to identify flood mitigation measures. I like to say we're helping small communities with big problems in the eastern part of the state. We've done a number of projects for DOT, also looking at the infrastructure, because that's part of those communities, to try to make that more resilient. And we've also recently worked on evaluating flood mitigation through natural infrastructure, or nature-based solutions, as some call it, but I will not be able to present about that today. Our approach is always to kind of try to understand why the flooding has occurred. As Antonio showed you, there's different drivers of flooding in different locations, and then we want to determine if there's anything we can do about it. This morning, I'm really going to focus on the understanding why it floods. We've done work in Lumberton, we've done work up in the Kashai River in Windsor, but we've done most of our modeling and analysis in the Neuse Basin and the communities along there, so I will be focusing on that area. As part of a DOT project that we had, the first part of that was some workshops we did at the communities along the river in Smithville, Goldsboro, and Kinston to gather information about what kind of impacts they were having, what kind of things had they observed during these storms. And we had a variety of stakeholders from the communities, everything from emergency rescue folks to the city managers. And we heard some pretty consistent things from those communities. They were worried the bridges were undersized and causing backwater in there and worsening flooding. They're very concerned about the releases of water from Falls Dam. They thought that was exacerbating flooding. They were worried about growth and urban development in the upper part of the basin around Raleigh. They're like, the Raleigh stormwater's flooding us out. Flash flooding along tributary streams was a big problem for all of them, so they have these small tribs in their communities flood ahead of the river rising and coming into there, and that was really causing a lot of issues as well. They stressed over and over that they need early warning. It helps them to prepare. They have to stage resources around their community, and they were also concerned about continued development. That they were going, we already have problems, and we see more development coming into the floodplain. So this was worrisome. So cannot present all of the analysis we did from this, but I'm going to show you some of the things. And it was wonderful that DOT let us develop our scope based on what the community's concerns were. So a lot of this was to address their concerns and evaluate their perceptions of flooding. So starting with the bridges, we modeled 9 bridges on the Neuse, 1 on Swift Creek down in Craven County. And so prior to the development of the bridge, you have a creek and you have a floodplain, and then the bridge comes in, and this is, the animation's incorrect on this, so this must be a PDF version of the slide, sorry. But so anyway, you have the fill gets placed in that floodplain area that's there. I'll use the pointer, hopefully. Fill is placed in here, and then the bridge is built. And the fill is placed to reduce the span of that bridge, to keep the expense of that bridge down. So what we modeled was taking this fill out of this area and then building a wider span, and in some cases even raising the deck elevation of that bridge to see if that would not reduce some of the water surface profile down the river. So for example, this is Smithfield. We modeled 3 bridges here. The 301 and Railroad Bridge are side by side, and then I-95 is just downstream, and we looked what would happen upstream on the river at US 70 Business. This is the area where flooding is a concern along the river. So we want to see if we really expanded those structures, what would that do to upstream areas, and would it reduce that flooding? So this is the hydraulic model. The blue line's existing, so you can see here's those 3 bridges. So water is backed up in those scenarios as existing. And so when we do individual bridges, we get only small decrease, but we have to modify all 3 of these bridges to get down to this red line, which would bring water levels down by about 1.4 feet in this area. But if we look at the footprint of the flooding, here it is existing in blue for Hurricane Matthew. And then if we looked at this new scenario with 3 bridges greatly expanded, we don't see a big decrease in the footprint of flooding. We just see some very small areas that are not flooded in this new scenario. And if we look at a cross-section of the river here, around US 70B, where the flooding is a concern, we can kind of see why that is. And that's kind of going back to, we have a river, we have a floodplain. That's the normal kind of natural formation of our coastal river valleys. Dr. Sebastian mentioned that we have. So when you're even in a 25-year storm, your water is well out onto that floodplain. So we're not talking about reducing the footprint of the flooding. That 1.4 foot just brings the water level down in that floodplain area. And in Kinston and Smithfield, we saw the greatest decreases around 1.4 and 1.2 feet. But again, that took multiple bridges and major expansion of those bridge structures to get that reduction. Tributary flooding, we've evaluated 9 tributaries and 4 communities. We evaluate go out and verify the size, the condition of these. We conduct hydraulic modeling to look at different storms and what happens, what floods on these. And then we've done a lot of work to prioritize where the key structures that are undersized, where they should be upgraded. I'm going to take a deep dive on the Big Ditch as one of those because we've done a lot of modeling on this particular one. It's located in Goldsboro. It's a small watershed of about 3 square miles. It's mostly developed. It has a concreted channel and a lot of the reach. It's very modified. And it has a lot of development in the floodplain and a lot of stream crossings, a lot of culverts and bridges across this, including 16 of the 22 crossings are overtopped and as little as a 10-year storm. So there's a lot of undersized infrastructure on this creek. And so what we did is we looked at making changes in different ways. One, we looked at enlarging 7 of the crossings that are in gray. And we looked at removing some of these redundant crossings because every little neighborhood street has a culvert crossing over this big ditch. And then we looked at taking that concrete ditch and making it more of a natural stream with a channel and a floodplain that's about 6 times the width of that channel. So to give some capacity to it and try to reduce the flooding. What we found is that if we did just any one measure, any of these, we didn't get any real benefit. It was very minor. And that the combined practices of all gave us the greatest benefit. In fact, we were able to make big reductions in flood flows in the 500-year storm by doing all of these measures. The blue line here, this is the existing water surface profile for the 500-year storm. So you can see where small structures back up a lot of water, really elevate it and back it up. And then this red profile is with all those combined practices, getting rid of the enlarging structures, getting rid of the redundant, and creating that new floodplain, doing that restoration work. This actually had a big reduction in the footprint of flooding as well. This is the 100-year storm flood print, and you can see the blues existing, and the red is what it would reduce that to by giving that channel with a floodplain, taking it back to the natural configuration. So both those modifications are really necessary to achieve that. But it's also important to note, we've got a lot of structures in there that have to get moved out, that are being flooded. They have to come out. So it's, why are we having flooding problems there? We've got an inadequate floodway, we've got undersized infrastructure, and we've got things built in that floodplain that are going to have to be moved out. So it's no silver bullet. It's very complex solutions that are going to require multiple approaches. So we also took a look at the Falls Dam and the Falls Lake and the releases from that. We obtained information from the Army Corps. We worked with the flow gauges down the river that USGS maintains. And looking at the storage of the Falls Lake, what we see is about 7% of that is allocated to sediment storage that accumulates over time. 30% provides the water resource that's needed for communities and water quality management. But over half of Falls Dam is actually for storage of floodwater, capacity that's there, just sitting there, ready for a storm to come to hold that water before it is released later after the storm. And if we look at moving down the Neuse River, we have Falls Lake up here, and it has a 771 square mile watershed. Well, we move about 33 miles downstream to Clayton, and approximately 67% of the drainage area to Clayton is controlled by Falls Dam. And it takes about a half a day to a day for the water to reach that point when they start releasing from Falls Dam. If we move down the river, you can see those percentages change. By the time we get to Goldsboro, only 32% of its watershed's controlled by Falls Lake, and it takes 3 to 5 days for that to get there. It takes 5 to 8 to Kinston, but only 28% of its watershed is made up of Falls Dam or controlled by it. 6 to 10 to Fort Barnwell, seeing those percentages come down, and then 7 to 11 days by the time we reach New Bern, with only 15% of its drainage area controlled by Falls Dam. So we looked at the USGS gauges at each of those communities coming down the river to look at the flow as it moved and when the flood peak at that community occurred, and compared that to the releases of the dam. So they had a little bit of pre-release in the beginning, but the rain started on October 8th. Then we see 2 days later is when the peak occurs in Clayton. Another 2 days later, we see it peak in Goldsboro on the 12th. Then 2 more days later, it peaked in Kinston, and then 2 more after that at Fort Barnwell. They did not start releasing water until October 21st. So that was well after. You can see the peaks are coming down from each of these communities down the river. We also looked at the actual water level that's recorded at these gauges. And what you can see, for instance, in Hurricane Matthew, again, with Smithfield, we see the flood peak. It comes back down. Then they do the release. This is the release of the dam. That's the pre-release, and this is after. And we can see that the river does come up by 8.2 feet, but it's maintained below the minor flood stage, whereas the Hurricane Matthew brought it well up above the major flood stage. We see about 4.8 feet for Goldsboro in increase, but again, well below that minor flood stage, and 1.8 for Kinston, but again, below the minor flood stage. So we took the releases from Hurricane Matthew and we said, what if they couldn't hold that water? What if they just released it right off, not too far after the start of the storm? So we moved it back here from the 21st on to the October 11th. So this is the actual release. This is it moved back. And we could see, we looked at all the communities. I'm just showing you Kinston. And what we have is a 17% increase in peak flow that would have a change in water surface of 1.6 feet. So in fact, the Falls Lake was actually helping to benefit those downstream communities rather than exacerbating that flooding. It's playing an important role, and we hope there's never a back-to-back tropical storm that would prevent them from holding that water back. So we've heard some talk about rain, storms, and those increasing. Well, what kind of things make the flooding more severe or not? So it's the distribution of that rain, where it rains, how much you get, how hard it rains, because you can have a very intense storm over a short period, cause as much flooding as a lot of rain over a longer period. So how long it rains and how wet it is prior to that storm. We call that the antecedent conditions. And also, once it gets into the river, what are the hydraulic conditions that it's going to encounter down that river? But also, it's with warming. We have warmer air, we get more evaporation, and that means more precipitation. In fact, for every 1 degree increase, we get 4% more vapor in the atmosphere. So if we think about a sponge that's happening, soaking up that water vapor, it comes onto land with that storm, then that sponge gets wrung out. Well, with warmer air, the sponge gets a whole lot bigger, and so when you wring it out, you get a lot more water. So we're seeing that all over the world with these warming temperatures. So recent storms in Germany, we talked about Haywood County, that was mentioned, the western part of the state, and it doesn't even take as much because of the steeper slopes there, the high energy torrential streams. If they get 7, 8 inches of rain, it's just disastrous. Look at Harvey with 60 inches of rain, unheard of. I call it biblical rain almost, right? We're reaching high levels. And what we saw in Florence, 24 to 36 inches in locations in our state. So we're seeing the cause and effect of that warming trend. So because of that concern, we also wanted to look at future climate. Where are we headed with our storms, and what could this do to the Neuse River? We worked with the Southeast Climate Adaptation Science Center. They downscaled several global climate models and gave us rainfall distributions for the Neuse River Basin, and then we plugged that into our hydrology model and looked at it on the river as well, the water levels, to see what kind of consequences that there would be. So we looked they provided us this for 2100. We looked at scenarios with carbon reduction. So this was saying we're going to take measures, we're going to bring our carbon down. And then we looked at the no carbon, we're just keep going business as usual scenarios. So that's the 4.5's reduction, and 8.5 scenarios are just business as usual. In brown here, I have the rainfall for Hurricane Matthew at Kinston. So each bar represents the amount of rain over each hour during that storm. So with the carbon reduction, we see a slight increase in every hour, a little bit more rain, a little bit more, a little bit more. And then if we look at the no carbon control scenario, we don't just get a little bit more, we're reaching almost double the amount of rainfall in some of these hours. So here's the model of flow over time. This is the actual recorded flow for Kinston in Hurricane Matthew. Our model, you can see overlaid very tight to that, so we have a good model we're working with. This was initially built by AECOM. And this is with carbon control. We have a substantial increase in the peak discharge that runs down the river. But without that control, it's pretty frightening levels of flow that we would see down the river with that kind of warming trend and the amount of rainfall. We also were given the rainfall distributions for a future 50, 100, and 500-year storm. So here's the 2019 values, here's with the carbon controls, and here's 2 separate future models of business as usual. This is Hurricane Matthew discharge. So we can see even the future 50-year storm in these scenarios being much higher than the Matthew, because Matthew was about a 100-year storm. So that would become less than a 50-year storm in the future, and very high flows, over double in many cases for some of the future storms. We put those flows into the hydraulic model to see what water levels would that be in these communities down the river. And so for with carbon reduction, we saw around a 2 to just slightly more foot increase in the water surface in those communities. So that's the rise of the river, and at least 3 for the business as usual. Our model, we went outside the bounds of the Army Corps model, the FEMA model for this, so they never anticipated that the model would ever see flow that high. So these are not accurate predictions on the upper right, because it's like a wall in the model, and so it would extend beyond where it shows. We worked with UNC Chapel Hill. They did a review of floodplain ordinances for the communities down the Neuse. They also looked at other communities in North Carolina. And what they found, even compared to other communities around the U.S., most of them are using this boilerplate floodplain language in their ordinance. It's the same thing. I mean, it's almost verbatim across the country, and everybody's applying pretty much the minimal standards to prevent development in the floodplain. So what we recommended based on that, kind of looking at current, what we see and the future, was that we should adopt the Cedar Falls, Iowa kind of standards, where they went to defining the 500-year as the regulatory floodplain, requiring freeboard above that. Now we only have, the 2 foot above the 100-year. We're allowing development within the floodway in the 100-year. Absolutely, the hatched area there is your floodway, no development there, and to further restrict development within the 100-year floodplain. And anytime fill is placed in the floodplain, that must be mitigated. So here's a website we have, the North Carolina Sea Grant webpage. It includes this and some other modeling work that we've been doing. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Dahl. That was excellent. It's amazing to me that we have to kind of repeat things like water goes downhill, right? I was just thinking down there, just given the past year, so much going on in the pandemic, where how much science is this, science is that. I think most folks in here are scientists, and we understand that these are models, these are predictions, but they generally all move in the same direction. And so we're really going to have to obviously make some hard decisions based upon science, based upon actually real thoughtful and rational thought as we move forward. So thank you. Next up, Dr. Hans Pearl. Dr. Hans is from the UNC Institute of Marine Sciences. Dr. Pearl, where are you? There you are, coming on in. And he's the Keenan Professor of Marine and Environmental Sciences at UNC Institute of Marine Science. His work had been supported by the Science Foundation, NOAA, you name it, Disney, I'm just kidding, the Netherlands Academy, and so a lot of folks are really believing in your work, and so thank you so much for coming.
Thank you very much, Representative Murphy, and I'm glad you mentioned that water moved downhill, because my talk's going to really deal with the end of the line. What do we need to worry with in terms of our aquatic resources and estuarine and coastal environments in North Carolina? And this is just a collage of what's happened in the last 20 years in some of these places. Let's see here. Okay, so why are we worried about, let me make sure this works here. Well, anyway, why are we worried about these big storm events? We've already mentioned that they, I'm trying to get the pointer to work, but. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Can I ask somebody? It's fine. It's no problem. It's big enough wording. So lots of water quickly going downstream. And I'm going to talk about what's in that water. Okay, we've talked a lot about water itself, but I'm going to talk to you about what's in that water, particularly nutrients. Sediments. Water quality is impacted, obviously, because of these nutrients and sediments, and we have impacts that go all the way up to food web. I'm not going to talk to you about great detail, but just sort of give you the big picture of what is moving with that water into our coastal regions and why we're concerned about that. And it's already been mentioned that things are increasing, and I guess if you're trying to sell real estate in Beaufort, that one in the lower right is probably not the one you want to start off with. But we are at the crisscross of many of these tracks that are impacting us now. So we live on the second largest estuary in the country. It drains about half of North Carolina's coastal plain in the southeastern Virginia. 50 years of expansion, urban, ag, et cetera. And that's accompanied by increases in nutrients. And I'm going to focus on those nutrients in a minute. It's also a lagoonal estuary, and I just want to point out why that's important. It's like a lake at the edge of the ocean. Okay, it's the only way the exchange of water occurs with the coastal ocean is through these narrow little inlets that account for only about 5% of the water exchange. Most of the water goes by evaporation. So it comes in as fresh water, goes out as salt water, as water vapor, and that maintains the salinity, which is very important for this system in terms of fish, all the resources that exist in the system. But most importantly, we've had an increase in tropical cyclones, both intensity and moisture. So the big problem, I figure I would just start off with what the big problem is that we're concerned about in terms of increased floodwater moving into our coastal zones. The problem is eutrophication, and all of you are going to know what that means by the end of my talk, but it simply means the enrichment that's occurring due to excessive nutrient input. And that enrichment occurs at the base of the food chain, and it's usually algae that are important. They feed the food chain, but you can get to a point where you have too much of a good thing, okay? That threshold gets passed with many of these storms, and it leads to these blooms that we've seen. I think many of you are familiar with it. If you've been to the Chowan the last few summers, that's been kind of the showcase. But eutrophication is essentially too much of a good thing. It's like when you over-fertilize stuff, okay? Just keep that in mind. Okay, so the trick is to separate, what's natural from what people are doing in the watershed and what the climate is doing. And that's not so easy because you've got a lot of factors that are involved in basically driving water quality, nitrogen and phosphorus being the most important nutrients. They lead to this process, eutrophication. You can see that leads to excess production, algae blooms. When the algae blooms die, they sink to the bottom. That runs out the oxygen in the bottom water, okay? And that's what dead zones are all about. We have a mini dead zone here as opposed to the Gulf of Mexico where everything is sort of amplified in that. And so that's what leads to the problems. Too much of that nutrient driving too much algae bloom, and then we get the detrimental effects. Low oxygen fish kills, and if you're shellfish, you're really out of luck. Okay, so what have we done to try to delineate these factors? And I wanted to mention two monitoring programs that dovetail with the state's ambient water quality program, which monitors once a month in the Neuse and Pamlico rivers and other rivers. And that is MODMON, and it samples 11 stations going down the Neuse every 2 weeks, and FerryMON, which some of you may have heard of, where we're using the North Carolina ferry system to do automated water quality monitoring. It's great. It's almost free. We just have to pay for the analysis and upkeep of the program. So those two programs are out there monitoring. And what we get in terms of results, and don't worry too much about the detail in that graph on the right, I just want you to look at the bumps. In years where we have hurricanes or tropical cyclones, you can see in the fall part of the season, that would be the part over on the right, you see large increases in nitrogen. And in some years where we have major storm events like Fran, like 1999 over there, we had twice as much nitrogen coming into our nitrogen-sensitive waters as we did if there was no major storm or event. So there it is, right there, the excess nitrogen that's leading to these water quality problems. The same with phosphorus. If you look at the left side of those graphs, that's what sort of comes in with the spring flow, and you see it's not very much compared to, and I kind of consider the spring flow as the natural phosphorus coming in, but when we get these big events, it overwhelms the system in terms of nutrient inputs. If you look at the chlorophyll is the indicator for algae. It's the green stuff that algae have in them. Okay, so we use that to basically quantify how much algae is in the water. You can see there's a pretty good correlation there between when we have hurricanes or tropical storms and increases in chlorophyll. But I want to point out that there are also places where we don't have the tropical storms, but we have other storms. And I just want to point out that we get winter storms in North Carolina too. Those are getting more severe as well, and also picking up more moisture. So that ain't just the hurricanes, it's the precipitation in total. And you can see there's a pretty good correlation there. We're also worried about carbon. Carbon, of course, has been implicated in all sorts of things, including the greenhouse effect that CO2 is exerting, but we're losing a lot of carbon that's coming out of the watershed from these events as well. That's then responsible for basically consuming a lot of oxygen in the water where that carbon ends up. So if you get a lot of water coming in, that leads to sort of this stratification we see out there with the fresh water sitting over the salt water. You can do this experiment in your kitchen with vinegar and oil, okay? They're sitting on top of each other, and if it's calm and you're not perturbing it, that bottom part is going to run out of oxygen eventually because the atmosphere can't put more oxygen in because it's not being stirred. And if you put more carbon in, that's the fuel, okay? So there's a link there with carbon as well. And we're losing carbon, of course, from all sorts of sources up in the watershed. Some natural, some man-made. Certainly urban areas are now responsible for more of that input as well. And here's the carbon picture. It's very similar to nitrogen. When we have these storm events, we get more carbon coming in as well. Okay? We would like to keep that carbon more in the watershed, and if I have a minute left at the end, I should be able to make that. Okay, so this is kind of a conceptual picture. It's way too complicated to explain everything, but it tells you what happens before the storm, and that's the estuary on the right there. And the blue is kind of the good part of it. You know, that's the oxygenated water that is responsible for harboring our fish and shellfish resources. Then the hurricane comes along, we get nutrients coming in, lots of carbon coming in, and you can see those arrows going back up into the atmosphere. That's CO2 that's being generated from the carbon that's been mineralized. So there's a linkage there also to CO2 coming back up into the atmosphere, okay? And the evil cycle that we're all sort of concerned about is, well, okay, if CO2 is warming the atmosphere, that's leading to more hurricanes, or bigger hurricanes with more moisture due to evaporation. They are responsible for more carbon coming in. That's responsible for more CO2 going up. We don't know where this is all going to end, but it's something that we really need to keep in consideration in terms of the big picture, not just in North Carolina, but elsewhere. Okay, I wanted to give you kind of a case study here that has been looked at pretty thoroughly, and that's 1999, and most of you here in the audience remember Floyd, Dennis, and Irene. In fact, we should never name hurricanes Dennis. That's a bad name. Dennis came twice. You know, it came up and then got stuck off the Outer Banks and then made a U-turn and came right back over us in Beaufort. So we really had 4 hurricanes in a 6-week period. They were all Category 3 before they came ashore. Record rainfalls, we've talked about the intervals there, 50 to 500 year flood events. The really important part is that Pamlico Sound received the annual water and nitrogen loads, the whole yearly load in about 1.5 months. And the reason I stress nitrogen is the limiting nutrient out there. That's what's controlling the growth of algae, okay? It's sort of like agriculture, right? You need nitrogen in many places to keep your crops going. Well, the same is true out there in Pamlico Sound. Here's the before and after picture, and you can see that with all that water coming down the watersheds, Pamlico Sound kind of overflowed like a giant bathtub, and you can see the advection taking the sediments out in the Gulf Stream offshore as well. Normally it holds everything that comes into it and processes everything, but in this case there was so much fresh water that it overwhelmed the system. Here's the salinity up there on the upper right. So the 3 storms are those arrows, and the salinity in Pamlico Sound is somewhere around 15 to 20. It's about half seawater salinity. You can see the system became fresh, and more importantly, it took about a year for it to get back up to normal salinity. Okay, big stressor in the system. The bottom graph shows you the chlorophyll, the algal growth, and you can see the blooms that occurred afterwards, lasting well into the following year. So it ain't over when it's over. That's sort of the take-home message here. And I'll get back to that in the end. The other thing that's important is where things are a problem in the system, and we can use remote sensing for that. So under low flow, the upper left, You see most of the production of chlorophyll is in the upper estuary. That's because the algae can grow fast and they're not getting washed out into the lower system. Then as the flow increases, the upper right, you see more growth of algae because there's more nitrogen coming in. But also the increased water flow is pushing the algae into Pamlico Sound. And then with high flow down in the lower right, lower left, it's all happening in Pamlico Sound, back and forth. So it's really important to do monitoring, having good spatial analysis for this. Harmful algal blooms is something that many of you have heard about, and we have them in North Carolina as well. This is the story of Tropical Storm Ernesto, which came into this is looking at the Neuse River sideways, okay, using our monitoring data. Sort of like many of you remember ant farms, sort of like an ant farm, looking at it sideways. And those little dotted lines are our sampling points. And you can see how the estuary is getting fresher up in the upper left as the fresh water is moving down. That lower right part there is the salt water from Pamlico Sound trying to move in. And you can get this oil and vinegar thing really well by looking at that picture. That led to not only water moving in, but also nutrients supporting a bloom, which is that red part about a third of the way down the estuary, leading to low oxygen as well. And that bloom wasn't just any old ordinary bloom. It turned out to be a dinoflagellate, which is one type of algae that produces a mucus that kills fish by actually choking them to death through their gills. That organism, Carlidinium, likes these kinds of conditions. So we have been seeing more of these kinds of events as well that pop up. Everything has to be right. The fresh water has to line up with the salt water and the nutrients have to be in place. But the algae are pretty smart. They can grow very fast in response to those kinds of events. So harmful algal blooms is also an issue. And it's been mentioned by our previous speakers that things are changing in terms of precipitation. And this is a paper that we published back in Nature in 2019, where we looked at the data going back to 1900, coastal North Carolina data on rainfall and wind speed associated with major storms coming into the system. And North Carolina has a great record. In fact, it's got one of the best records because of the long-time maritime interest in the state. And sailors and fishermen take good records. They keep tabs of what's going on. So we use that data to show how the storms are getting wetter over time. And that's what those dots are up there on the upper right. And it turns out that 6 out of 7 of the wettest storms in this entire data set have occurred in the last 20 years. So this is not just a fluke. This is statistically very significant. And we're now seeing it in other places. And Barbara, I think, showed a picture of China. Somebody showed a picture of China, Germany, et cetera. This is happening in other places too. We're not just being singled out here for this particular issue. The thing we're really worried about is ecologists. Ecologists are worried about the living things that live out there and how they get impacted by environmental factors, is the frequency of hurricanes. And the reason is that it takes some time for the system to respond and come back from each event. And I showed you what happened with Floyd, for example. Well, with the increased frequency, the system can be on the rebound, but then get hit by a new storm. So it's sort of like taking a patient that's partially cured, but they get impacted by another stressor again. And so we were concerned that the system may be in sort of a state of disequilibrium. What that means is that maybe fisheries are not going to be able to be as productive as they have been because of habitat changes, low oxygen events, for example, things like that. So this is something that we're really honing in on with our monitoring programs, is to see whether this increased frequency along with the increased stormwater runoff that we're getting is leading to this sort of increased instability in the system. And Pamlico Sound is our biggest aquatic resource. The income from fisheries alone is astronomical, but tourism, all the other things that are concerned with this. We're losing our seagrasses to some extent because of these increased frequencies as well, because seagrasses require good clear conditions, and when you have algal blooms and a lot of sediment coming down from these storms, that inhibits their growth. And we like seagrasses because they're great nursery habitats for fish and shellfish. Okay, what can we do about this? I know I'm not supposed to come up with remedies, but I just wanted to review. Okay, I just wanted to review the nitrogen, phosphorus, and carbon issue. That's leading to more algal growth and algal blooms. That creates low oxygen, leading to fish habitat decreases, lots of pressure there. We're experiencing a new normal in tropical cyclone frequency and rainfall intensity and flooding, and that's driven by ocean warming and, combined with sea level rise, that's sort of a dual whammy. And what can we do about it? Well, obviously the key thing is to retain as much on land of the nutrients that I'm talking about, nitrogen, phosphorus, carbon. It means smart handling of our, fertilizers, wastes, creating good buffers to intercept these kinds of things, the kind of stuff that Barbara talked about as well, and stormwater retention ponds that are effective at getting some of these nutrients out. For example, nitrogen, you can get rid of some of the nitrogen before it actually gets into the receiving waters by enhancing this process called denitrification. And that's done by microorganisms that live in these retention ponds and artificial wetlands that can convert the nitrate. Everybody knows what nitrate is. It's in your fertilizer that you buy at Walmart. Converts it back up to nitrogen gas into this harmless form. And we like to promote those processes by having more of that kind of activity going on land. And then, of course, the other thing, of course, is to reduce the emissions of greenhouse gases. But that's a long-term thing. The short-term thing is really deal with nutrients in an effective way so that they can be retained and minimize their losses to these waters that I've shown that have some sensitivity to all these nutrients. And to get a better assessment, I talked to you a little bit about ModMon and Ferrymon, but coupling those programs to remote sensing is really where it's at, because we can then scale up to the entire system with the measurements that we make on the transect, for example, across Pamlico Sound. So we're using remote sensing imagery. We're also using drones now to expand our look at algal blooms, for example, and the coupling to the inputs of nutrients. And I think, just wanted to thank the funding agencies for all this. And there they are. That's our sort of view of the system using remote sensing, and I will stop there, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's okay, you can't see it anymore.
That's good. Thank you, Dr. Pearl. I think that was an especially salient discussion just because we're talking as more and more people move here. They want to live here. We're talking about so their houses don't flood, but then again, we have to have food for them to eat. We love seafood in eastern North Carolina, and now all these things now are cascading together, and how do we deal with this? We deal with this with objective science. So thank you. Excellent talk. Next up, we have one of our local guys here, Dr. Reed Corbett, good old East Carolina man. He's currently a professor, dean, and the executive director of the Integrated Coastal Programs in the Coastal Studies Institute at ECU. Serves on the North Carolina Living Seashore. That's why I'm a surgeon. We don't talk much, we just do. The Shorelines Action Team. He's coastal oceanographer and geochemist, and before I flub that other further, I'm just going to let Dr. Corbett come up. So, thank you.
A technical pause. Don't stop the clock. Or start. Don't start the clock. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll be great.
So I'll start with sort of following up on an introduction as they bring up my slides. And so I am a North Carolina native. I grew up in eastern North Carolina in Havelock, if anybody drove through that on the way in today. And so the topic I'm focused on today is sea level rise. And growing up in eastern North Carolina, playing in the waters both along the Neuse as well as along our beaches, and now living in Kitty Hawk and along the Outer Banks, the idea of sea level rise, the idea of the water quality, and some of the compound flooding issues are near and dear to my heart and my wallet today, right? Like many of us. And my job, too, which is great. And so today I want to focus on sort of providing the background understanding of sea level and sea level rise for you as we move forward with this conversation. And the presentation today is a product of a lot of work, not just of my own, but many colleagues at ECU, including Dave Mallinson, Steve Culver, Stan Riggs, who many of you know, and colleagues throughout the US and the world. And it's been a topic that I've been focused on through my own research and working with many colleagues across North Carolina since about 2010 or so, including the initial foray into activities like this with the 2012 North Carolina Sea Level Report, which I'll bring up again. So let's talk about sea level. My focus today is to try and bring sea level in perspective from the geologic scale, how things have changed over millennia, to what's happening today, the reasons that it's happening, so the how, what, and why, and maybe look to projections into the future, and then my colleague, Dr. Laura Moore, will follow up with some of those implications for our coast. But it's important that we're all grounded in the same vocabulary as we move forward, because we hear a lot of different things about sea level throughout the media, throughout our conversations, and it's important that we understand the differences in some of these vocabulary words, if you will. So if you will let me provide a little exercise. So first, sea level. What in the world is sea level? And it is a reference. And so when we talk about sea level, many times we're dealing with global sea level, that average level of the ocean across the entire globe. And that is in reference to a datum, a reference point that doesn't change, like the very center of the Earth, for instance. And so what is sea level doing through time relative to that reference point, to that datum? And so that really does refer to that idea of global sea level or eustatic sea level. So this top one here, eustatic sea level or global sea level, and how that might be changing. And what's happening at the global scale and the processes that lead to change in the global scale are different, or in addition to what might be happening at the local scale, so relative sea level. And so it's important to understand the difference, whether it's you're reading something in the media, talking to your neighbor, understanding that difference in what's happening at the global scale, and then adding and understanding what's happening at the local scale. And so globally, there are major things, major processes across this planet that are driving sea level change today, sea level rise. The two most important today are this idea of land ice volume, and so if you will, ice melting across this planet, adding water to the global ocean, and these density or steric effects, so changes in salinity and changes in temperature of the ocean can lead to expansion or contraction of the ocean. Again, thinking about global. Relative sea level, what might be happening in Wilmington versus Duck, North Carolina. Things like glacial adjustment, and I'll get back to this here in just a couple moments. The idea of winds and tides, tectonics, not really a problem for us here in North Carolina. Ocean currents. We do have a huge ocean current off of our coast known as the Gulf Stream that can and does influence sea level on different timescales. So again, understanding these vocabulary words is important. Now we'll go back and forth, try not to too much today, but the idea of global or eustatic versus relative sea level. It's important to note that in our geologic past, and I'm going to focus now on the last several millennia, and actually here's showing as far back as 40 million years, so sort of put that hat on, your geology hat on, is that there has been this relationship, this loose relationship between what the global mean temperature is in our geologic past and and what sea level is if we just use today here sitting at 0, right? So average global temperature sitting at about 15 degrees Celsius, and then relative sea level. And then sort of compare that to different times in the past. And I'm going to focus a little bit on this one, and we'll get to this one moving forward. But the idea that we have had major changes in both global temperatures, which have led to changes in significant changes. And again, if you look at the scale here, we're talking about 150 meters, so over 400 feet, up to another 70 meters or so. So major differences in sea level in our geologic past. So let's think about the geologic past. This graph is showing millions of years, right? So the last million years of climate, loosely climate, right? Warmer periods here in red versus cooler periods shown in the gray or blue. When we look at this over our geologic past, what we're thinking about is this time periods of interglacial, when there's not as much ice on our planet, versus glacial periods, right? So again, we've moved between these interglacial and glacial periods through our geologic past. If I focus, and I will focus for the next couple slides, on just the last interglacial, about 120,000 years ago, and our last glacial maximum, about 20,000 years ago. And in fact, during this last glacial maximum, just about 20,000 years ago, when there were very few people on the North American continent, we actually had a very large ice sheet sitting just north of us, as far down as New York and Delaware, maybe a mile thick sheet of ice sitting above New York, which, well, for one thing, it had a lot of water in it, right? That water coming from the ocean, but it also put a lot of weight on our continent. Those two things are pretty important as we move forward. But just recognize that we have moved between these different glacial versus interglacial periods, and that has had an influence on sea level. And so if we think about that, this is just looking at the last 150,000 years. So recall what I just mentioned, the graphs are CO2 in the atmosphere. This is global average temperature, and then sea level over the last 150,000 years. I hope you recognize Eastern North Carolina. So let's look at sort of two different time periods. The last interglacial, the last time we had really warm temperatures, and then the last glacial, so 120,000 years ago versus 20,000 years ago. And in fact, when we think about those two different periods and we look at what our shoreline would have been during those two different periods, so the last interglacial, about 120,000 years ago, is represented by this dark dashed black line, which is, if you know sort of Eastern North Carolina, this is what's referred to as the Suffolk Scarp. It's a paleo shoreline, right? That is the shoreline. That's where the ocean was 120,000 years ago. So think about that from the next scale. Just 20,000 years ago, our shoreline was represented by this white line. Our shoreline was 40 to 50 miles offshore what it is today, right? At the shelf break, what we refer to as the shelf break. So yeah, we have had major fluctuations on our coastline with time. So sea level rise, sea level change is not a new concept on a geologic scale. But again, remember, 20,000 years ago, we hadn't quite developed our coastal plain like we have today. So let's sort of walk through some of the changes that have taken place in coastal North Carolina over the last 20,000 years, since the last glacial max. So again, I sort of just spoke to this 20,000 years, last glacial max. That's where our shoreline was much further offshore, right? A lot of water was trapped in ice, and shoreline was sitting here, that white line. So let's step forward in time using some images that were put together by Stan Riggs and others based on actual data. This is not just a cartoon that Stan developed, but it's based on data collected throughout Pamlico Sound and throughout the East. And with the data that's collected, understanding the sediments and many cores that has been collected through time, if we step at 10,000 years, again, 10,000 years ago, sea level was still about 60 meters less than it is today, 180, 200 feet lower than today. Pamlico Sound wasn't even there. This is just Pamlico Creek, what's referred to Pamlico Creek. You can see the primary Roanoke River still running offshore. Step in a little bit further, about 6,000 years before present, sitting here. This is when the rate of sea level rise really decreased, and we start seeing the development of sort of a coastline like what we have today, So again, move forward, we look at 3,000 years ago, sea level had really slowed down, and we start developing these barrier islands because of that slow rise in sea level. We start depositing material along the outer banks. And in fact, when you look at the oldest ages that we find in many of the marsh sediments, those basal peats that we have off of our coast, the barrier islands age at about 5,000 years. And then today, our beautiful coast, a coastal system I know and love, and I hope you do too, that is also looking to change as we move forward. So let's think about that. Let's think about how we are today and sort of the modern, if you will, modern being the last 100 years. Eustatic, remember eustatic is global sea level. So the modern sea level change, when you look at the last 100, 120 years, is based on a lot of good tide data, tide gauge data. More recently, since about 1993, it's actually based on satellite data. So if you can imagine lasers in space, that's the way it's done. And so we have very accurate measurements of sea level in the last 20 years or so. And so certainly we know that the data is there. Sea level's rising. This is not an argument. Sea level today is rising. The rate of sea level rise is also changing through time. And so it's important when we sort of talk about sea level, the rates of sea level, that scale at which we're talking about sea level. Are we talking about the rate over the last 100 years? Are we talking about the rate of sea level rise over the last 20 years? Those scales are important, just like the spatial scale that we're talking about. Are we talking about global, eustatic sea level versus local, relative sea level? And so if we look at, for instance, just the satellite data, so the last roughly 20 years, sea level's rising at about 3.4 millimeters per year, or about 1.3 inches per decade. Now, the drivers of that change, I've sort of mentioned already. The idea of where's the water coming from, why is sea level rising, is also changing through time. And so if we look at just roughly the last 20, 25 years or so, we can see that the primary drivers of sea level rise, the processes that are leading to increased sea levels, are thermal expansion. So again, the density of the water. As the ocean gets warmer, it also expands. But also adding water through meltwater, right? Our glaciers and our ice sheets melting. And in fact, today, the primary driver is actually that meltwater. So think of the Antarctic ice sheets melting, Greenland ice sheets, right? Those are the dominant factors that are raising sea levels today. I'm not suggesting that thermal expansion is not still important. It will continue to be important, but the primary drivers today are meltwater. All right, so let's bring it closer to home. The fact is when we think about, again, global mean sea level, and we look at it for the last 120 years or so, what we've done is increase sea level of about 8 inches. Now again, that's over the last 120 years, roughly. And the rates are also changing through time. And so that's over roughly 120 years. If we look at the most recent rates, if we look at the rate between 2006 and 2018, it sits at about 3.7 millimeters per year, so about 1.4 inches per decade, higher than what I was just showing you based on just the satellite data. So again, the scale is important that we're focused on. This is global sea level. There's been a lot of work to try and understand the vulnerability of sea level change, sea level rise on our nation, not just North Carolina. This is a USGS report, and you can see, depending on the color that you have, is the vulnerability that you might see along these regions. You can see that North Carolina is significantly red, and so we are susceptible to high vulnerability associated with sea level rise. And part of that is because, this is another report that's been done more locally, a lot of that is because of the low-lying coastal plain, very broad low-lying coastal plain that we're all familiar with. And so North Carolina, when you look at the entire coast of North Carolina, can be divided into different provinces, sort of the northern province, the southern province. The northern province is sort of shown in number 2 here, the southern province in number 1. This is out of the recent climate science report and several reports prior to that. And there is significant differences between the northern and southern provinces. Hans was just talking about the very broad and very important Pamlico Sound, that estuarine system. Very large, very shallow. It's it's sort of protected by these long, narrow barrier islands with very few inlets, just 3 inlets. And that's in contrast to the southern province, which has much steeper topography, shorter barrier islands, and a lot more inlets. And so it's important to recognize the differences along North Carolina, right, along our coast, when we think about the implications of sea level rise. But it's also important because relative sea level rise, right, local sea level rise, isn't the same across our state. We can't use a single number of what is sea level rise for North Carolina, because across our state it varies significantly. So this is NOAA data from tide gauge, and this is something that you can look up yourself. You can just get onto NOAA's website and pull this information up. This is basically just copied and pasted directly from their website, where they're actually providing you information on what the sea level rise rates are based on the data that's available. And so when you look at Duck, today Duck's sea level rise rate based on all of this data sits at about 4.79, 4.8 millimeters a year. In comparison, Wilmington, just to our south, right, is about 2.5 millimeters per year. Extremely different rates of relative sea level rise, which is also different than eustatic, than global sea level rise, right, at 3.7 millimeters per year. So again, it's important to understand what we're actually talking about. So yeah, Duck does have about, northern Outer Banks are facing rates of sea level rise almost twice as much as what we're seeing compared to Wilmington. We've also dug a bit deeper, certainly in the Northeast, and this is data from Andy Kemp and others, including Andrea Hawks, who's in the audience and will be speaker later on this morning, where we've actually collected some significant data on sea level change through time, and this is showing what relative sea level has done over the last 2,000 years or so in Northeast North Carolina. So Sandpoint basically is Roanoke Island, Tump Point is essentially Cedar Island. Don't see a lot of differences between those two. They're both sitting on Pamlico Sound. And you can see the 2 colors here represent tide gauge data for the most recent data, and agree well with the data that we've been collecting from these deep marshes, right? So that marsh, those, large expansive marshes that we have along the Outer Banks actually provide a significant amount of data of something like sea level through time. You can use this data to understand things like the influence of sea level. This is showing sea level where what we removed is this idea of how the land mass is changing, right? So this is really just looking at what global sea level is doing, because what we've done is removed any changes in the land itself. And so we can look at what sea level is doing through time and relate that to things like major climate variations. This is, MCA refers to the medieval climate anomaly, or the Little Ice Age, or the changes that we're seeing in the 20th century. And again, certainly we've seen significant changes in what sea level is doing through time. It's not constant, it's not sitting at one rate. It does change through time, and the rates that we're seeing today are unprecedented in the last several thousand years. So where do we go from here? Right, again, it's showing some similar data, tide gauge data, as well as some satellite imagery. The question is where's it going from here? How is it changing, and what are some of the projections? And whether you look at this 2013, this is IPCC data from 2013, this is IPCC data from 2019, the story is very similar. Is what we expect to happen is sea level to continue to rise, and that rate of rise to increase. So again, today it's about 3.7 millimeters per year globally. We expect that rate to be higher in the future, which leads to some of these projections as high as 1.2 meters or just shy of 4 feet. If you look at the 2013 versus the 2019, the range in these predictions are about the same, right? They haven't changed that much. If anything, the projections for moving forward, locally or globally, have only gotten higher. And so again, if we sort of bring this back to home and apply similar projections moving forward, this is showing Duck, North Carolina versus Wilmington, because again, relative sea level is different for those two regions. What we should see then moving forward, projecting out to as far as 2100, is as much as 4.5 feet or as little as 2 feet, depending on where we are. This is the likely scenario, right? This isn't the, everything's going to hell in a handbasket. This is the likely scenario for projecting sea level rise. I mentioned that 2012 sea level report, which took a lot of flack, and it was my first sort of foray into audiences like this. It was an eye-opener for a young scientist to get involved in these sorts of conversations, which need to happen. And I'm thrilled that this is happening. And so when you look at this particular projections moving forward, the likely scenario is what's shown. In 2012, that was the high scenario, right? What nobody wanted to see and was at the high end of our projections. Today, it's likely, and that should sit home with you. These projections are going to lead to, we've heard about sunny day flooding, we've heard about nuisance flooding. NOAA has captured this as high tide flooding, which is defined based on 1.6 to 2.1 feet above present mean high water. And what we should expect is that this sort of high tide flooding is going to happen more as we move forward into those projections. We have a very broad, low-lying coastal plain. We have a really important second largest estuarine system in the US, negligible astronomical tides, few inlets. Sea level rise is going to impact this area significantly, and we have to start having these difficult conversations now. And again, I appreciate us doing it. That sea level rise is going to lead to some significant implications across our coast. We've already heard about flooding. We've heard about water quality. And Laura Moore is going to come up and talk to you about some of these other implications as we move forward. So thank you.
Excellent talk, excellent talk. Science is difficult to swallow sometimes, but if you stick your head in the sand and ignore it, then we're all going to pay the price. I was just thinking about the fact that I warned patients to stop smoking, stop smoking. Oh, yeah, it's fine, it's never going to get me, and then all of a sudden a bad cancer happens up. So we have to plan. I want to also give a shout out to all the AP high school classes that are watching in. It's kind of neat that some kids in high schools are listening to this also. It's not all scary stuff. Don't worry about your future. We're going to figure this out, but that's the whole purpose of all this stuff. So next we have Dr. Laura Moore. Dr. Moore is a professor in the Department of Earth, Marine, and Environmental Sciences and the ecology. You guys have long names in your programs. In the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill and Surgery, we just kind of have one field. We're very short and simple. She focuses her research on the response of low-lying coastal environments to changing climate and involves collaboration across multiple scientific disciplines in collaboration with coastal stakeholders. So we're taking this really from the rivers, creeks, and streams now back out to the ocean. So thank you, Dr. Moore.
Well, thank you, Congressman Murphy. I'm glad to be here, and I'm really delighted for this gathering that you've put together. So I've been studying coastal environmental change for over 25 years, and most of my research and the research that my group does at UNC is focused on understanding how climate impacts barrier, marsh, and bay coastlines and environments. And in the last decade or so, I've really put an emphasis on understanding interactions between humans and natural processes. I also serve as the director of Seacoast, which is a growing multi-institutional, multi-partner collaboratory that brings together researchers and stakeholders who are interested in addressing coastal adaptation over space and time. And I'll just acknowledge many colleagues and those, the work of those that I've pulled together today to share with you. I've been asked to provide an overview of the impacts of sea level rise on the coast of North Carolina, and as I do this, I'll touch on answers to these 4 questions. The first is picking up on where Dr. Reed Corbett left off. Why is it that North Carolina is so vulnerable to sea level rise? We've seen that the shoreline has been moving significantly over time, and why are we so vulnerable going into the future? I'll talk about the factors that are additive to sea level rise that will exacerbate its effects, give examples of the types of impacts that we are already experiencing or expect to experience in the future, and I'll end with a discussion of how the decisions that we make today are really critical because they are setting in motion what we will see in the future, and they affect future habitability of these landscapes. So why is North Carolina coast so vulnerable to sea level rise? We saw that red area shown in that USGS report indicating that we're extremely vulnerable here in eastern North Carolina. Well, it's because our coastal landscape is actually made up of environments that form at sea level and that are maintained by processes that occur at the boundary between the land and the sea. For example, marsh grasses are adapted to grow at sea level, and they maintain their position there by accreting sediment as sea level rises. Barrier islands are actually built and formed by waves. So where there is sand, there has been water, and there likely will be water again in the future. And as Reed explained, sea level has been rising and falling through time. Right now it's rising, and we expect the rate of rise to increase through time. And as sea level changes, the boundary between land and sea changes. And this brings about shifts in the boundaries between landscapes. So for example, we have changing and moving boundaries between marsh and forest. Our barrier islands tend to migrate landward as sea level rises. And these are natural changes that occur as sea level changes. And as sea level rises faster, these changes occur faster. And a coastal system that is resilient to change in the future needs to be able to adjust in this way. But of course, these processes pose hazards to communities and who naturally respond with mitigation and adaptation measures, which is what we're here to talk about today. But it's important to remember that these adaptation and mitigation measures themselves actually influence how the landscape evolves. And I'll talk more about that as we move forward. So, as we saw in a previous presentation by Dr. Corbett, we're here looking at the inner banks and the outer banks of North Carolina, which is extremely low-lying. And here, the areas shown in medium and light green are actually only up to 10 feet above sea level. So as sea level is changing, these are very, very low-lying, vulnerable landscapes. The inner and the outer banks are being impacted and will be impacted in similar ways, although the specifics are different. And, you know, it's important to note, I have a colleague at the USGS, Patrick Barnard, and I recently heard him say, this is not some dystopian, distant future that we're talking about, right? Some of these changes are happening now, and they'll continue to happen and accelerate going forward in the not too distant future. And this isn't only affecting the North Carolina coast, as we all know, coastal regions throughout the US and throughout the world are changing very rapidly. The impacts of sea level rise will be compounded by several other factors we've already heard about: increasing rates of extreme precipitation and total annual precipitation. This, of course, exacerbates the impacts of sea level rise. We're also expecting increased frequency of the strongest and most severe storms, which again bring heavy rainfall and increased flooding due to storm surge and wave action. And as we've heard with respect to rivers, we're continuing to develop and encouraging development in areas that are extremely vulnerable. We just look at Interstate 42, we're preparing to attract a lot more people to the coast around Morehead City, which is one of those very low-lying, vulnerable locations. All right. This is a scene that many of you may have seen. This is a ghost forest, and it may look familiar. This is a visible sign of saltwater intrusion. So I'm changing gears now to step through the different types of impacts that we can expect to see. And I should say that each of these impacts is the focus of ongoing study by many experts within North Carolina and beyond. But this scene of a ghost forest is indicative of saltwater intrusion, which is simply the upward and landward movement of the boundary between saltwater and freshwater. And forest requires fresh water in the subsurface in order to remain healthy and grow. And as that boundary between salt and fresh in the subsurface moves landward, those forests are drinking salt water. That doesn't work for them, so marsh grasses come in to replace. And this is a good example of how boundaries shift as sea level rises. This is occurring along many of our estuaries and on the backside of many of our barrier islands. Saltwater intrusion is also affecting agricultural lands because we are irrigating with water from the subsurface, and as salt water moves landward, now we're placing salty water on top of our agricultural lands. Crops that we grow don't grow well in salt, and so we're losing productivity. Sometimes crops just won't grow. And so this is a significant problem that's affecting productivity and the availability of working lands in North Carolina. Additionally, saltwater intrusion affects our drinking water. And as we're pumping water out, we're actually accelerating the rate of migration of that saltwater freshwater boundary. And this is a survey done by Bell and others recently of water operators in the coastal plain of North Carolina. And what they found is that at least 50% of coastal water operators are concerned that saltwater intrusion will affect their ability to deliver fresh water to their communities in the very near future. Also related to water in the subsurface, as the water table rises, with sea level, stormwater doesn't drain as well. And this leads to the backing up of stormwater that is now ponding on roads and making its way into homes. And this problem is exacerbated by two factors. First of all, many of our outfalls are at sea level, and so as water level rises, they are becoming submerged and they're not as effective at draining and removing water from our communities. And secondly, we're losing wetlands to development, and wetlands actually serve as a sponge. They collect water during flooding and storm events, and this is water that would otherwise end up on roads or in homes. And so as we build in wetlands, we're losing this sponge. And we heard this concern over and over during the listening sessions that we conducted in the spring as part of our Seacoast work. And so it's something that community members and those who work in communities are very concerned about and witnessing. Along with this, we're also seeing septic system failure. So again, as that water level or water table rises, we're affecting the performance of septic systems. This is not only due to sea level rise, but it's also due to high tide flooding, which is connected to sea level rise, more about that in the next slide, but also extreme precipitation contributes to this as well. Essentially, we are losing the unsaturated soils below septic systems, and in some cases, shoreline erosion is exposing septic systems, and this leads to pollution and ultimately to loss of functionality, and it's very difficult to have a home if we don't have a way to process septic. We're also seeing and expect to see more in the future increases in sunny day flooding. We've also heard this called high tide flooding, and it's also called nuisance flooding, which is a bit of a misnomer because it's certainly more than a nuisance, especially for those who experience it very often. But this graphic from NOAA does a really nice job of illustrating how this happens. If we look down here, essentially, if we go back 70 years and we look at sea level in 1950, it took a really significant storm that brings a significant increase in water level due to storm surge to bring water levels to the same elevation that we now achieve just with the highest high tides. So you may have heard of king tides, and these are causing flooding on top of our 2020 sea level that required a major storm just 70 years ago. And this elevation of the water level, of course, is bringing water into communities and flooding homes and roads. And this is an illustration here from Carolina Beach where we actually have a storm drain. And this is a situation where we have water flowing from the ocean through the storm drain system into communities and flooding them via the storm drain system that's actually meant to carry water the other direction and remove it from communities. So we have these conduits that are really bringing this flooding from high tide into our communities. And you saw these plots before. at the end of Reed Corbett's presentation. This is coming from the North Carolina Climate Report, and they've done a really nice job of projecting what high tide flooding frequencies will look like under a range of different sea level rise for the rates for the future. And when we look at Duck and Wilmington, North Carolina, what we see is that for all rates of sea level, all sea level rise scenarios, and I have here by 2080, it's actually by 2070 that this graph is pinned. So by 2070, in 50 years from now, we can expect high tide flooding to occur as often as every day in Duck and Wilmington, North Carolina. And this is a hard pill to swallow, but this is what the projections suggest we need to be considering and preparing for. We can also expect increasing rates of shoreline erosion. So shoreline erosion occurs when more sand leaves a stretch of coast than is brought into it. So here we're showing a big arrow, more sand is leaving this stretch here in Nags Head than it is coming in, which means that over time the shoreline is moving landward, and we can see the former shorelines here shown in different colors. This process occurs for a variety of reasons, but a component of long-term shoreline change is related to sea level rise. And as sea level rises faster, this component of long-term erosion related to sea level rise will occur faster. So we'll see longer or more rapid sea level rise rates. With more rapid sea level rise rates, we'll see more background shoreline erosion. And this image on the right does a really good job of illustrating this change in the boundary between landscapes and environments that I mentioned earlier that has to happen as sea level rises. Here exacerbated and accelerated by shoreline erosion so we can see it, but these are homes in Nags Head, and here's the dune line. And so this is a case where we can see what was a former row of homes that used to be behind a dune, and now they are in front of the dune. And this is because of shoreline erosion, and we'll unfortunately see more of this. On top of background shoreline erosion, we also will see that wave and storm events will be more impactful going into the future. And this is simply because if we consider the factors that lead to an elevation of the water level during storms, we're going to have to add to that the elevation of the water due to sea level rise. And this means we're bringing the water level up to higher elevations. We have the potential to overtop dunes and see flooding behind homes. And of course, we're already familiar with what this looks like when we actually sustain that water level, erode the dune, and then bring wave action in direct contact with homes and roads. We can expect to see more of this in the future, and certainly we've all been flooded with many images of what this looks like. We're very familiar of the types of storm damage that can occur when we see significant interaction between waves and surge and communities. And this type of damage is, of course, not only occurring in North Carolina, it's occurring very recently in a significant way along the Gulf Coast, where sea level rise rates are actually quite a bit higher than what we have here. So when we're thinking about mitigation and adaptation, this is actually, we could say that the same storm we experience now, if we experience it in 10 to 20 years, it's going to be significantly more impactful because sea level will be higher. But we also have to remember that we're seeing an increase in the frequency of very strong storms, and that's expected to continue in the future. So this is, again, another challenge that we're facing with the increase in these damages. So what does this mean for the future? Okay, it's a little grim sounding, right? There's a lot of impacts, but if you think about sea level change over time, the shoreline has been moving, and it's now moving really quickly into areas that we are inhabiting. And as we think forward in time, Congressman Murphy's talking about not just a 5-year plan, but a 50-year plan and beyond, we have to take into account this shift in the boundary between land and sea and these landscape units. And over long time scales, these vertical and horizontal changes actually have to take place in order for these landscapes to remain above sea level. And the processes that increase the elevation and move these landscapes landward, of course, are in direct conflict with maintaining our communities and the status quo as we're accustomed to. In fact, many of the management actions that we understandably undertake when we want to get back to business as usual really lower or maintain the current elevation, making these landscapes even more vulnerable as we go forward in time. So I really want to highlight that the decisions that we make in the short run influence what the coast will look like in the future. So this is an interaction between human decisions and natural processes. And so, of course, we have storms and chronic hazards. We respond by making decisions to either nourish or protect roads with a dune. This changes the natural processes and changes the landscape. For example, by protecting a road, understandably, we are actually preventing the deposition of sand that would elevate the land surface. And by not elevating the land surface, it's more vulnerable to flooding simply because it's lower relative to rising sea level. And it's really important to understand how the decisions that we're making now play out into the future. In some cases, we're locking in a future fate now by making certain choices and understanding what fate we're locking in and whether it's a fate we can tolerate or not, and what a better fate might be is really important. So just to illustrate this, if we look into the future 50 years and we say, well, would we rather have a wide and sometimes overwashed barrier or a barrier that's too narrow to support a road? Well, I think we're all pretty clear that communities would really prefer this option, right? And then if we look at our short-term options following a storm that washes out a road, well, we could build a causeway or put in a ferry, but that's pretty expensive, especially if we have to do it everywhere. So a more common strategy would be to put in that dune to protect the road. Well, we have models that we can run to help us understand how these short-term decisions lead to long-term outcomes. And when we do that, for this case of maintaining a dune to protect the road, we see what we learned down here. So we're looking at barrier width through time. And the blue, this is the case of a natural barrier island where dunes come and go. It only takes a moderate storm to knock the dune down. The island gets nourished, built up, and moved landward as that process occurs, and then the dune builds back naturally over time. And you can see it's pretty wide. And then if we look at the red case, this is the case where we protect the road with a 3-meter high dune, which means only the most severe storms knock that dune down. And as the coastline erodes, we move that road back, rebuild the dune. Well, what happens is that within 70 years, the island is so narrow that there's no room to place a road. And so at that point, we are left with a lack of a transportation corridor. If we actually want to go from now into a future that has a wider and rarely or sometimes overwashed barrier, we actually have to do something different now, which would be along the lines of what was being done at the jug handle. And of course, it's challenging to do this everywhere, right? So how do we make those hard decisions? So understanding these types of interactions and trajectories is really important to successful adaptation, and this is the focus of much of the work that we do with Seacoast, where we're really bringing together people with the expertise to run models to help us understand how we go from where we are now to a future that is the best possible future given the changing conditions and the challenges that we face. I want to give a shout out to all of those in North Carolina who've been working so hard, especially over the last several years following Executive Order 80, starting to really think about these challenges, communities, state agencies, and organizations who are thinking about these challenges. And I'm so glad that we get to now have this conversation at a higher level with Congressman Murphy bringing us along. And I just want to make really last 3 quick points if I could, which is that although the changes that are expected have occurred in the past, they are occurring at rates and will occur at rates in the future that are unprecedented for modern society. We need first to remember that North Carolina includes a diversity of communities, and so these impacts will not affect all communities and all people equally, and it's really important that we engage communities and social scientists and those who are running organizations that think about these challenges to make sure that justice and equity are paramount. And I'd just like to end by saying that there is no panacea, but I really believe that if we're creative, if we're willing to think long-term, and if we're willing to accept that living at the coast in the future is going to have to look a lot different than it looks right now, I think we will be able to adapt. Thank you.
Excellent talk. Thank you very much, Dr. Moore. The hard thing is, and I think we're seeing this, is so much of this is emotional. We have objective data that's right here on the screen, but so much of it is emotional, whether, some people believe in climate change or not, or whether they're going to believe science. And then, again, I want to live at the coast, but then you have to understand that there are risks and benefits to do it. You want to live near a river, or et cetera. There are so many emotional issues. But it's really up to us to try to deal with the emotional issues, but actually look at the objective data and make objective decisions. That's what's going to be the best for all of us and for our children and our children's children. So these have been pretty heavy, weighty discussions. They've been fantastic. I've learned a ton. Why don't we take about a 10-minute break, and we will start back in 6 minutes.
got my tester real quick. Make sure I got it. Well, no, it's not. Hopefully I'll just slide back. I've got another cord here. I got another cord. Plug it in and make sure it's not noisy. Clean? Yeah, I know it's clean. Yep, go ahead. Wait a second. Put it on this end. Yeah, we're doing great.
All right, if everybody will sit down from their 25-minute break. I know, that's really. All right, let's get going, folks. What's that? No. All right, thank you, guys. That first section was excellent. And we're going to start off our next segment. We talked about where are we now, and the next segment is where we should be. How do we get there? So it's very important. So I want to ask everybody to take their discussions either outside or down. Next up, we have Miss Melissa Roberts. Melissa, are you around? There she is. She's coming. Melissa is from the is the founder and executive director of the American Flood Coalition, and which is a nonpartisan, which is what this is, guys. A group more than 270 members, including 22 members of from North Carolina. And the AFC is a group that brings together leaders to advance adaptation solutions that support flood-affected communities. So thank you so much, Melissa. Look forward to your talk.
Wonderful, thank you. So there's no place I'd rather be than here with you today. I'm Melissa Roberts, founder and executive director of the American Flood Coalition, and as you can probably figure out from the name, all we do is work on flooding, and this is so important, and I think this event is really one of a kind, bringing together people working at so many different levels across the state. And so I'll start us off with the, small and easy topic of how we actually get to solutions. I think it's been very clear from this morning what the scale of the challenge is here, and now we need to focus on how do we take action in all of our different jurisdictions and where we all work to move towards solutions. And I'm going to try to answer that in 10 minutes. So, I'll start with, where I'm coming to this from. So the American Flood Coalition, nonpartisan coalition of folks advancing solutions to flooding and sea level rise. And our coalition is made up of federal champions, cities and towns, elected officials at all levels, businesses, military groups, and civic groups, all dealing with this challenge of higher seas, stronger storms, and more frequent flooding, like we're seeing across North Carolina. And as we're doing this, we're seeing, in North Carolina, the same sorts of challenges we're seeing across the country. And we're so proud in North Carolina in particular to see some of these especially lovely faces that you're seeing at the conference today who we've been glad to partner with, 22 members in North Carolina. And in our work, we really do three things. We partner with communities to actually get on the ground and help pilot accessible flood solutions. We try to scale what we see as best-in-class planning, projects, and resources, and connect leaders working on similar challenges. And we amplify local voices and some of the challenges we're seeing across different jurisdictions to push for better state and federal policy to tackle these, at scale and in all communities. So that's kind of the background. So the question is, how do we actually get towards these types of solutions we need? So I think the most important and first thing is, water doesn't care about political boundaries. Unfortunately, as we've all experienced, when it floods, it doesn't stay neatly within the lines of our, city or county boundaries, definitely not within our district maps. And so I think it really calls for the type of solution that we're here to work on and that brings together all of the folks in this room today, working across jurisdictional boundaries, because that's the way water flows and we need to rise to the scale of that challenge. So I really want to thank Congressman Murphy and Congressman Rouzer for bringing us here and bringing this group together, which again is something we don't often see at the state, local, and federal level, this type of collaboration. So how do we get there? This is a big question, and I want to answer it with a pretty simple metaphor. As we think about it, I really think about this in two ways. If you're building a railroad, there are two things we need. We need the direction, and we need to actually lay the tracks to get to the right place, and that's the plan. And then we also need to get there quickly, which is the speed of actually getting down these tracks. And you can't have one without another. You don't want just speed without direction. That doesn't get you to the right place. And you also just don't want, tracks laid without being able to move quickly. Because again, as we've heard in great depth from some of the best minds in the country this morning, the scale of this challenge in the state is immense. And so we need a good plan, and then we need to unleash bold innovation to be able to move quickly to tackle it. So starting on the first piece, how do we get there? What is the plan? If we're looking at the fact that water doesn't stay neatly within those jurisdictional boundaries, how do we actually think about this at the regional and state level? What do we need to answer? So I think about this in 5 main questions. First, who's in charge? Again, this is messy. Water goes where it will. So how do we have a clear point person who can mount a response and invest beforehand? What's at risk? I think we have a lot of the data, but how do we look at it and make smart decisions based on it? What should we prioritize, right? How do we pick which projects get investment first? How do we have a pipeline of projects and make those decisions? How do we pay for it? My background's in infrastructure finance, so I actually always gravitate first towards this question. How are we going to fund and finance the types of solutions we need? And how can we institutionalize change? How to create standards and ways of thinking about this problem that, whether we're investing in a flood-specific problem or anything else in our capital budget, we're bringing these mindsets to bear so that we're getting the most out of the dollars we're spending. And I will say, I get the privilege of working across the country in many states, and there's no state that's been able to answer all of these questions yet when it comes to flooding, because they sound simple, but they're really hard. And I'll also say that I have to congratulate Speaker Moore, Majority Leader Bell, and the other legislators in the room for the great progress that they're making in North Carolina in tackling these head-on. It's incredibly impressive what's, the proposals coming out and what we're seeing in the budget to really look at what's at risk, create a blueprint around what could be prioritized, and put real resources and investment to pay for it. So, again, I think that's something we don't see in many places across the country and is incredibly impressive. But, how do we learn and make progress on this on the plan? I do want to talk about something we've seen and I've been really proud to get to work on in Florida, which is some real progress against laying these tracks and creating a great direction. And that's the Always Ready legislation that passed in Florida this year, another state that has immense challenges with flooding. And they've really, started to make progress against all of these questions, but I want to highlight 2 pieces that I think are especially helpful. One is, in terms of what's at risk, they've actually created a Florida Flood Hub that brings together different academic institutions working on this issue and created standards for the models that make it not just a great academic model, but something that can be used outside those academic institutions. How do you bring together the best data and make it useful for the state to make decisions and also for local governments to be able to make decisions? Because every, local city and county can't be a data expert, right? But they can use best-in-class data to make great decisions. And they've also put $100 million a year towards funding flood mitigation infrastructure investments and a way to prioritize it. So, they've taken what we take for granted in the transportation space, right? You have a 5-year work plan, you have a way to prioritize projects, and they've brought that to flooding, which we don't often see. So they say, this is the criteria, we have a way to collect projects from communities, and we have a way to decide what we're gonna fund based on the impact it will have. That all sounds common sense, but it's pretty revolutionary in this space. So this is the direction we need to go in terms of having a plan if we're going to get to solutions. But how do we get there quickly? How do we unleash innovation? What does this actually look like on the ground? I was told to talk about solutions, so I'll move away from the framework and get to how do we get the train to speed down those tracks. So this might be counterintuitive, but I want to start by talking about parks. This is some of the oldest infrastructure in existence, right? We've had parks for hundreds of years in our communities, but this really excites me when we say, what do flood solutions look like? You know, American Flood Coalition's been really proud to partner with the city of Kinston and Kinston Teens to start to pilot an actual on-the-ground, you know, stormwater park. Here, we've done this across the country, looking at how parks can be flood solutions, right? And I think the most exciting thing about this is what we see is we can partner with communities to say, what do you want out of a park? How can this be a place for art and play and gathering? And how can it also reduce flooding? And we know that the answer and, you know, how do we get to solutions is going to include a lot of big infrastructure investments. I know a lot of you are working on that here and they're so important, but it's also going to include a lot of innovation made at city councils and county councils across the state, where we say every time we're developing a park, every time we're putting in a new road, how do we bring this lens and make it more innovative and get multiple benefits out of it so that we can adapt to what we're seeing on the ground. And it's not going to be all, you know, really big project investments. It's going to be that plus a lot of these really small innovative decisions. And on the topic of innovation, I want to talk about one other piece I'm really excited for when we think about what's the future of tackling flooding. What do solutions look like? So I'm really excited about, you know, a flood mitigation investment that we're working on that can reduce flooding 40 to 60%. We're piloting it in Iowa. So everyone think about this investment, incredibly cutting edge, 40 to 60% flood reduction. What do you think it is? Hold that in your mind. For me, this is what it is, right? It's working with farmers on multi-cropping. And if this is what anyone else was thinking of, please find me at the barbecue later, because I definitely want to know what you're working on and partner. But for us at American Flood Coalition, this is what solutions look like. It's something that can be simple, but incredibly innovative and powerful, right? It's putting in a multi-cropping system so that, you know, and actually testing it out on the ground. It's not theoretical. Where I'm standing right there in the red shirt is in Northeast Iowa on a test farm we're helping support, where we have a control and we have a test pilot, and we're actually saying what results from this. And what we're seeing is it can improve farm income because that second crop is a cereal crop that can be sold. It improves soil quality. It's really clean when you're out in the field. There's not a lot of bugs. It's not mushy or damp. And it can reduce flooding 40 to 60%, right? And it's incredibly cost effective. And so how do we unleash this type of innovation? How do we partner with our communities, with our farmers, so that solutions look and feel like this? Farmland in production that's actually better protected and can reduce flooding. So as we think about how we get to solutions, again, we need well-laid plans, but we also need to harness this type of innovation because the scale of the challenge is immense, but not greater than our ability to innovate. So I'll just leave on this note, you know, these solutions are going to look different in different communities. This is what flood solutions look like, and this is what innovation looks like. It looks incredibly different. And I know in your communities, a lot of you are already working on these types of solutions, but I think we need to think about not just understanding the problem and laying good plans, but really thinking about how we can innovate and harness everything that we're learning on the ground to get to better solutions. So thanks for letting me queue up this session, and looking forward to talking to all of you throughout the rest of the conference.
Thank you. Thank you. After a morning of saying, woe is us, now we're going to talk about what good things we can do. I would like you to welcome David Kanan. David is doing some fantastic work in Mecklenburg County with a lot of their flood mitigation issues. And so, David, come on up.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you. There we go. All right, so first of all, when you usually get to a presentation, you think the first slide is like, okay, it's the introductory slide, go to the next slide. This is a very important slide, and it's the possessive of counties. What I'm going to show to you is what we have been doing, and I hope you take away how we got to the point that we did and don't come away with, oh, I need one of those tools like Charlotte-Mecklenburg has. Because if you do, then you've missed my point. So we're coming up on the 25th anniversary after two floods, 95 and 97, which we completely threw out our floodplain management book. It wasn't working. Wasn't working with our flip. It wasn't serving our community. It wasn't anything we were proud of. And so what I'm going to go over today is very briefly what we've been doing in 25 years, almost, in 10 minutes. So, now 8.5. Says the man who's a urologist with sharp objects. I remember that from the beginning. So this gets misquoted quite a bit. It says what gets measured gets done. Actually, according to the internet anyway, Drucker said what gets measured gets managed. And this is a great analogy. Just as long as what you're measuring has a direct influence on your end goal. So if your end goal is to get to the beach and make really good time and get there as soon as possible so you can enjoy your adult beverage, it doesn't make any sense if you're heading west, right? So you got to be sure you don't get so fixated on the measurement that you lose the end goal. With that being said, we're very urbanized. Why do we flood? It's pretty dang simple. It's kind of embarrassing that it took us until the late 90s to figure it out, but we let development occur in places it shouldn't have happened. We relied on FEMA to draw floodplain maps so that development wouldn't occur where it shouldn't be. We've placed more development, urbanization, the water's not soaking into the ground, and it's going into our creeks. However, in the late 90s, like I said earlier, we said it's time for a redo. We got to do it over again, and we're going to do it better this time, and we're going to do it with extensive community feedback. And through that feedback, in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, floodplains are meant to flood. Now, we can do that in Charlotte-Mecklenburg because about 5% of our county is floodplain. If there's a significant portion of another county, you can imagine if a huge buyout program was proposed there, they're going to have a significant loss in their rate base. And that could be a significant, a significant struggle. So again, we essentially, there was a comment earlier that for every structure that's mitigated, there's 10 placed in harm's way. We drew futuristic floodplain maps that are a little bit beyond the 500-year floodplain. Works for us, and we are not allowing those 10 structures to be built that we have to buy out or elevate in the future. So one of the biggest things that we have improved is a risk assessment, risk reduction tool in partnership with Homeland Security, Science and Technology Directorate. So this is the board-approved document, and it was actually yet another stakeholders group that helped us figure out what the most important community values were to include in this tool. Community values like, yes, we want to be cost beneficial. We want to be spending the public's money effectively, but we also want to build more greenways. We want more open space. We want to improve water quality. And the other things that we're doing is we want to have this tool based on per structure, and it's based on risk. The risk to that structure. Doesn't have much to do with the value of it, but how often does the water get in that structure? How deep does it get in that structure? Is there high velocity water around that structure that can take that structure down? And for every structure in the floodplain in Charlotte-Mecklenburg, we have a score. And we're able to evaluate and prioritize and work on to reduce our losses. And it's all through the guidance of our board and our county leadership. You can look at things like you've seen to the right. My goodness, we have seen plenty of grass today. But you can see easily to the right, the one where the red is, or the 6 square mile watersheds that are the highest risk. This is what I call the eye candy. This is where we have a dashboard. This is the most important part, which is probably hard for some of y'all to read, which is the top right, and it says $8 million. So this is a visualization of our tool. This is visualization of our risk. And there's quite a few products out there that do that. In the top right corner, you see $8 million. In that window is the cost to mitigate that risk. So when we look at risk, we can look immediately after a flood and we can tell you what flooded and what is already on the horizon to mitigate that in the future. And that's how our dashboard, that's how our system works, because we are driving to reach what I call residual risk. It is when Dave Keenan, after a big flood, can sit back and relax. The houses are elevated, the homes are out of the floodplain, and we're assisting our swiftwater rescue team with people who tend to drive through floodwater. Residual risk is that concept where the community is willing to live with it. Top left is where we were in 2000, a little bit over 1 million risk points. We have mitigated approximately 50% to date. Using analysis like this, I'm able to go to my board and county leadership and say, hey, if you give me more funding, I can decrease that risk 18% over the next 15 years if you give me the resources. And we start to have discussions that are based on data. At the same time, every one of those little dots that you see, they're yellow and red. When you talk about it's an emotional issue, that's also somebody's house. So you have to take all these things into account so that you get to this state and you have a business conversation. Even though it's government, you still have a business conversation about driving to a goal, a specific goal that is reachable. So we talk about it in the context of investing. So if you look back at that dashboard, if you ever gone to your financial advisor, he or she usually has all these screens. They're watching the stock market and doing all this really cost. Well, that's kind of like our dashboard, right? We're watching and figuring stuff out. So it's a lot slower moving than the stock market these days. But basically, we're asking the community to invest in reducing flood losses. And that's where this 15-year goal came into account. We have a stormwater fee, but that's not the important thing. The important thing is we have a dedicated funding source. We have specific goals every year of how many risk points we're to reduce. My performance review is based on that, and several others on my team. So the last thing I've already mentioned, it's about we have a 5-year funding strategy to get us to that point, and over the next 10 years of that 15-year strategy, it just funds it at a steady level. It took us 50 years to get to where we are because of some land use decisions and changing weather patterns. It's going to take us a long time to get out of it, but it's doable. We had a flood in November of last year. We avoided more losses than we occurred. How important is it to communicate wins and successes? This is one of our other tools, it's the losses avoided tool. And we have invested over $67 million, state, federal, and local money into mitigating flood losses in Charlotte-Mecklenburg. And our return on investment is over $30 million. And that's real money. That's not modeled. That's real money. We simulate that the home or the business is still in the floodplain, and we run that actual flood through the models. And it tells us what was avoided. And that's incredibly important to communicate to elected officials. So the takeaway, just my humble opinion, is you need to have a single full-time champion. There's a lot of part-timers. You can have a lot of partners. You can't do it alone. But you have to have a single full-time champion. It starts with the data. North Carolina has a great start. I was excited to hear about the $20 million investment the speaker talked about this morning. Stop the bleeding. That's the 10 structures I was talking about. I thought I'd throw in a little medical reference there, sir. Invest every year. Invest every year. That's where we use our stormwater fee. Double down every flood. We actually have a batch of money set aside that after every flood, local money goes and talks to people about another alternative. Do you want to sell now? Do you want to get out? Mitigate, and that's the second book, mitigate when recovering. The best form of mitigation is don't allow somebody to build in harm's way. The second is after they flood, mitigate and get ready for the next one, because it's coming. Communicate return on investment, that was the last slide. Community driven. When we do a buyout, it's just a step in the direction to get to a greenway program, to get to a greenway, to get to open space, to get to trees, to get to that higher community value that everybody enjoys in Charlotte-Mecklenburg. Thank you very much.
Sometimes, I just don't understand this concept. Some people think planning is a bad idea. That's an example of how you do plan and how you do good things. So thank you very much. Next, I want to welcome some really great folks who have literally bring their experience from across the pond. Netherlands, I've been fortunate to be over there several times into a wonderful area, and you guys have lived under the ocean, underwater for like hundreds of years. So it's just interesting. It's good, again, for this conference to being able to bring folks with a varied amount of experience. And so I'd like to introduce Saskaya Pardans and Matisse Bow. How'd I do on that? Not bad. Not bad for not bad for Eastern North Carolina accent. And they're bringing to us today resiliency information and projects of which they have great experience. So please welcome them.
Well, my name is Saskia. Then you know when you want to talk to me later after this conference, but thank you. In the Netherlands, when I lived there, I never had to worry about water. I enjoyed water. And 6 years ago, when I moved to Houston, then I realized what the impact of water can be. Hurricane Harvey was a really big impact. Tropical storm Imelda. My car got flooded, I got flooded with my car, also pretty impressive. And then the Arctic cold last January. So I know what water does, so I really am so happy to be here and to talk about water because it's so important to do something about it. Today, I would like to talk to you about, on a virtual tour through the Netherlands. And Matthijs Bouw and I will tell you more about living with water. And living with water is part of our Dutch culture. So, first of all, Congressman Murphy and our staff, we really want to thank you for inviting us and being able to speak about what the Netherlands brings. I'm going to tell you something, and then I have to use this clicker. Yes. I'm going to tell you something about the Netherlands, about the multi-layer approach, the Delta works. We'll give some examples, and then Matthijs will elaborate on these topics, and he will tell more about also the collaboration with the United States. And at the end of the presentation, we'll conclude with some takeaways. There we go. The Netherlands, we've been talking about it in a couple of presentations already, is a third bigger than the size of Maryland. So we're a very tiny, tiny country. We have 17 million people living in the Netherlands, and 26% of the Netherlands is below sea level. And we talked about sea level already, but for us, sea level is a really important thing. And when you talk about sea level, the lowest point in the Netherlands is 22 feet below sea level, just to give you an impression. 60% of the population and 17% of our GDP is earned in the area where we are below sea level. So that's, quite amazing when you think about it. And without coastal protection, again, 60% of our country would be prone to flooding. The length, for just an overview of our flood defense system, is 2,350 miles. So that gives you just an idea what we're working on. And since the 14th century, we have been reclaiming land. So we have experience with water management. We have learned to live with water and also to harness its power. So that's very important. But after the devastating flood in 1953, where more than 1,800 people died, we decided that we're not going to give any land away to the water. So the Dutch believe that the work is never done. The Netherlands need to keep preparing to be safe from water problems, not just now, but also in the future. Good water management and integrated planning is essential for the existence of our country, and I think it's also very important for the United States. The Delta Works, this is an example of the Delta Works. After the flood in 1953, the Netherlands started the Delta Works. This is a series of construction projects in the southwest of the Netherlands. to protect a large area of land around the Rhine, the Meuse, and the Scheldt delta from the sea. So we are a delta country. The works consist of 6 dams, 2 sluices, a lot of levees, and 5 storm surge barriers, located in the provinces of South Holland and Zeeland. The aim was to shorten the coast, Dutch coastline. It was normally, without the Dutch Delta works, 435 miles, and we brought it back to 50 miles. So we had to reduce the number of dikes and levees. The Delta works not only protect the Netherlands from high water, from the sea, but it also contributes to a better water management and fresh water supplies. In addition, also the accessibility of Zeeland, that's the southern part of the Netherlands, has been improved, and new nature and recreational areas have been created. Here you see the Maasland barrier. It's a very, I think, important structure in the Netherlands. It has been built in the 90s, and it took the whole Delta works, took us 40 years to build it, and this is the final project. And I have to look at the time. Until the 90s, the Dutch government mainly applied defense measures against floods such as dikes and barriers. But after some major river floods, so we also have them, in 1993 and 1995, the Netherlands started to embrace the risk-based approach. In 2008, the principle of the multi-layer safety approach was launched in the Netherlands. And this approach consists of 3 layers. The first layer is about protection. So we build dikes to protect our country. The second layer is more about focuses on realizing sustainable spatial planning. Examples are influencing the course of flooding, adapting construction like elevation or floating constructions, and critical infrastructure protections and zoning. The third layer focuses on disaster management, and that's what the United States is so good at, and that we still have to learn things from. So when we are in conversation with American people, we always tell them, yeah, that's what we learned from you. Because our focus was mainly on prevention, and the focus in the United States is mainly on disaster management, and I think there we can learn from each other. Seeing all this, I want to share some examples, and I'm going to go very fast through it because Matthijs is going in much deeper. Here you see Scheveningen. Scheveningen is a well-known city in the Netherlands where recreation and the beach is very important. And what you're seeing here is a coastal protection system. We could have built a dike to protect this city, but the city depends on income from tourism. So that's why we decided to start a project, enlarge the beach, and build this multifunctional defense structure. So many people who walk here, they don't know it. They think, oh, it's just a nice boulevard. So this is an example of how you can, not build a dike, but do more than that. Another example is room for the river. We already talked about it here during this conversation. This is Nijmegen. We needed to create more capacity for the river to prevent flooding. Instead of building higher levees, we made room for the river. We created a bypass so the river can flood in times of high water. You see the bypass also on this picture. Along with the bypass, we created a park where people can enjoy the water. They couldn't swim in the river itself because there's too many traffic, but in the bypass they could enjoy the water. But there was also an opportunity was created for suburban development. So it's good to mention that we had the floodings during the summer in Germany and in Belgium and in the Netherlands, but the room for the river did its work. So we were really happy to see, okay, we can create something, but it really works. And talking about these floodings that we had during the summer, we get more and more rainfall, so we have to do something with it. And what we learned from these floodings during the summer is the following. We need to strengthen our flood protection system even more. We focus on the big rivers, but also the small rivers need attention. We need to create more room for the river, And at the same time, we need to make our most critical and vital infrastructure more robust. So when we avoid power failure and block transportation. And public buildings, also very important, should be developed with more resilience in mind. Matthijs, I want to give you the floor. You go more in depth in all these topics.
Thank you, Saskia. And I'll take you a bit on a deep dive of the Netherlands. And this is, of course, the landscape as you all maybe know it. I hope you visited, and many of you have. And as you see, it's a landscape that holds a lot of water, which we need to do because we need to manage this water that we keep out with our coastal system. This is an old section that is a bit exaggerated of the coastal system in the Netherlands. And this is a diagram that we made that sort of showed how in the Amsterdam metropolitan region, the Netherlands has been shaped over the centuries. What you see first is a dune system with marshes, and slowly out of those marshes we have drained polders, as we call them, in smaller units as our capacity increased, and over that we've built our country and our urbanization. And as you see in the last image, the urbanization, of course, makes this system much more fragile than it's now. This is what it looks like, and it is a system that on the one hand has a coastal protection system, but it has a lot of smaller units that each are regulated independently, formerly by the use of windmills, now through pumps, and that have been reclaimed from the land over time with using the main waterways as a way to not only get the water out after it rains a lot, but also to bring water in order to make sure that there is enough water in this system to prevent salinization from the coastal areas. And so in the Netherlands, this system, which is very fragile and beautiful and meticulously controlled, makes water drained according quite a bit of distance back into the North Sea. And from a coastal flood protection or from a coastal protection system, we then have a series of dike rings that are each organized with different factors of safety based on the types of functions that we have in those dike rings. And Saskia already alluded to it. The first step in sort of contemporary Netherlands that we took in protecting us from the more severe storms was started to be the Delta Works in 1953, when we spent about 5% of our GDP for a number of years or for decades in order to protect the southwestern part of the country, which is the area that you see here. And so we brought the engineers together and the Dutch National Infrastructure Agency and started damming the estuary. But one of the things that we realized is that in the 50s and the 60s, the ecologists and other scientists were not really on the table. So the plans that we made prevented flooding, but also created an ecological disaster. So one of the things that we did in adapting those plans over time was to create openable barriers so that the water could continue to flow, that the fishing industry could continue to work. And these openable barriers now open and are mostly open. They close maybe once every decade or so, but the frequency of that system will start to increase as the impacts of global warming start to increase. A second element that is important and part of this system is how we deal with the riverine system. And Saskia already talked about the Room for the River, which really is a program that started after a near miss, or two near misses actually, in the mid-90s when the Rhine and Rouzer River almost flooded the country. They did not. But as a result of that, we realized that we needed to create room for the river to increase the flow capacity, the drainage capacity of our river system. And the way we organize that is through a multi-decade year program of about 30, 40 different projects that are all local, that are made with local constituents, because that's the way you get the local benefits, and that together increase the flow. Saskia already showed this. This is Nijmegen, a period later than I think your image, which was still under construction. And this is another one where on the left you see a former road opened up by a causeway so that during high flood events, the water can flood this agricultural land. You see on the left bottom an elevated farm, so make sure that the farming can continue, but that it's protected during high flood events. And what you also see is on the basis of the levee, willows that are being planted so that the dike or the levee doesn't need to be as high because it reduces the impacts of the waves. A third component of the Dutch water management system is the inland water system, for which we have the so-called water boards. So this is a map of the water boards, which are independent political entities that manage the water locally, and they are basically organized by watershed or by dike ring. And what is really interesting about these water boards is that they levy their own taxes, and of course with taxes come representation, so that means that they also are elected. So they are elected boards that really try to mediate the different interests, flood defense, but also the interest of the farmers, the interest of industry, the interest of people that live in these areas, and trying to balance them as carefully as possible. Because, for instance, for farmers, on the one hand, they don't want too much water in their polders because that's not good for agriculture, but they also don't want too little water because then salinization starts to impact agriculture negatively. One of the things that the water boards do is do a lot of investment in creating floodable urban infrastructures, as you see here in Rotterdam, and revamping streets so that the floods, the rainwaters can be accommodated in the urban areas and don't impact the larger system as a whole. This is a very famous example, the sort of water squares, where the idea is to retain water in the urban system, but since most of the days it doesn't rain heavily, they can be double use as basketball courts or as urban or social infrastructure. In the Netherlands, we do think a lot about our long-term planning, and that's why we have the Delta program continuing since 1953 already, and we have a Delta commissioner, a sort of Delta Tsar, who is a national. Well, for the next century will be totally fine, but we are even thinking about the sort of longer term. So these are some scenarios that have been sketched for that period afterwards, which is basically a first scenario, which is more or less a sort of new system where we let the rivers flow into the country and we pump all the water out. Then we have one to the right, which says we let the rivers connect to the sea and then we only pump the polders out. The one to the left is very audacious, which says we need to add about 10 kilometers of our new dune system, 10 kilometers off the coast, so that we can use the water in between to manage our stormwater and our rivers. And the fourth one, which people don't want to complicate, don't want to really think about, is moving away from the coastal areas and slowly maybe islanding some areas, whereas the other letting the water in. We don't know which it will be. It's also not really necessary to be too worried about these things at the near time, but I do show those because there's one thing that is, we think, very critical is we go into a period of great uncertainty and possible accelerated change. And in order to prepare for that, you need to plan. And planning takes time. The cycles of investment take time. The lead time that you get in order to get signals about what might be happening takes time. So it's really early, and that's why I really commend the Congressmen for organizing this early. You need to take time to do your planning. That's one of the lessons that we've learned. And last element that I want to talk about the Netherlands is what we are learning is that we would like to use more and more nature-based solutions, which are much more cost-effective and which have many different benefits. One of them is called the sand motor, which is based on the principle that rather than doing sand nourishments in every different section of the dune system, basically disrupting beach life almost every year, we thought it's better to dump a lot of sand at one particular place and letting the currents of the sea do the dispersion of the sediment across the coast line. And so we created a bunch of new land by using this sand. As you can see here in a diagram that we made, where we put up a lot of sand in one place and then have the sediment flows do the rest of the work, which gives us, for the period, for the time being, a really rich ecological area, which has also great recreational functions. It's a perfect place to go kite surfing or windsurfing or things like that. Another example on an inner lake is called the Mark and Wadden, where we needed to rethink our sediment flows, because that's really also one of the critical issues, of course, here in North Carolina, and we needed a lot of sand for urbanization. And what we did is we built a set of dunes or levees that we filled with sediments that we could not use, as a way to create sort of new islands, using the knowledge that we have about sort of dredging and building. And those islands become new nature area, new recreational area. They're fantastic places to boat and to experience almost an experience as beautiful as you have on the coast here. A third example of a nature-based solution that is very innovative, and I think developing an innovation ecosystem is really important there as well, is the sort of clay ripener, in which we started to think, what do we do with the sediments that we cannot use to elevate areas? And so we took those sediments out of the port areas and dumped them temporarily as a big experiment in a number of basins, and then evaluated how, using different techniques of drying, different plants, different compactness of substances, we could turn that sediment into clay again that we could then use to build our levees and to elevate land. So building an innovation ecosystem around nature-based solution is really critical. This is a pitch for a book that I wrote on, that we call it Building with Nature. The Army Corps calls it Engineering with Nature, but it's really a sort of great and a topic that I think specifically in these type of geographies then as North Carolina could be really important. So much of that work and those experiences we try to bring as the Netherlands to the US, starting with the Greater New Orleans Urban Water Plan. We've been very involved with the risk mitigation strategies in New Orleans, but we also try to think about how we can manage the water in the city itself. We created a process called Dutch Dialogues, which we now rolled out in a number of different cities over time, where we brought Dutch experts together with American experts to think about how we can live with water. And really the critical element of that is figuring out how to collaborate on these type of topics, how to work together through these very complicated problems, and then how to talk about those to the constituents, bring them into the political arena, bring them into the conversations that need to happen in our cities and counties and our towns. Another remarkable collaboration also happens between the Army Corps and the Dutch National Infrastructure Agency, Rijkswaterstaat. They exchange a lot of knowledge. That is a fantastic collaboration that has been going on for a long time already, and that now starts to focus on engineering with nature. And then one of the slides that I don't have is the American Flood Coalition has been working with the Netherlands Embassy and Arcadis to be working on a manual for small communities. Another big thing is, this is our Dutch water tsar, water envoy, Henk Ovink, who has been very important for organizing post-Sandy, a competition for solutions on a sort of regional scale, which really changed the framework from reacting to preventing a number of projects for Hoboken, and this is my project called the Big U for Manhattan. So we've been working, and that's what's brought me to the United States, on on flood resilience projects here, where really the idea was how can we make sure that those projects also become what you call a social infrastructure, a benefit for the communities that we work with. And over the past almost decade now, we've been working very hard on the different flood protection schemes of Manhattan, working from the big scale and the vision to the nitty-gritty of getting the flood walls and the floodgates just right and integrating them in these complex urban environments. This is the scope of work of my office. I won't go too much into that, only to conclude, I think, with one project that I find very interesting and that shows in a way that design can play a role at all scales as an integrated activity. This is for Horry County in South Carolina, where a lot of water from, I think, the Waccamaw from North Carolina came down, flooded a lot of the areas behind Myrtle Beach. We are exploring now with Horry County some moving away, some managed retreat from those areas. I won't go too much into that, but also there is the possibility to think about design as a tool of then restoring these areas such that they create and continue to benefits for the community and continue to provide benefits in your stormwater management, recreationally, creating the social spaces that are necessary. And now I'd like to give it back to Saskia, who will talk a bit about the sort of things that we as the Dutch learned from the United States.
Well, I think it's important, again, we learn a lot from the United States, and it mainly has to do with disaster management. But the takeaways we want to give you today, after what Matthijs has been telling and I've been telling, is live with water instead of fighting it. I think that's a very important one. That's also in the Netherlands how we like to deal with water, and include the community, because you need them to create the things you want to create, and it's something, include them in every process, and that's also what we do with Dutch Dialogues. It's very important. And last but not least, most of the time we look at the benefits of flood risk only, but there's so much more. When we build resilience, it's also very important to look at the economic part. Well, that's what we do. But there are also the social, the environmental, and the health benefits. So take them in consideration as well when you decide to do something about flood risk management. So that's it for us. When you have questions, we'll be here the whole day. So please let us know. And thanks for being here, and thanks for having us.
Excellent talks. It just goes to show that there are smarter folks, and they live in other parts of the world, and they've really planned ahead and done the right thing. So we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to realize this is happening in North Carolina. It's going to happen in North Carolina, and how best we can plan for this. So excellent points. Learned a lot. Yeah, I remember when I was in Holland one time, I went out on a bike ride, and I was like, what is that large wall? And went up and somehow got up to it and said, oh my God, that's the ocean. And it's on the other side of it. It's amazing. In Venice also, I don't know if anybody's been to Venice and St. Mark's Square. Well, that floods now. Pretty much, I think it was 115 days a year. They're building these massive gates at the front of the lagoon to help prevent the floods from literally taking over and flooding over Venice. So again, things can be done. We just have to understand what the problem is and plan for them. So last in the morning, but not least by any means, is Mark Harrell. Mark joins us. Where is Mark? He joins us. He's going to join us. There's Mark. Mark joins us from Louisiana, and where they've really done some fantastic work. Representative Graves in the Congress with us has shared a lot of work that they've done to really mitigate some of the problems that they've faced and some of the problems that we're going to face. So Mark, as the Director of the Office of Homeland and Security and Emergency Preparedness for the Livingston Parish Council, we welcome. Thank you.
Well, good evening. Good afternoon, rather. Congressman, I'd like to say that this is the largest, most impressive brain trust that I've seen concerning flooding. So I thank you for that. And Mr. Dave, I have been impressed with what you have done. I'd like to spend a little time visiting with you later, learn some of your stuff, if you don't mind. I am with Livingston Parish. However, I have recently retired. They still pull me in to help. I've been tied up with Ida for the last 30 days or so. It's devastated Louisiana again, but it was a wind event, not so much a rain event. So I guess you could say we were blessed on that. However, there are large amounts of folks in Louisiana that still is without power, and they're saying another 30 to 45 days. So I would like to compliment Mr. Dave again. We do a lot of the FMA, the flood mitigation assistance and the hazard mitigation. We've done in the state close to 200,000 homes that we've elevated recently. Just in Livingston Parish, I'm going to say 5,000, and we have planned to do another 500 within the next year. It's on the books, so we're thankful for that. The only thing that I would like to see Congress change, if you could, is the cost share of the locals. It's very hard when you're trying to elevate a home and it's, let's say the average is $200,000, $250,000 a home, and they must come up with 25% of that. It's hard on a homeowner to pay that 25% to get elevated. And there are ways to find the match with HUD funding. It's the only avenue that we can use to match a federal fund with federal funds, but that comes years and years later. And I apologize, I don't have a lot together because I've been dealing with Hurricane Ida, but this is just a before and after on a few elevations. Now on the elevations, I'm sure you know there are different ways of doing it. You have homes that are on pier and beam, very easily elevated. You have slabs that you have to elevate. And then you actually have what they call a slab separation, where you elevate the home, leave the slab, and then put a wooden structure under it. So we do whatever is the best way to get it done. And it has worked for us. Now, it's still, someone mentioned earlier, you can elevate homes, but you still have roads that are flooded and everything. So I can protect the people, but you still have to do rescues. A lot of people do. You can do a mandatory evacuation, and you know how it is. They're hard-headed. You know, most of these people that I'm dealing with from North Carolina that moved down there, they're a little hard-headed. But no, I'm just joking. It's just human nature to not want to leave your home no matter what. Just a few examples. We have actually elevated hotels, a little bit of everything, so it's all possible. In 2016, we had a rain event and the worst flooding that we've ever seen, and it was a no-name event. It was just rain. And as you can see, that's the neighboring parishes with Livingston in the middle. 83% of Livingston Parish was underwater. We had to rebuild half of our schools, nursing homes, a little bit of hospital work and things like that, and just numerous homes. That is Livingston Parish by itself. So you can see the magnitude of it. We fought it out. We're building back. We're still building. Now, we talking about Congressman Graves. You mentioned him. Bless his heart, he has worked tirelessly to get us some funding. And after the flood, we looked at it and we said, we've got to start doing something. We do have the normal gravity drainage districts within the parish, and then they're all political subdivisions. But the parish is over all of them. So we ended up getting some NRCS funding, which has been a blessing. I think we ended up with around 60 million. But with that, there is a cost share. But with that, we've cleaned over 400 miles of waterways. And, you know, some of them are scenic waterways. The people in the state did not want us to get in the waterways and clean them. They said, you're going to damage them. Well, I can promise you, you can protect life and property and the environment. You just have to take a little bit different approach to it, but you can do it. And I've been had phone calls at 4 in the morning since we've completed this, and people actually cussing me out because you spent all this money, all my tax money, and you didn't do anything. And they call back 3 or 4 hours later and say, I apologize. We've never seen the water go down that quickly. So I can promise you that is the most positive project I've done in the last 20 years in any given area. It gets the water out, and it just, everything flows. And you had to do some of it in conjunction with our neighbors, the neighboring parishes. Like everybody has mentioned, water has no boundaries, and it works. We shared a little bit of the cost share, but it has really worked for us. Let's see if this works. You want me to start back here? Please. It's trying? Okay. Well, it probably doesn't like Garrett Graves as much any more than I do, but if you know him, that's probably why it's not doing that. I give my congressman a hard time. He and I worked at the state together for years, and we've had some heated discussions over the years, but he has really helped us a lot. Okay, we'll just move on then. This is just a video of Congressman Graves out on one of our waterway sites, standing on the top of a huge debris pile that's covering about 2 acres, and that's just one waterway. And just bragging on a little bit of the funding he got us, which I thank him for it. But we have done a lot. Let's see. Now, with the funding that you get, so I've talked to some people here in the state, and they said, we'd like to do some waterway clearing. What do? Don't just grab your money and go out there and pick up debris or attack waterways without doing surveys. So this is what we end up doing. As you can see, we start and we work a survey, and every one of those yellow dots represents a photo of actual debris. And that's how we do a benefit cost analysis to decide whether it's worth doing that waterway or not. And you'll see the pictures. That's just represents the area where you see it located. So you can see it was a lot of debris. After the 2016 flood, it was a little bit different. We found washing machines, dryers, tractors, automobiles, homes, one body. So you don't realize what all are in your drains until you get out there and start cleaning up. But I can promise you it is the most positive project we have ever done. All right, we did this with NRCS funding under the EWP program. And has anybody here worked with EWP? It's a great program. However, they typically want you to clean 200 feet north and 200 feet south of a structure, bridge, culvert, something like that. So that wasn't going to work for us. We needed to clean the waterways. So thanks to Congress, they allowed me to have what they call expanded authority. So we started at the southern point and went to the northern point in our location, in our jurisdiction. So thank you, Congress, for allowing us to do that. It works. NRCS, I must say, is probably the best, easiest, kindest federal agency that I've ever worked with. They want to help you get your debris cleaned out. They don't come to come up with a no answer. They come to find a yes answer. Just like the colonel here with the Corps was saying, my job is to get to yes. We only do it legally, but get to yes. I'm going to say NRCS has done that. The Corps has done that. The problem that I had was locals with wildlife and fisheries, DEQ, different ones that really didn't want us to get in waterways. They wasn't worried about life and property. They were more worried about habitat. Look, I'm an outdoorsman. I love to fish, hunt. I don't want to destroy the habitat either, but it needed to be done. So it delayed us forever getting permits to clean the waterways. So thanks to the state officials, passed a bill, and we took all the local authorities out of the equation. So the only thing that I was required to do is go to the Corps of Engineers and get permits, and it worked. A little bit of a delay, and thanks to Congress, we moved that along, but we ended up getting the nationwide 37 permits, and it works. And now we're having to go back after Ida and redo every waterway. I mean, they're full. They're worse now than they were when we started. So thanks to the Corps of Engineers, their regulatory department called the other day and said, look, just reuse your permits. No need to come back. So they can put a little bit of common sense in federal government if you cry a little bit. It's hard, yes, sir, just a little bit. But I guess I cried too much and they felt sorry for me. I'd see the nationwide 37, and we thank the Corps of Engineers for that. And that's it. I'm sorry, folks. It was just, I've been dealing with a storm for around 30 days, and I thank you for allowing me to come. If I can do anything to help you, I will, and I appreciate you very much.
Excellent. It's, it's the little things sometimes that make such a big difference, so that's great. So, all right, I know everybody's ready for a break, and what we're going to do, let's see, everybody synchronize their clocks. It's 1 o'clock, and we have a video from Majority Leader John Bell, and then we have our Lieutenant Governor, Mark Robinson. They're going to speak. So why don't we I'm assuming lunch is ready, right? All right, take out, y'all make your orders. We're going to get Uber Eats, and it's on you. So it's cafeteria line or whatever, just out in the lobby, and then everybody comes back in here. So enjoy your food. We'll meet back maybe in about 30 minutes or so, and then get through these presentations, kind of have a working lunch. So thank you very much.
back in Raleigh. But this is very important work that you guys are doing here, very important. Our office has been talking a lot about making some moves to expand economic opportunities in the East. And that's something that we have heard on the campaign trail and something that we've heard since we've been in office. People in the eastern part of the state desperately want to expand their economic horizons. But in order to do that, we have to have a solid infrastructure, and this is the basis of infrastructure. So this work here that's being done is important, and I would love to be a part of it. So again, thank you, Congressman Rouzer, Congressman Murphy, for inviting us, and we look forward to working with you guys in the future on this important work. So thank y'all very much. Thank you.
All right, please continue eating, and right before we start our afternoon session, Majority Leader John Bell has a little video for us, so thanks.
Last week marked 5 years since Hurricane Matthew pounded North Carolina, causing destruction to billions of dollars in property.
That's a good place.
John Bell, the North Carolina House Majority Leader. I'm sorry that I was unable to attend today in person, but I would like to thank my good friend and former colleague, Congressman Greg Murphy, for organizing this important event. I would also like to thank my friends Jay Faison, Chairman of the American Flood Coalition, Melissa Roberts, Founder and Executive Director of the American Flood Coalition, my good friend Tim Moore, Speaker of the North Carolina House, and our Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, and also the other legislators and elected officials that are in attendance today. I would also like to take this opportunity to share a brief update of our efforts in the General Assembly to address flooding and making our state more resilient. Just last week marked 5 years since Hurricane Matthew pounded North Carolina, causing destruction to billions of dollars in property, upending the lives of thousands, and unfortunately resulting in 25 people losing their lives. Hurricane Matthew wasn't an anomaly. Now names like Florence, Michael, Isaias, and others are common when we talk about hurricane preparedness. In 3 of the past 5 years, a major hurricane has hit the North Carolina coastline. Though these storms may make brief headlines, the communities affected face a much larger and longer recovery. As we face another active hurricane season, the state remains vulnerable to flooding. Fortunately, we can take steps to prepare and plan for future disasters. With the right long-term approach, North Carolina communities can recover faster and build a better prepared state. That's why we're pushing for historic investments through this state budget in risk assessments, planning, projects, and support to local communities to prepare for the next flooding disasters. This would be North Carolina's largest statewide investment to address flood mitigation, and I was proud to work with a great team that included Senator Jim Perry, Senator Danny Britt, Senator Brent Jackson, Representative Brandon Jones, Representative Charlie Miller, and Representative Jimmy Dixon. I would also like to mention my good friend and retired Representative Chuck McGrady for working on this effort with me over the last 3 to 4 years. Here's how the funding will play out across the state. For communities and individuals to address flooding, they must first understand their true flood risks so they can make informed decisions on how to protect themselves. As we saw with Hurricane Matthew, record rainfall fell across the state, not just in the coast, but inland as well. Rivers rose to record levels, with flooding extending into areas that many residents thought were free from danger. And 2 years later, record rainfall fell again from Hurricane Florence, flooding communities across eastern and southeastern North Carolina. To deal with such wide-reaching impacts, communities must have a plan for protecting their properties and themselves. The state budget includes $20 million to build a flood resiliency blueprint, which would identify and prioritize projects for most at-risk watersheds, like those in the Neuse River Basin, and provide communities with the information to make informed decisions. This blueprint will be a key resource from river and stream management to reduce flooding, as well as support local government stormwater maintenance programs. Once communities understand their true risk, they need funding for smart investments. Unfortunately, the areas hit the hardest by flooding, as in the case of Hurricane Matthew, are often communities without means to prepare or recover from such events. For smaller rural communities like Fairbluff and Seven Springs, recoveries can be long and extremely difficult. Delayed disaster aid and misguided policy combined with the impacts of additional storms create issues that take years to untangle. That's why our budget includes $25 million to the Golden Leaf Foundation to administer a mitigation and recovery fund, offering local governments the ability to apply for and receive direct funding for their smaller scale flood mitigation projects. The budget also includes $15 million to establish a disaster relief and mitigation fund, which will provide a permanent funding source to address our state's most critical recovery and resiliency needs. We also direct $40 million to bolster the existing coastal storm damage mitigation fund and over $50 million for stream debris removal. Fortunately, our state has the resources right now to jumpstart recoveries and rebuild better and stronger after disasters, thanks to responsible budgeting by our state legislature over the past decade. As budget negotiations continue with the governor and the legislature, I am confident that North Carolina will lead the way on flood resiliency and be a model for the rest of the country. I know we share this same goal, and together we can create a more resilient, secure, and prosperous future for our great state. Thank you again, thank you for attending, and God bless each and every one of you.
Great, great. Thanks, John, and this is precisely what we need. We need cooperation on essentially every level, as we've learned so far this morning. So good stuff going on right now, but obviously we've got a lot more work to do. So let me it's my pleasure now really to introduce a gentleman that I've gotten to work with a lot recently in my new position. I never knew that dredging was so important in life, and my phone, I have a special phone specifically for those who call me about dredging canals and inlets. And so, we live in a coastal country, where there's water and sand. Water tends to push sand in different places, and we have to get boats across those. And so I get lots of calls, and then I call Colonel Bennett. Colonel Bennett is in charge of the Wilmington District from the Army Corps of Engineers, and I thank him for his service in Iraq and Afghanistan. We stand proud of those who have put their name on the line to sacrifice so much for the service of our country and the service of freedom, so I thank you. Along with him is Dr. Greg Williams. Is Dr. Williams here? Yeah, okay. I don't know if y'all were tandeming things. Dr. Williams has degrees in civil and coastal engineering and works with the Army Corps of Engineers in the Wilmington and Philadelphia district as their chief engineers. So welcome you guys, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Again, Congressman Rouzer, Congressman Murphy, I echo the comments of everybody before. Thank you very much for putting this on. Flood mitigation and water management is something that we focus on really every single day. Some aspect of the Wilmington District is doing it. And since I'm the only soldier in uniform right now, I feel compelled I got to tell one war story. So all of the presentations we've seen this morning really drive home a point that my first professor at the Citadel, again, I know I'm opening myself up for Citadel jokes, drove home in my first introduction to engineering class. So colorful guy named Colonel Dion comes into class and he says, you only need to know 3 things to be a good engineer. And he was a lot more colorful, but he said you got to learn to get rid of the water, you got to learn to get rid of the dang water, and third, you got to get rid of the gosh dang water. And we all laughed, and he said, look, it's harder than you think. Now, if you would have seen my grades, you would have realized I found it very difficult, but it is true and it is important. And again, most importantly, it takes a community, right? So it's not just the Corps of Engineers, it's federal, state, local, academia, industry, and we in the Wilmington District are committed to working with everybody to continue this great effort. So person you really want to hear is Dr. Williams. He's the brains of the organization and is going to talk a little bit of how we approach the problem set.
Good afternoon. As I told Andre at lunch, I have the death knell time to speak right after lunch. So if the lights go down and everybody puts their heads down and goes to sleep, I won't be offended. So I'm going to be talking about climate change, and really I guess the bottom line here, which might be a surprise to some of you, is yes, the Corps of Engineers really does consider climate change in our studies. It is a directive, it's guidance, it's policy. In fact, the Chief of Engineers, which is Colonel Bennett's boss's boss, just issued the Corps' climate change policy statement just last week. So what I'm going to talk about here and how we look at that as we develop our water resources projects is guidance. We have to do it. My co-presenter here, Will Veach, is actually the climate change community of practice lead for the Army Corps of Engineers. So he's the real expert, was not able to be here. And any hard questions, we can ask him. So I'm only an engineer, so it'll take me. Here we go. So this is just a quick little snapshot of our mission areas. This is what we do. And this is probably for many of you in the audience that are familiar with the Corps, you probably recognize us from one of these areas. Most people recognize the Corps from a regulatory perspective, trying to get a permit. But we do all these things in the area that, as the engineering chief in Wilmington, we're really focused on flood risk management, hydropower navigation as it relates to design. And the point being here is that climate change affects all of these mission areas. So this is a big deal for us. We really are focused in trying to help engineer and understand that. So I'll say that there's two pieces to this. So there's a mitigation piece that we acknowledge that we need to continue to work on, reducing our carbon emissions. However, as Will said in his discussion and prep with me, there's so much carbon emissions that's already baked into our climate that even if we stopped it today, we've still got to deal with what's out there now. And so that really gets into, we need to deal with mitigating, but we've got to do adaptation. We've got to figure out how to live and design our projects for what's coming. So two things I want to talk about here. As a Corps of Engineers, so we're all about building projects. Oftentimes we get a lot of flack because you can actually point to something and say the Corps did that. Yeah, we're a bureaucracy too, but you know, we build dams, or we have built dams, we build levees, we dredge navigation channels, we do flood risk management, and so they're tangible things that you can point at. So we need to understand this so we know how to do this better. So it's more than an academic exercise for us about climate change. We're actually having to translate the science, a lot of what's been spoke about here today, into something that we can engineer and design and construct. And then the other thing that's really hard, especially for me as an engineer, is this embracing uncertainty. You know, when I was in school, and the way I think about engineers, you say, here's a problem, and I can go design something to fix that problem. But climate change is say, here's a problem, and oh, by the way, it's a little more nebulous than this, and it's going to grow, and it's kind of in constant change. And that's hard for engineers that are like kind of, I can fix this problem, but now if you're going to make the problem keep changing as we go into time, that's hard for engineers, and it's hard for us as an agency, the bureaucratic agency that has a bunch of engineers that are used to solving this problem, to kind of embrace how we solve problems that we don't really know how they manifest themselves yet into the future. So embracing that uncertainty is a challenge for us. So a couple definitions up here. Adaptation, many people have talked about adaptation today. I'll just mention it's an adjustment in our response to a changing environment. And then resilience is how to adapt to changing conditions to withstand those changes. So there's this little kind of qualitative model here in the context of a hurricane. So we prepare for a hurricane. The hurricane hits us. We absorb it. We deal with the damages, flood damage, wind damage, whatnot. We recover. Hopefully we learn from and adapt so that the next time the hurricane comes, our absorption and the functionality is reduced and we can recover quickly. Of course, this assumes that it's the same hurricane and we're not having a change in hurricanes, which I know Dr. Moore talked about, and I'll mention non-stationarity coming up in a minute as well. So one of the things that we'll look at, and this is just an example of one of the tools, I'll talk a little bit more, snapshot of some of the other tools in the Corps of Engineers that we employ, is sea level change. And so we always look at the three curves from the Corps perspective. I mean, they're not the Corps curves, but these are examples of the three curves we look at. The blue, the lowest, is the low sea level rise, which is basically historic rate. And so really the purpose of this is to say that what's going to happen in the future is in that envelope between the low and what we're projecting now as the high. We can't really tell what it is. We use the intermediate as a guide because we have to have something to plan for, but the best that we know is going to be somewhere between there. And so again, that's that embracing uncertainty that makes it kind of hard for us as an agency and as engineers to deal with. So I think this is a really good slide here to think about this paradigm shift in how we think about things. And this is what I'm encouraged about our agency, is we're not having the conversations of how do we design something if this thing happens? What's this project going to look like if precipitation increases or if sea level rises? It's a when it changes. How do we design this project when this stuff happens? How do we design a beach project when sea level rise happens? So it's a subtle difference, but it's a buy-in that climate change is happening and we've got to get on board to understand it. So this is, a couple people have mentioned stationarity, so I love this slide and this idea of non-stationarity, and anybody that's an engineer that took hydrology, I remember back in my hydrology class at NC State, we talked about doing statistics on stream flow or precipitation. You look at the historic data, you rank it, you do a statistical analysis, you come up with the 100-year storm, and I know we're not supposed to use this, the 1% storm. And so the idea here with stationarity is thinking, looking at the past can tell us what the future is going to do. And non-stationarity is, no, the past or the future is different than the past is. And so they clearly didn't teach this 30 years ago at NC State, but this is kind of one of the hallmarks of what we're dealing with climate change is the future, or excuse me, the past is not a predictor of what's going to happen in the future, which again adds to this uncertainty in how do we try to design projects. So here's a snapshot of some of the tools that the climate change community of practice in the Corps has developed so that, and they pass this information down and they guide us, they participate in our project delivery teams, and they help us navigate through some of these particular tools to help us apply climate change thinking on our project. So I mentioned the sea level rise scenario. I've got to get the terms right, so let me flip my pages here. So the sea level tracker, so that's represented in the upper left. We have a vulnerability where we can look at what climate change is doing in a particular watershed or HUC, and then assess projects and the specific project that we're trying to address in that area and see what the vulnerability is. We have what I mentioned before is the non-stationary detection tool, which evaluates 12 different statistical tests to determine, look at stream flow, and we do these statistical tests and evaluate whether there's non-stationarity. So we see that there's change happening. Other statistical analysis, and this is what I think is a neat little snapshot on looking using the literature. And so to help us evaluate these variables, what has been observed, what is projected, and each one of these little blocks here has a number of literature papers, journal articles, and whatnot, and then we use that. We kind of look at what the science is telling us, what the scientists are saying, and help us make determination about what kind of trends are there on these particular variables that the literature is telling us. So we incorporate all this stuff in our studies to help us hopefully get a bigger picture of what might be happening on a particular project in a particular area. So taking it even more specifically to the Neuse study, and I know Dr. Dahl talked about the Neuse River a little bit, and she's on our Neuse team. I just pulled a couple snapshots out of this part of our report to talk about from the Neuse Basin study. So this right here is measured stream flow. So there's a 70-year record basically where you can say, oh, here's the stream flow. Red arrows are decreasing stream flow. Blue arrows are increasing stream flow. And we look at the 70-year record kind of in the mid-Atlantic and obviously central North Carolina. You say, well, there's a few decreasing. Well, let's look at the first half of that 70-year period. And so we say, oh, we've got more decreasing. But then when you look at the latter half, they're all decreasing. So I guess my point is here, you have to be careful how you look at the data, because you may look at this and say, well, you know, maybe it's balanced. There's some that are increasing, some that are decreasing. And over the course of the 70-year, that's a true statement. But more recently, stream flows are decreasing. So now we move over and we look at temperature. So the same 7-year period, blue indicates decreasing temperature. Split it into the two halves. The first half of that 7-year period, everything's decreasing in temperature, but the second half, it's all increasing temperature. So again, that's maybe giving us a hint. Maybe something's changing. And that 1970, which is about the halfway point, is kind of a benchmark year on when we started noticing things changing. And then precipitation. So in our little area here, green is increased precipitation, yellow is decrease, and white is neutral or not changing. And it's variable. Some places are seeing more rain, some places are seeing less rain, some it's not changing the same. So really, this is kind of it's a mixed bag, which further, I think, emphasizes the uncertainty about what's happening. In fact, you would think that in some areas where we're having increased precipitation, why aren't we having increased stream flow? And there's some interesting thoughts about, well, maybe temperatures have an effect on this, or again, we're kind of getting out of interesting things that I like to read from people that are smarter than me about what might be happening. But some things that may be, at least from my perspective, counterintuitive. Using the non-detection or non-stationary detection tool on the Neuse, so they looked at 17 gauges on the Neuse River. All but 2 showed that there was no non-stationary detected. In other words, they were stationary, but 2. But the 2 that were non-stationary is the gauge immediately downstream of Falls Dam and one a little further down at Clayton, which were impacted by the dam. So we built the dam in the late 70s, early 80s. Clearly that's changing the hydrology of the Neuse River. Well, that would be a non-stationarity. It's a change, but it's not the change we were thinking. So anyway, it's important to recognize where man has influence and the record and know how to understand what that means. But all the other non-controlled tributaries into the Neuse are not shown. It's either not applicable or there's non-stationarity was observed. That doesn't mean there's not climate change in the Neuse. It's just that we're not able to see that non-stationarity is a factor. So these are the kinds of things. Moving on, and there are people here that can talk about climate modeling way more than I can. I'm certainly not a climate modeler. But again, interesting, some variability in what the modeling has shown that would be used to help supplement historical data. Excuse me, stream flow changing, increasing over time, temperature increasing, rainfall kind of varied. We have some models showing increase and some models showing decrease. So again, there's some variability there. And then bottom line is we are embracing climate change in the core. We're pointing in the right direction. So, you know, this section of the conference is where do we go? I think we're at least looking in the right direction. We are embracing climate change. We still, as engineers, have to figure out how to include the adaptation part to make it resilient, make it more resilient, because this uncertainty is still kind of uncomfortable for us. And what does that mean on a project? But it is part of guidance. We have to do it. If our projects do not have climate change, we don't address climate change, we don't address resiliency, they're going to sit back, they'll never make it, the colonel will get in trouble, and then I'll get in trouble. So not only do we believe it's happening, it's in our policy and our guidance to make sure that we evaluate that we're addressing it or attempting to address it. So thank you for my time, and thank you for not falling asleep on me.
I'd forgotten about that. That is kind of the death knell on the first speaker after lunch, you know. But it's kind of like trying to stay awake for the games after having a turkey dinner, right? Thanksgiving. Good discussions. You know, I've gotten to know the folks in the Corps very well, had not previously prior to coming to Congress. They do a great job with limited resources. Our job is they're project-based, and they identify a project, and we try to fund it, and so they move in their project. Our job here is going to be set up series of projects, not just have it one-off and those type of things, because we, again, a coordinated response to this. So, okay, next, I'm honored to introduce John Pryor and Mr. Tim Baumgardner. John works, has been involved in a lot of climate mitigation issues, water mitigation issues. He and I met, I think, for the first time maybe about 4 or 5 months ago, and they gave me a presentation in their office and some of their work, and I really thought it was fantastic, so I just wanted them to share some of that with you. And Tim does the same kind of thing, and so they're kind of tag team this. So please welcome Mr. John Pryor and Tim Bumgarner. So y'all got about 20 minutes.
Thanks so much. Thank you, Congressman Murphy. All good?
Yeah, I just skipped somebody.
Well, you know, actually, I realized that, and I wasn't sure if they were still here and how you'd like to proceed.
Sorry about that, Dr. Long. We're Dr. Long. Just get one mulligan for the day.
Okay, thank you very much, Congressman Murphy, and also Congressman Rouzer. Representative Bell and Senator Jim Perry. I also want to thank Jay Faison for his interest in this issue, as well as for your PowerPoint this morning, which is the type that I aspire to give, which is direct to the point and conveys really good information. So thank you for that. You know, there's always talk about issues that ought to be nonpartisan. And to me, it's kind of like getting a clear picture of Bigfoot. I want to see it. And this might be one of the rare occurrences where you really do have nonpartisan support for something. We have a lot of Republican sponsors of this event, and we have had Representative Pricey Harrison, who was here earlier, who I've known a long time and worked with on environmental issues in the General Assembly, as well as old friends like former Chief of Staff to Congressman Charlie Rose, John Merritt, who worked in Washington for many years back when Franklin Delano Roosevelt was president. So it's an honor to have John here, as well as a cohort, Catherine Skinner, longtime executive director of the Nature Conservancy, who actually worked for Congressman Walter Jones Sr. back in the day. And this is a truly nonpartisan crowd, and I'm very glad to be here with you all today. The reason that we are here is that the company that I started 23 years ago with George Howard, who's in the back of the room there next to John Merritt, is we are in the business of delivering a product, and that product is a unit of mitigation. And you may not ever think that you're going to need a unit of mitigation because it's a unique product that we sell. But if you impact waters of the United States, as the colonel sitting right there knows, you have to go and see him or his designee at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers to get that permit. And we thought 23 years ago there might be a business opportunity to sell those units of mitigation. And what we do is find very specific places in the landscape that would work for the purpose of compensatory mitigation. We find them, we negotiate with the landowners, we subcontract out the design and the construction. We assume all the risk for the success of that, all the liability that goes with it, and we sell it as a product. No tax credits, no subsidies, no grants. It's a straight up business, just like Parker's Barbecue sells a barbecue sandwich, or Grady White sells a boat, or Kaufman sells clothes. We're selling a product that is a unit of mitigation. And if I can leave you all with one single important thought from our presentation, and I'm going to introduce somebody who is the expert on this, it is this. Whatever the practices that this group determines are the practices that ought to be pursued to prevent flooding in eastern North Carolina, and whether they are snag and drag, whether they are wetland restoration in the floodplain to soak up that water, or whether they might be things like dredging the Tar River. I saw a mutual friend of Congressman Murphy and I over the weekend who gave me an impassioned plea for the need to consider dredging, especially the Tar River. And he had some very compelling data points. So whatever the practices are that this group wants to pursue, they will either succeed or fail based on one single thing: how you want to procure them.
And we, having been in this business for 23 years and having worked with the premier program in the country, which happens to be in North Carolina, have a little experience in how environmental units are procured. And in North Carolina, just to give you a little bit of background, this state, over the past 20 plus years, has procured over 29,000 acres of wetland for the purpose of compensatory mitigation and 4 million linear feet of stream. All of those are very specific, unique places. The deputy director of that program is here with us today, John Nicholson, who is a great resource for the state on the things we want to do, and happened to be co-worker of my co-presenter here, Tim Baumgartner. And I'm going to kick off here a slide. So let me give you just a little perspective. Everything on this map here is a mitigation project in North Carolina. How many people in this room knew that North Carolina had spent $1 billion procuring wetlands and streams over the past 20 plus years? A couple of you did. A lot of you don't. That is indicative of all the places that you can go out and find to do a very unique environmental restoration project. Oop. That's a map of the country. You see, compared to the rest of the states, look at North Carolina. Why is that? It's because we've had an enlightened regulatory environment where, unlike our neighbor to the south, say, there are not nearly as many mitigation projects because they have a looser regulatory regime. So you should be proud of the fact that North Carolina takes care of its resources, and that shows what a leader North Carolina is compared to other states in the country. This is a graph that shows different ways to procure something, and for the purpose of this, design, bid, build basically is an in-house process for a component procurement system which was highly inefficient and flawed. Full delivery is what we have been advocates for, not only in North Carolina but around the country, where procurement agency says, we want X number of these, you're to deliver them. If you do not deliver them, you're going to be pro rata reduced for the units you don't deliver. You're assuming the liability. Again, whatever the practices that you want to see done in order to prevent flooding in eastern North Carolina, they will either succeed or fail based on how you want them procured. So we have current fundamentals, procurement, procurement, procurement. I can't say it enough times. That's what all this is going to come down to. This is a graph that I'm going to give you here on money that's been spent to clean up the Chesapeake Bay going back to the mid-1980s. All you got to look at, and the purpose of this is to illustrate, you can spend billions of dollars and not move the needle. And we're lucky to have in our little company the former Chesapeake Bay czar for the EPA and under 2 different administrators, who will tell you there is no way the Chesapeake Bay will ever get as clean as the goals that are ascribed to hit without a procurement system that allows for the type of delivery mechanism that we're advocates for, and you've got to harness the private sector to get it. So with no further ado, I'm going to introduce the person who is the key man behind what North Carolina has done for the past 20 years, and the director of that program up until just a few weeks ago, and he's taking a little bit of a break right now and is kind enough to come here with us and show us how to procure things. Tim Baumgartner.
Thank you, John. I appreciate it. I appreciate the opportunity to come talk. I want to elevate John Nicholson back to his proper position as Chief Deputy. I was actually director under Colonel Nicholson when I was there at DEQ. So I'm going to take Congressman Murphy at his word. You want to know how to get things done, or using the vernacular of my people, get her done. And procurement, as John Pryor said, is the key component and the key way to get things done. At Mitigation Services, we went from, you saw the chart earlier, from a doing a lot of internal contracting individual pieces to a pay-per-performance model, we went from a program that probably was on its way to being bankrupt at some point in that time to relying on the private sector to make the program a national standard, and I will say an international standard, because I was actually asked by some officials in Canada a few years ago to speak to them about performance-based contracting. So as I looked through some of the budget items and appropriations that were coming up, I put things in about 3 categories on how procurement occurs in government. And don't get me wrong, I boiled this down to 3 simple points, and there's a lot of different ways to break this out. But generally, there's grant applications and agency allocation that goes out. Individual agency gets money, they get a grant application, or they get allocations that they procure, or they send out a individual contracting mechanism in some way. There are specific appropriations for shovel-ready type projects. And then there's a very small percentage of most of these appropriation budgets that are actually competitive bid process, or something along the lines of what we consider a pay-per-performance contract mechanism. And why is that? I spent 23 years in state government. I spent probably as much of that working in the private sector and in government doing compensatory mitigation work. And I'll tell you, our Department of Administration in North Carolina still, to this day, doing this model for 20-some years, doesn't grasp this concept. It's in fact, Mr. Nicholson and I went through the process of trying to get some delegation from the Department of Administration for years to get to the point that we could move this needle forward with this particular procurement process. One other thing to think about in this particular procurement process is the reduction of risk that occurs when you let the government engage in a contract with the private sector, and then that risk of delivery is totally on the private sector. Environmental and natural systems and building those types of projects that we need to make those happen have a tolerance level that is much different than building a bridge, building a dike, building a dam, building a highway. We're dealing with natural systems. And there's a lot of engineering, there's a lot of science behind it, but there's some guesswork as well, because you don't really know exactly how nature's going to perform when you put these projects in the ground. So allowing the private sector to deal with that risk rather than the government agency is part and parcel to a very successful procurement process. Many of y'all that have done contracting, especially for government entities in the past, know that multiple contracts mean multiple failures or multiple screw-ups, multiple problems, and mostly more money that you're paying for that contractual situation. In pay-per-performance, there's generally one single contract. It makes it simple, it makes it direct, so that you can deliver the amount of product, the private sector can deliver the amount of product that the government agency is looking for to be delivered. Pay-per-performance is what it says. You perform, you get paid. You don't perform, you don't get paid. These things are set up on a task-by-task basis with a pay scale. And if there is not performance, then there's not pay in regards to the deliverable. I want to say one thing about this too. Pay just because it's contracted. There are government contracts out there that I've worked with in the past that just made me sick as a dog as a taxpayer, because there were deliverables in the contract that said, when you got to this point, you made this payment, but I didn't get the results. Pay-per-performance, I've never had that situation going forward. It's very an easy process. Generally, money comes into the funding agency. There is defined outcomes and parameters that are developed, and then the private industry responds to a request for proposal or whatever mechanism it is to advertise and have that competitive bid process. One reason I think that agencies don't use this pay-per-performance system is because you have to define the parameters. A lot of agencies want to look at, hey, I've got this money, I've got this wonderful idea, and then shoot it out. You have to really, the old adage, build it and they will come. you have to build the request, the scope for pay for performance to determine how you want this structured and how you want things to move forward. That takes a little time and it takes a little forethought. And I think that's one thing we do miss as agencies, or as my past role as an agency, that we don't take the time to make sure that we focus that contractual situation in the right manner. Pay for performance gets at that though. In compensatory mitigation, when it started back in the late 90s, early 2000s, one thing that we really moaned about back in the day was we were required, the Corps of Engineers required compensatory mitigation providers to do monitoring and set performance standards. Looking back over the last 20-some years, that has been one of the best things that came out of the delivery system for compensatory mitigation. I would challenge that any flood-based project or any appropriations given for any project have performance-based outcomes. I don't care what it is. As a taxpayer, I want to know the money that goes into a particular project and what we get out of it. Furthermore, it's going to help us ensure that if we do run into problems and the project does have issues, that we've evaluated that and know how not to make that mistake again. Pay for performance providers, mitigation providers like Restoration Systems and others know this process, know it well, and the private industry can respond very well. It needs to be a targeted approach. We've got to get these projects in the right place and in the right and built in the right manner in order to move the needle, so we don't end up like the Chesapeake Bay with billions of dollars spent and years down the road. That we target these projects to make a difference and to really make some of these challenging areas to really move the needle on flood-based issues. We're very familiar with this in the private industry when it comes to targeted approaches and putting targeted mitigation on the ground. Pay for performance breeds innovation. Stream restoration, wetland restoration, and stormwater projects, we've done a lot of those across the country. They've been across North Carolina. They've been focused a lot on water quality. We're kind of in a new animal now in North Carolina thinking about water quantity. There will be a little bit of different twist in thinking about those in those terms. Can we get both of those values out of these projects? Yes. I would challenge that the advances that we've made in stream restoration and these other environmental practices have been because the private sector has been involved in this process and has looked at ways to innovatively create these projects and some others in the future. Water farming is a new idea. It's not something that has been done in North Carolina that I know of to this point. And it's going to take a little innovation in order to put that in as a practice that may be one of the toolbox pieces going forward. Just checking my time. Developing price points, as I said, we have been focused on water quality in North Carolina and doing these ecosystem restoration projects. Developing that price point is best done by letting the private sector figure it out. I can tell you all day long how much it takes to build a stream restoration project for Corps Engineers impacts. I can tell you all day long about wetland restoration. We haven't got to that point on quantity, and we need to figure that out. And there will be a time period that will take to do that. Also, it's simple to say, but we need land and space in order to do these projects. Most of the land is held by private citizens. Who better to make those negotiations than the private sector to be on the ground communicating and back and forth? Those of us that own land, we get kind of nervous when the government says we're here to help. The private sector doesn't have that problem. They can make those private-to-private negotiations and make things move forward a whole lot better. Controlled deliverables and pay for performance is real. It's not the wild, wild west. It's not, here's a contract, go do. And it is an accountability that is built into the contract process where a task is given, there's a pay scale, task is delivered, and the provider gets paid. As John mentioned earlier, if the complete deliverable doesn't happen, there is a payment schedule back to the entity to make sure that the product is completely delivered. It's not that, hey, we went and did something and here's a paycheck. The product has to be delivered or else there has to be a payment back to the contract process. Some big picture things just to think about as we're talking in this large-scale discussion about flood issues. As Dr. Dahl said earlier, there's no silver bullet, and I completely agree with that. It's going to take a little bit of time and patience. Hey, we're going to go out and do projects and put projects on the ground, take 2 steps forward, maybe a step back, because that's what we did in compensatory mitigation. It took us over 20 years to get where we are now. It's going to take a little bit of time and understanding to make sure we get these practices right. We've got to do practices that fit North Carolina. You know, back when we started stream restoration in North Carolina, we went to the Rocky Mountains and found a little guy in a cowboy hat, brought some of the ideas back that some worked and some didn't. And we've got to figure that out and make sure the practices that we bring in North Carolina actually do fit to work here in our state. Long-term management is another thing that is very going to be critical with these projects. We know how to protect projects long-term in North Carolina. We've got 650 projects in DMS now. Most of those projects are go do the work and set it aside in a natural setting. I would anticipate a lot of these flood-based projects are going to be working lands where you'll have some kind of interaction with the landowner long-term to make sure that they stay in some working condition. It may not be in a natural environment. So long-term management is going to be a very critical issue. We need results-oriented outcomes. We need performance standards and hold accountable whoever's doing these projects long-term to make sure that the deliverable is there. And we also need a focused approach that it encompasses water quality and water quantity in order to get to the results that we need. So it all comes down to one thing, paper performance procurement. It's where we started and where we ended up with this conversation. I want to say I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you and turn it back over.
That couldn't be a more timely talk just because we've got so much that we're talking about, but we also have to remember that people pay taxes and that we have to be accountable for the actions that we do. So now, speaking of being accountable, I'll bring up Dr. Joseph Long again. Please excuse my mulligan. Dr. Long hails from the UNCW and focuses on the role that winds, waves, and circulation have been transforming our beaches and barrier islands. And so please, Dr. Long, come on up. You can take as long as you want.
I was only going to ask for 5 extra minutes, but since you've given me free rein now, I'll continue. First, just thank you for both the invitation and putting on this summit and bringing everyone together today. I want to preface this talk, I guess, with 2 things. One is before my tenure at UNCW, I was with the U.S. Geological Survey for about 10 years, leading some of the USGS, National Assessment of Coastal Change Hazards projects. And so some of what you'll see here are examples of what our federal science agencies are doing and how we implement those tools to help make decisions for the collaborators and sort of nationwide assessments. And then also some of the work that we're doing at UNCW. The other thing I'll mention is that because I'm the last talk of the day, you're going to see some repetition. You're going to see some points that others have made throughout the day, and hopefully that will not be mundane, but it will instead bubble things to the top that maybe help motivate the panel discussions that we have after this. So I'll start with just reminding ourselves that these are complex systems when we think about the coastal plain. And here's just an image of one small barrier down near Wilmington, where we hail from, and this is Bald Head Island. And you can see that just on Bald Head Island alone, if we think about the interactions between the environment and society, we see the impact of storms that cause overwash and breaching. We see sea level rise, which we've been talking about today. Sediment transport that results in some nearshore shoals that can then be used as a sediment source for times when we need to re-nourish beaches as an adaptation strategy. Hardened structures that have been built over time, and then also the impacts that all of this has on adjacent communities. A decision that we make doesn't necessarily only affect us. And so not only is it complex just in this static view, but these are dynamic systems. They're always changing. There are feedbacks between all of these things. And if we think about the people that use these islands, both the residents and the tourists and other stakeholders, they all have diverse needs and they all value things differently. And so when we're talking about making decisions, and specifically adaptation decisions, we need to understand that everyone's coming at it from a different viewpoint. And I kind of want to put these points up at the beginning of the talk, and then I'm going to walk through just some examples of maybe some tools in which we can use to think about these adaptation decisions. But one is that we need to make these adaptation decisions collaboratively. Lots of people in the room, just sort of like we're doing today. We also, and Laura Moore made this point, we need to make decisions now to adapt for the future. Right? So we're not just thinking about how will we adapt in the future, we need to start making some of those decisions now. We also need to make these for a wide range of hazards. We've talked about different spatial scales today, statewide versus barrier island scale, different temporal scales, 5 years, 25 years, 100 years. But we have some near-term hazards, and I'll give an example of that, particularly storm resilience, and then long-term hazards as we think about processes like sea level rise. One thing I really kind of want to stress is that any decision that we make should really be informed by sort of the best tools that we have available, right? And so we want to be able to not make these in any haphazard way. We want to use models that have been developed, use assessments that have been developed, use geospatial tools that have been developed to try to make the best potential decision by looking at the potential outcomes of that decision. And then this point was recently made, sort of how monitoring in the past, while it seemed like something that was a bit of a burden, it turned out to be a really useful tool. And I think this is one thing that as we make adaptation decisions, we can't just make that decision, build the project, and then walk away from it. We need to monitor it. We need to see how it performed over time. Was it the right decision? And if not, it's okay to reevaluate. It's okay to change course. It's okay to learn from that decision and move on. So all of these, I think, need to be in play as we think about how to move forward from this sort of summit. And if I think about just sort of how we could get there, moving into sort of the end of the day, I think about what we can take from the research world, and you've heard from my colleagues at Chapel Hill and ECU and NC State, how we can take what's being developed via active research and then implement that into some sort of framework that we can use it to help solve a need, solve a problem, apply it to a regional problem, a national scale problem, anything like that. And then through that monitoring that I'm talking about, this is where we identify the things we don't know yet. There will still be gaps. We don't know exactly how the environment will change. We don't know the complexity of all of these feedbacks just yet. And so when we apply the research that's been performed through some framework to a specific need, that monitoring helps us to identify gaps. And from that feeds back into our research system. And so I'm going to give you two examples of projects that fit within this framework. And the first is sort of the near-term hazards that I was talking about. How do we adapt to things on a shorter time scale when we need to? One of the examples Laura was talking about with the jug handle bridge. There are times that we make quick adaptation decisions to bulldoze sand off of a roadway on Highway 12, put it back into a dune. We have to do that quickly. So we might need some assessment of the hazard on that time scale to adapt quickly, while also thinking about the longer term implications. And we don't want to do this forever. We don't want to keep bulldozing that sand. What can we do then while we're doing that in the short term to adapt to the long-term hazard? So in this example, if you think about the kinds of things that NOAA does a fantastic job of predicting, things like tides, surge, and offshore waves. They forecast those operationally, 6 days out at least, hourly intervals. We use that for all sorts of things from navigation to recreation, for surfing and all those kinds of things. We also have sort of great assessments. The Army Corps, the USGS, they use LIDAR in order to measure coastal elevations to understand the height of dunes along the coast. But we have a gap, and that gap is between what's happening offshore in the ocean and what's happening at these coastal elevations or infrastructure that's along the beach. And that is wave run-up. How far will those waves travel up onto the beach face? Because it's that intersection of water and land that really creates the hazard. And so that was the gap. And depending on the level of wave run-up, we could get a coastal change during a particular storm event that looks very different, from water levels constrained just to the beach, reaching the base of the dune and doing what we call scarping of the dune face, complete sort of overwash and burial of roadways, or breaching of barrier islands. And we know through research efforts that this wave run-up is a function of those offshore waves and the slope of the beach in sort of a very simplified view. And yet that was not ever implemented into some framework in order to deploy that, shall we say, along a large stretch of coast. And so we took that research on wave run-up that had been being done, and in collaboration with NOAA and the USGS, developed what we would call the total water level and coastal change viewer that you see here. And there's a lot going on here, and it's moving, so that makes it even more complicated to describe. But what I'll mention is that we have along the entire East Coast and northern Gulf of Mexico, at about 500-meter increments, now real-time forecast of total water levels along the coast. The contribution of tides plus surge, but also this wave run-up component and how far waves will push water up onto the beach. So this is water level in the blue lines on the top, and the dashed line is what's sort of always been available to us from tides and surge predictions. That solid line is when you add wave run-up. So we can't neglect it. It's a big component, especially during storms. These horizontal lines that you see, the dashed line and the solid line, that is the base of the sand dune and the crest of the sand dune at that particular location on the beach. So we know the timing and for how long water levels will reach the base of the dune and or the top of the dune. Right? It gives us a way to adapt, knowing this 6 days out. What do we need to do to be prepared for? What locations do we need to mobilize equipment because roadways might be covered with sand? And so this is available at sort of all of those locations. It's 6-day forecast that comes along with that sort of NOAA timescale, and it allows for some adaptation, management, and or planning on these short timescales. And just some examples of the kinds of things, right? We want to be able to predict these kinds of impacts, this sort of roadway infrastructure that is at risk during some of these storms. And I don't mean just tropical storms. These kinds of things happen during extratropical storms. The coincidence of just high waves with a high tide, those kinds of things. And then also overwashing that can happen along some of our roadways. The model is good, but it's not perfect, right? We need to monitor. We're also testing this or making it applicable at large stretches of coastline, if you think about the entire East Coast and the entire northern Gulf of Mexico. So we need to find out where it's wrong. We need to monitor, and so we're using lots of different tools to do that. One of those is video cameras or webcams along the beach to identify shorelines. Are they reaching the bases of dunes? And figure out where the model needs improvement, and feeding back into that framework that I talked about that sort of gets us back into the active research component. The second example I want to talk about is a bit more longer timescales, and this is the response of barrier islands to storms and sea level rise, which we've heard about today. We've heard about the problem, and we've heard about the forcings, and we've heard about sort of the changes that we have seen in the past. But what kind of tools are available to help us understand how barrier islands might change in the future so that we can have these informed decisions that we're looking for? And so we have tools and numerical models, and this fancy animation is more fancy when it's moving. I'm not sure why it's not, but we have models that allow us to model the hydrodynamics, waves, surge, water levels. You would see overwash occurring on this sort of central and southern part of the island. This is Masonboro Island. It's part of the National Estuarine Research Reserve, just off the coast of Wilmington. And so we have developed models to be able to predict how this island evolves during a single storm, like Hurricane Florence. And we can use that for a couple of things. One is, can we identify vulnerable areas that we would have known ahead of time that would have overwashed and or breached during a potential storm event? But if we develop these and test these as part of our research efforts, and we understand their skill and the places in which we can apply them, then we can apply them to future storm events and understand how this island might evolve to a slightly more intense storm, or a storm the same as Florence that's happening on a little higher sea level. And so we can also use these to address sediment management questions that the Coastal Reserve has, more habitat-related decisions, right? Are we increasing low-lying habitats that a particular species might like? or we are breaching and cutting off connections that we need. And so if I take a slice right through this island, right at this red line, and we take a look at what this elevation looked like, the ocean is on the right-hand side, the back barrier is on the left-hand side, and this, you see in this colored section, this is what Masonboro Island's section looked like before Hurricane Florence. The model simulation tells us that Hurricane Florence overwashed this part of the island and deposited sand back behind the sand dune and left us with an island that looks like this black dashed line. So the island got a little wider, actually, if you think about right here, but it got lower. And so for habitats, some things might like that better. Plovers like overwashed areas. But if you think about the mainland environment behind Masonboro Island, it's now not as protected as it used to be because it doesn't have this big, tall feature in front of it. So there's implications not only to this island, but to the back barrier behind it. And so we can use this type of model to answer lots of different questions, which is where we're going now. How will Masonboro Island respond to storm events in the future? Not just one, but maybe repeated storm events. We heard about that today. If we think about how we have these maybe 3 events in 1 year, and what does that do to the island? How will future storms, future sea level rise impact the habitats on the island or the protection to the mainland communities behind the island? And then what actions could or should we take in order to enhance the resiliency of Masonboro Island? I'm going to show you a sort of similar application, and this was working with the Mobile District Army Corps of Engineers looking at Dolphin Island. So sort of in the northern Gulf of Mexico, we applied a very similar strategy, developing a sort of suite of numerical model tools that were able to predict longshore transport, like Laura talked about, storm impacts like overwash and breaching, and then recovery of the island, because there's a natural recovery process that happens. And so we can't neglect that, and so we build models for that too. And when we stitch all of these together and try to make some 10-year forecast, and then we use different increasing amounts of storminess, increasing amounts of sea level rise, and we had a set of restoration scenarios that they were considering, that the Army Corps was considering at this location. This is one restoration scenario, and this is what the restoration ends up being 10 years down the line if we increase storminess and increase sea level rise. So this corner is highest sea level rise and sort of the highest amount of storminess, and this is lowest sea level rise and lowest amount of storminess. And you see the diversity in the outcome depending on those scenarios. And then if I was to replicate this with all of the different restoration scenarios, you sort of put that in front of the stakeholders in order to value the pieces and parts that they need to value in order to help inform decisions that need to be made about adaptations there. We monitor these barrier islands. I can't leave off this monitoring piece because we need to continue to understand how they're evolving, to test the models, but also if we make specific things like sand placements, we need to monitor how that evolves through time to understand both if the models have gaps in them and then just to understand the impacts of our decisions. So I have 3 sort of ending points here, and how do we ensure some of this regional success if we're thinking about sort of stretch of North Carolina coastline. We need to continue developing frameworks to take what we've been developing sort of in research communities and apply them to try to answer some critical questions about how we move forward. This was an island in Louisiana, Breton Island, that was being nourished, and then we're building some tools to forecast out 10-year time periods. They chose to do something similar on a much, much, much smaller scale than the sand engine or the sand motor, which is to put extra sand up here because longshore transport would transport it down to the south, and so let's work with nature as part of that process. But we need to develop, this is one tool, and I'm only giving you 2 tools, but people in this room have developed all sorts of GIS applications and numerical models for both this environment or riverine environments. Let's use them. Bring them into this discussion. The other is we need to connect government and communities and scientists and resource managers. We're doing that today. Seacoast, which you heard a little bit about this morning, is another sort of, especially sort of North Carolina scale effort to try to do that, to try to make these decisions by incorporating all of these viewpoints. And then the last is to connect and extend some investments we've already made in programs to monitor both the natural environment and then these adaptations. You heard about, Hans Perl was talking about the monitoring that he's been doing for decades, and we need to continue those same levels of monitoring, but maybe also connect some of the pieces that we have. Here, for instance, is a UNCW monitoring program, the Coastal Ocean Research Monitoring Program. You see we have sort of monitoring for waves and winds and other weather events. But there's so much monitoring going on that if we were to connect all of these pieces and also put in the investments to enhance these monitoring systems, it would help us to have a better state sort of now and then as we look into the future. And so I will leave it there. I didn't even take much extra time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Long. Thank you. You saved me. So, last two talks really talked about accountability, and really the last talk with Dr. Long was talking about let's make the planning the right thing. So, just because again, this is going to be an emotional thing because people are going to want to save certain places, and we have to make some hard decisions on what's savable, what's a good expense of the taxpayer dollars, and how we are accountable for that. So those are decisions we have to make moving forward. So next we're going to do our panel, and I believe on the first panel we have, so I don't skip the schedule again, we have John Nicholson, Colin Miller, Tim Beard. Tim is coming to us virtually, and Dr. Martin and Dr. Smith. So please come on up here, and I think are we moving this? We are. Okay. Anywhere you want to. And where am I? Am I just standing off to the side here?
I don't know exactly just yet.
Where we go? This way?
I got that. Okay.
Just rotate this way. All right, does everybody have a microphone? Everybody mic'd up?
Yes, sir.
Awesome. All right, thanks, guys. We're breaking things up a little bit because I think we've had enough of the didactic screen. I saw a few blurry eyes out on that last time, so it's just a matter of time. So I think we're going to break it up and have much more of a conversation. So what I would like to do is actually ask each of you guys just to introduce yourself, just give a little bit of the background, and then I've got some questions that I'm going to ask you, and some submitted from, if we have time, we'll have some submitted from the audience and everything. So I'll let you start first, and then we'll go up to the wonderful virtual gift we have today with Tim. So, Tim, how about you? Can you hear us okay? I guess that's a yes. Can you, Tim, can you introduce yourself?
Yes, sir. That's great calling me there, but thank you, Congressman Murphy, and thank you for inviting me to be a part of this. My name is Tim Beard. I'm state conservationist here in the state of North Carolina for the USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service.
All right, great. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Congressman Murphy, Congressman Rouzer. Appreciate the invite today. My name is John Nicholson. I'm the Chief Deputy Secretary at the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. I've been there about 4.5 years now.
Great.
Thank you. My name is Amanda Martin. I am the state's Chief Resilience Officer. I work in the Department of Public Safety in a division called the North Carolina Office of Recovery and Resiliency.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Colin Miller. I work with North Carolina Department of Transportation in their Environmental Policy Unit. And my purview is the eastern half of the state, NCDOT Divisions 1 through 6 and 8.
Good afternoon. My name is Gavin Smith. I'm a professor in the Department of Landscape Architecture and Environmental Planning, and a former life was Assistant Director in North Carolina Emergency Management during Hurricanes Fran and Floyd.
Great. Thank you all this afternoon. I'm going to have a few questions, and then if they fit your bailiwick, please shout out. If not, we'll put you on the spot anyway. And so we want to learn more, and we want the audience to learn more. We've learned a ton this morning, and appreciate y'all's expertise. So first, let me throw this out to you. If you had to say, what do you personally believe, just using your experience, that is the most significant problem that eastern North Carolina faces when it comes to flooding? Is it residential, environmental, infrastructure? Or if you had to pick a three, put them in order. So just how you all would approach that. Colin. No, please, go ahead.
Oh,
yeah, because if you don't raise your hand, I will call on you.
I'll take a stab at that. I think a big issue is the scale at which we're addressing flooding. Right now, we leave a lot of the planning and the investment decisions to the local governments in terms of determining what their needs are. And what we've heard at our office, which the Office of Recovery and Resiliency, we call it NCORE, we've been doing these series of focus groups with local governments and mitigation experts just this week and last week. And I was really struck by how many of our local governments are asking for assistance with bridging conversations across jurisdictions. So helping them come together with their upstream and maybe their downstream neighbors to craft solutions that really make sense at the regional scale. So I would say that is maybe one of our biggest challenges that we face.
Yeah, I'd piggyback a little bit on that. Of course, as a DOT employee, I'm supposed to say that infrastructure is the most important thing, correct? But it's the scale of things in North Carolina. I mean, the coastal plain of North Carolina is essentially 1/3 of the state. We think about it east of I-95. And if we were going to rank any one of those factors that you asked about, we'd rank them differently for each of the different communities. Certainly, eastern North Carolina tends to be more rural than most of the urban parts of the Piedmont and some urban centers in the mountains. And so perhaps that pushes us more towards agriculture and the infrastructure and the things that are associated with that. Maybe it's to do with fisheries and recreation down in the Outer Banks and the beaches. So it's a difficult question. You'd go community by community, and I think you'd rank them for that community.
And again, just adding to the group conversation, I think the biggest challenge facing eastern North Carolina, and actually the country for that matter, is the ability to develop and sustain capacity to deal with all the challenges associated with resilience. You know, the provision of grants and funding is not enough. It's important. But what we're finding, in fact, we're doing a national study of the capacity of states and territories to assist local governments implement grants. And what we found is FEMA has a grant that you can apply for to plan for getting a grant. 15 communities applied in the United States. It should have been 150,000, but they don't have the capacity to write a grant to apply for a grant to get a grant. Which sounds kind of strange, but it was really powerful to me that issue is still with us. After Hurricane Floyd, we hired housing counselors to try to help communities deal with this issue, and frankly, that wasn't enough. We created 22 state programs that went beyond FEMA programs, and what that ended up doing is putting more grants on top of grants, and it further overwhelmed the communities. So to me, the biggest challenge is how do we build a network of capacity builders, maybe it's through the land-grant universities, through the Extension Service or others, that we can do ongoing, enduring capacity building. And as we try to do this episodic aid post-disaster, it's just not working.
If I could jump in and just reinforce the conversation, we see a lot just flat confusion. There are so many different programs to jump into, and I think it was made by a lot of our earlier presenters. The coastal plain in eastern North Carolina is different from the north to the south, and so there's different requirements throughout that area, and planning capacity within some of these small communities is a challenge that I think we need to work on to address better.
Great. Tim, Did you hear the question? Can you, any thoughts?
Yeah, again, I agree with the panelists. You know, the best thing that we can do is just try to be prepared. As someone from the farming industry, you know, it's important, and I certainly appreciate you engaging the farming community in this conversation. You know, North Carolina is made up of 27% of the land in North Carolina is farmland, and so it's important that those farmers have different programs that they can participate in, so that they can install certain practices that will keep them resilient during these type of events.
Yeah. Good. You know, it's obvious they're well brought out, the different things in Duck than they are down in Wilmington, in Terrell County, or anywhere else. And there are so many smaller communities that we hear from that don't have grant writing ability. But the grant to write a grant to write a grant is a problem with government. And that's the problem, I think, that is going to become increasingly more difficult, because some feel in this world that more government is better. I personally am on the other side of that stream, where I think less government is better, that people locally know better locally. That said, we need a comprehensive approach to this. It can't be just a one-off, one small town is going to do one small town thing. So there's a balance. There are certain things that need to be cut, certain things that need to be increased. So, all right, here's a question, just a budgetary question. What percentage of your department's budgets are used to address flooding and storm damage? Tim, I'm going to let you answer this first. What percentage of your budget is due to addresses flooding and storm damage? Tim's calculating.
Percentage of my budget is what? 0% of my budget, my initial budget is for flooding. Now, if we have a flooding event, then we have to go to Washington, D.C., and then they have to come to you all and say, hey, we need money for these flooding events in North Carolina. So my initial budget doesn't apply to any flooding type of events. Most of our budget applies to different programs that require different practices to prevent or to put themselves in position to become more resilient to those type of events.
How about you guys? What percentage do you guys say is part of your budgets to work on this issue?
So I'd say from DEQ, in our base budget, really nothing.
Nothing.
We get it for disaster recovery, you know, for one-offs. Now, I'll say as a department, you know, within our own programs, we work towards resiliency in those areas, but specifically focused to us right now, you must, when a disaster occurs, we'll get our cut and then we'll go execute on it.
Dr. Martin, I expect to hear better news.
Well, at the Office of Recovery and Resiliency, we are entirely funded on either disaster or pandemic federal funds, almost entirely. So I wouldn't want to put a precise number and be wrong about it, but I would guess that at least 50% of our funding is on disaster recovery and mitigation.
Okay.
So I think I'm probably going to get in trouble because I should have some statistics on the amount of money that NCDOT is spending, but NCDOT spends a significant amount of money certainly repairing infrastructure after storms, and you know, I think hundreds of millions is probably fair, especially after Matt and Florence, and when you start totaling up the storms, both named and unnamed, over the last 5 years, we've got to be into the billion-dollar range. So sure. It's a significant amount of money, and so we work now as to how we can incorporate resilience into our planning and into our design. Maybe we'll start mitigating some of those costs.
I just think of how many times Highway 12 has been fixed and refixed and refixed.
Certainly. Division 1 that's responsible for Highway 12, a significant amount of their maintenance budget is preparing for what they know is going to happen every year, and that's that there's going to be some overwash, if not a storm, that's going to interrupt NC12.
Dr. Smith, I can't imagine much is in your budget.
Well, I may be a bit of an anomaly. I was trying to think through how to answer this without sounding flip, but So the teaching and research that I do, it's all about flood. And so maybe it's 100%. I don't know. It's the budget's a little smaller than DOT's, I think, but it's what I can get. Yeah.
Well, we're talking large amounts of money, and I'll just reference when we were talking just early on the first question, when you referenced FEMA. You know, my first week on the job, we was right after Dorian, and I went out to Ocracoke, so it was called a quick study in what FEMA does, doesn't do, when they do it, and how they do it. And again, talk about bigger government. You know, it takes years. You look at the forms that people have, and you know, not everybody's got a high school or college or whatever education, and the nonsense, the absolute bureaucratic nonsense that the average person has to do to go through that, you know, it can be 2 years, it can be 3 years, it can be 4. And again, that's bureaucratic nonsense that a part of this needs to be recognizing, number one, and we need to start working towards regulatory reform in that regard, because this isn't going to change, as we found this out, and we're not going to, you know, just the wonderful ideas and discussions that we've had today, this is not going to be cured. We're not going to fix this. We're going to manage this. So it's not like these events are not going to occur. It's not going to, like, the losses are not going to occur. We're going to hopefully adapt to this and ameliorate those losses, but it's going to still be the need for, you know, our resource management and for rebuilding things back. So thank you. What projects, if any, do your departments have presently to combat storm surge and the subsequent damages?
Again, if I could jump in. One of the specific programs, I should back up and say that I know in particular been working with Amanda and Colin and a lot of our other colleagues within the government or state government. Dr. Moore referenced it early on the climate risk and resiliency plan that we put together about a year ago now. That plan was fairly comprehensive and laid out lines for our various agencies and expertise to start headed down. From the DEQ perspective, probably the best program for me to highlight right now is our Resilient Coastal Community Program. And that, the short version of what that program does is provide a basis to educate and provide planning grants or teach local communities how to do the planning to determine where they need to put effort for shovel-ready projects. That's throughout the entire coastal communities, and we just kicked it off. It appears to be going pretty well, but that was our first step into that. That's probably my best example right now, sir.
So let me ask you this. Is it a push or a pull? Do you guys go out and actively visit the communities and educate them, or do you just send out a flyer that this stuff is available?
No, it's been extremely active, and we have partners from the university system, from NCORE, from the Nature Conservancy, Sea Grant, Coastal Fed. It's been a big push to get that out into the communities and have them come and sit down with us to figure out how to do that.
Good, because I will tell you, you know, our office gets a question all the time, is there a grant for this?
Just first phase, and the General Assembly gave us some funding along with NIFWIF helped us out. So we anticipate, we're hopeful when we see the budget that we can progress on this some more.
Good, because you know, you don't know what you don't know, so.
Sure, so we are launching a very similar program in close coordination with DEQ, also Resilient Communities program, but focused on regions in Eastern North Carolina. So offering regions the opportunity to do an assessment, to analyze their risks, and then to determine their priority projects and have some support with planning a path for implementation. And I would say that's a big gap that we see, is that we're starting to have more support for the planning piece of it, which is fantastic. But there's still this big gap between having a good plan, knowing that project that you want to do, and implementing it. And that's where some of the capacity gaps are coming in. And that's what we hear from local governments, is that it's not just about knowing what the project is, it's knowing where to look for the money. It's not even just applying for the grant, it's knowing what relationships you need to build to figure out what goes in your application to begin with. And so that's a challenge that we're trying to address through our Resilient Communities program. The coastal communities, the storm surge piece really happens through the coastal program at DEQ, and we're focused a little bit further inland.
Yeah, so storm surge and sea level rise specifically, we're involved in the periphery of some of those projects. Out of some of those plans and projects will be transportation infrastructure. So we make ourselves available, and we're certainly coordinating through all the different programs and studies that are out there. But specifically for DOT, we've got a couple things. We've got some warning systems, the flood inundation mapping and alert network, which was an emergency management network. We now have FIMAN, that's the acronym. We now have FIMAN-T, FIMAN for transportation. And what that looks at is storm events, storm surge, and wave heights. And we can actually model that and show that with a particular storm and a particular path, how the water is going to surge onto North Carolina, what those water levels look like, and what that means to our road network. So we can actually predict to a certain extent what's happening for an individual storm, and that's based on past storm modeling and hydraulic modeling. And that's a tool that we've got. We have a similar tool which acts not so much on the coast, but a little bit more inland. It's called Bridge Watch, where we have individual monitoring of bridges, so we can look at storm surge and how a bridge is functioning during a storm, whether the storm surge is reaching that particular structure, when it may or may not need to be closed, and the effects on that. So we have a couple of those programs that are out there and live at the moment. And then we're taking a lot of those similar data and modeling, and we're starting to incorporate that into the projects that come up now. So it's not storm surge, but we're looking at widening I-95 through Lumberton and in Robeson County, and we're looking at that sort of storm modeling and how we can incorporate that into the designs of the roads and the bridges as we move forward.
Great.
I wonder, I'm not doing work in storm surge, doing more in flooding, but if I could take just a moment to respond to a comment you made just a moment ago about the bureaucracy in FEMA. I agree with you 110%. Ironically, within our national strategic plan, one of their key goals is to streamline the process of grants. That's a stated objective. It's not happening. It's getting more complicated with the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program. And so my suggestion is that we need to work collectively and politically to force change. But also I would suggest that states can play a role, and states are stepping up. States are stepping up in climate change when we didn't have a climate change policy. That was happening. And I guess I would just return quickly to experience with Hurricane Fran and Floyd. In 1996, it took us almost a year to write a hazard mitigation grant program application for the town of Kinston. Flash forward, they developed a pre-disaster application and plan. We had 300 and some odd homes approved 2 weeks after Floyd. For those of you in the audience know that it typically takes a year or two, sometimes more, to even write the grants. So my point is that we can do that. Also with political leadership, we didn't do benefit cost analysis. We didn't, actually, we had FEMA co-located in our disaster field office to approve applications, face-to-face interactions, not emails and correspondence. So we did a lot at the state level to force change. And I guess my suggestion is that we can do that, but it takes both good data, a good team, and the political will and pressure to make changes.
Right, it can be done.
Absolutely.
It can be done.
Absolutely.
If I could add to that, actually, NCDOT, we've done that. So we have a programmatic agreement with FEMA that we've organized. Part of the FEMA bureaucracy in doling out their disaster funds is that they're held to follow the National Environmental Policy Act, and so they have to show all the documentation that they're spending federal funds and that they're adhering to NEPA. We do that in North Carolina every day. We have great partners in the Army Corps of Engineers and the Division of Water Resources. And it took us a little while, but we've worked out an agreement with FEMA that says we're going to follow our standard practices. We already follow NEPA, we follow SEPA and all the appropriate environmental laws. We've proved that to them. They've signed off on it. So now we have a really streamlined purpose.
That's good. That's good.
When
now,
these disasters happen.
If y'all can just help me with Medicare.
Yes.
Tim, you have a follow-up on the question. What projects, if any, does your department have to combat storm surge?
I didn't hear all of it. Can you repeat the question for me, please?
Okay, sure. What projects, if any, do your departments have to combat storm surge and damages?
Well, yes, thank you for that question. I think you heard Mr. Harrell speak earlier about the EWP program, or the Emergency Watershed Protection Program. It's been a real help for those that were in need after some of these events. Mainly in North Carolina, we've used it to clear some of the waterways once they get clogged up with debris. But we've also used the easement side of it, the floodplain easement, where we've been able to go in and buy the development rights for farms who have been hit time and time again by these events and see no way out. And so we've utilized both of those programs. We've spent millions of dollars in North Carolina. We are now out in the western part of the state doing some recovery work out there. And so that's been our main program for after we have these natural events here in the state.
Excellent, excellent. All right, guys, what have you all learned from past hurricanes and tropical storms when it comes to disaster preparedness that informs you about future planning? Now, you can't cheat and use what you've learned today. So just tell us about, kind of, what is the old saying that if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it, right? It's never been a truer thing said. So where are you guys going? What are you doing? How are we best informing the future for planning? How are you guys doing that?
Well, I'm happy to jump again.
Jump in. You're the first on the line.
My very first day on the job at DEQ, I had been over to the building enough to say, how do you do? And I was thrown into my first Hurricane Matthew recovery team meeting. So my charge right off the bat was go figure out what DEQ, an incoming new administration, go figure out what our disaster recovery requirements are. I'd like to tell you that, I walked into a real robust team at the time, but it was a little fractured. But I think lessons learned, we pulled in, we've got a lot of smart folks that have been around the block for a long time in DEQ, and getting the right people in the room to kind of talk through just the Matthew piece, and then working with my colleagues, and establishing those relationships. Representative Rouzer said this morning, government loves to be stovepiped, and we still love to be stovepiped. Mm-hmm. But the cross-pollination and the partners that I've made, I'd say the department's made, and I look, there's so many of them in the room here today, but developing that partnership and connections to be able to talk and not be in your stovepipe, because it's real easy to get focused on that. I'd say by the time that we got hit with Florence, we'd gone through some hard lessons learned from Matthew and really picked up the game. We have a great emergency management team here in this state that does an awesome job at coordinating all of our activities and getting tied in with our colleagues there, and the other just across the stakeholder groups, both federal, state, local. I'm rambling a little here, but also tying in with the local communities and finding out what their problem is and not being on top of them saying we from Raleigh know what your problem is, mm-hmm. but hearing them out helped us fix a lot of the issues that they were having.
Sure.
Was it perfect? No, but I feel pretty comfortable, if we get hit with another disaster, that the team will pick up and we'll know where to go focus our effort for our subject matter expertise.
Great, great. Dr. Martin.
Sure. So I'll share maybe two examples. I think one lesson that we've learned is to use the historic flood record or the most recent flood, especially in areas that have been impacted by a storm, when we talk about flood risk. So many areas that are experiencing flooding outside of our flood zones, our regulatory floodplains, we need to start to recognize that those are places of high risk. So for example, at NCORE, when we elevate buildings, we use a freeboard standard that's based on the highest flood of record. Because what we understand is that 100-year standard is no longer sufficient because we're having a tremendous amount of flooding outside of it. So that's sort of a concrete way that we're learning from the past and adapting our actions. I think something that we have learned a bit the hard way is, again, going back to the issue of capacity And the fact that these major events are sort of lumpy in that we had 2 big hurricanes in the 90s, and then we didn't have too many terrible hurricanes for several years, and then we came back in force in the last 5 years or so. And many of the folks who had led efforts, like Dr. Smith, in the 90s to do great hazard mitigation after Hurricanes Fran and Floyd were in other positions or simply had moved on to other kinds of areas of focus in their practice. And it takes a lot of work to build up these programs. It doesn't happen overnight, and there were some pain points with rebuilding that capacity in the state. So trying to maintain that knowledge, that we call it institutional knowledge, that capacity so that we're ready for the next disaster.
So at DOT, we've certainly learned something that I think has been a theme today, that there's not one solution to solve the problems, and there's not one thing that we can look at in retrospect to solve everything that's going to happen with disasters in the future. And so what we're trying to do is integrate this sort of planning and resilience into all aspects of the department, certainly on the Division of Highways, all the way from long-range planning, from individual communities, through individual project planning and design, and then into operations and maintenance. So planning for the next disaster for us could mean traffic management and emergency management once the disasters happen from a traffic point of view. It might mean working with an individual community to say, what makes your community more resilient? How can we build you the infrastructure that helps that? The designing of that infrastructure, what does that mean? Do we build it higher and bigger and longer, or do we acknowledge that this is an area that's going to be flooded, and we just make sure that once the floodwaters recede, we warn everybody? Safety is number one priority, of course, but that infrastructure element is structurally sound once floodwaters recede, and we're good to get back on it. So it's not one thing, it's not two things, it's a myriad of things within the department.
Great. Dr. Smith?
I think I'll talk briefly about the connection between my own personal experience and research. But I mentioned the Kinston case. After Hurricane Fran, we developed the Hazard Mitigation Planning Initiative that ultimately was informed and used to create the Disaster Mitigation Act at FEMA, which requires all states and local governments to have hazard mitigation plans. So there are tens of thousands of them around the country. And they can be used to speed things up, like buyouts, like Kinston did. However, what we found in a 6-year study of the quality of those plans are actually very weak. The plans, often there's not a rational connection between the risk assessment that they do and the policies and projects in those plans. Very few of the plans, they meet minimum standards, kind of access to funding as opposed to using it as a legitimate planning document. Very few of those plans consider land use as a risk reduction strategy. They're kind of looking at, if you will, at-risk structures today as opposed to trying to think about investments in future development as a risk reduction strategy. And the final element that we found in these plans is that almost none of them address climate change. And this is, given the theme of the conference, is there is a massive capacity, it's an unrealized potential of communities across North Carolina, around the country. We have all these hazard mitigation plans out there. They've done a risk assessment. They, in theory, have identified projects and policies to reduce that risk, but the plans are not sufficiently strong. And I would suggest that we could strengthen those plans, not only reducing risk from normal floods, but also helping us develop a means to better adapt to a changing climate.
Yeah, I think you bring up one point that despite all the knowledge that's been transmitted today, is that there are people who don't have the knowledge or have other desires that are going to be adversarial to what we're trying to do. I mean, let's just be very plain about it. In our job, just like in politics, I went from medicine where it was everybody worked together to being in politics where everybody's fighting. But this is a war that we have to win because the sake of Eastern North Carolina is on the line for it. So, Tim, I'll repeat the question. What have you learned from past hurricanes and tropical storms when it comes to disaster preparedness that informs future planning?
So one thing we found out after Florence is that we didn't have the resources that were needed to be effective and efficient in getting boots on the ground to get out and do our evaluations in a timely manner. And so what we've done since then, we've gone into agreement with our state partners, with the State Department of Ag, and with our local soil and water conservation districts to assist when these kind of events happen. We can mobilize personnel to these sites and get things done really quickly. And we've been able to demonstrate that with the Storm Fred, and we've learned a lot from things that we did in the past. But this new concept, process that we go through, we feel like it's going to be much better, and it's going to prepare us in the future for any type of major storm. And so part of our planning for the future is just partnering with the state and local partners and trying to get things done in a much more efficient way.
Great. Tim, let me ask you this. What programs do you guys have available through the NRCS to address flooding and natural resource concerns? What specific programs do you have to address those issues?
Well, we have lots of tools in the toolbox, and I appreciate that question. We have financial assistance programs that, like our environmental quality incentive program, our stewardship program, that address these type issues before they happen. And then we have easement type programs that enhance or build wetlands, which, act somewhat as a sponge when we have these kind of events. And then we have easement programs that preserve farm and leave farming and farming and not have the development pressure, which also impact and increase the resiliency of North Carolina, because now you're not building houses and parking lots and malls and things of that nature, which increases runoff. And then we have some flood prevention programs that we use. Just this past year, we had a smart climate and forestry program. It was a pilot program that North Carolina was a part of. We had about $1 million in that program. It was really equal, but we focused on those practices that we think will increase our chances of being resilient in North Carolina. We covered about half of the state with that $1 million, but we know we have a much more of an interest in it because we weren't able to fund all of those applications for those folks that applied.
Great, great. Colin, let me ask you one directed question if I can. What is the NCDOT doing to partner with local governments and agencies to find solutions? How are you guys approaching that?
Yeah, so I mentioned that a minute ago. We already have a pretty robust long-range plan, the NC Moves 2050 plan. And that comprehensive sort of statewide transportation plan is the culmination of a lot of stakeholder involvement. And those stakeholders are the metropolitan and rural planning organizations and all the people that sort of funnel up into those organizations and make those decisions. So,
what type of things specifically can you talk about? Road elevations?
Again, it's the gamut. So we're certainly looking at, there are individual projects that are coming up. One that's coming on the horizon, I mentioned a minute ago, the I-95 work that's just been awarded design build contract through Robeson County. Mm-hmm. We're looking at replacing the Alligator River Bridge, and so that will be another one that we'd be looking at. But we want these things to be a little bit more, even smaller scale. The type of transportation infrastructure improvements that we have to make for any individual community might be different. So
you drive. The one thing is that I've learned so much. I represent a very big and long district. I drive a lot, and just the little highways and byways that are near little creeks that flood over so much. And as any good Eastern North Carolina guy should have, I have a nice big truck, so it works, but that's a different issue. So, all right, one final question. What do you guys want state and local officials to know about waterway management and how we best can assist your efforts? If you guys had some state legislators sitting in front of you, what would you ask? What do you need?
Well, I'm personally very encouraged by what we have seen reported that's hopefully coming our way in the budget here soon. There was a significant emphasis this session on the whole issue, as we heard Representative Bell talk a little bit earlier and others in the room. So at least from a DEQ perspective, we're very interested in where that's headed because we realize that it's a problem. I think, again, coming back to working with stakeholders and breaking down those silos and having a common goal, a common plan. There was some good discussion this morning on deliberate planning that I think we woefully need, and it can't be parsed out to department this and agency that. So I'm personally encouraged by that. And this forum in and of itself, bringing us all together, again, I see so many familiar faces and partners in the crowd here. I know we have the brain capacity to tackle this issue.
Great, great. Dr. Martin?
Sure. I am also very enthused by what we've heard today about the state budget and investments in flood resilience. And I think particularly when I was going to strike a collaboration note as well, when it comes to talking about a statewide blueprint or really even other kinds of flood mitigation strategies, I just want to emphasize the importance of bringing so many partners to the table as we've done here today, because buy-in to the plan and to the solution is so important. Buy-in from a strong collection of partners across government, across levels of government, into the private sector, that attracts funding for implementation. So it's so important to thank you for inviting us to this meeting today. We'd like to invite you to our meetings. Let's work together. Getting everybody to the table and having a process that's incorporates partners from different places, so important.
Excellent.
So I think we know that it's a resource issue as we look forward, that some of the money that we have to spend now will save us in the future, but we still have to spend that money now. NCDOT too is encouraged by the state budget and the federal budgets that are being considered at the moment, so we think there'll be some resources coming there. And we've already benefited from some state monies in the past, and we're spending those money wisely at the moment, doing some system-wide vulnerability assessments to try and work out how we can pinpoint some areas on our strategic transportation corridors, which areas are vulnerable and which areas we need to address. So we've already been beneficiaries of some funds, and we're looking forward to some of the money that's hopefully coming.
Great. Dr. Smith?
I think local governments desperately need help. They desperately need more staff. They need more resources. The grants are great, and I'm really excited about it. I guess a poignant lesson that we learned after Floyd is we created 22 programs, $836 million on top of federal money. We sent it down to the communities, and it further overwhelmed them. So I guess what I'm suggesting is that if there's a silver bullet, is the ability to use some of those funds to allow local governments to hire grant writers and engineers and land use planners and others. Otherwise, there's going to be that. I would predict there's going to be that bottleneck again.
And that's, I think you hit that squarely on the head. Sometimes that's the problem with the federal government and with state government. We don't allow local governments to be nimble enough and flexible enough to use the monies. For example, I was texting with our mayor today, PJ Conley. Greenville is inexplicably getting $24 million from all this money that we're printing in Washington, D.C. And he's got to find a way to use it, but wouldn't it be better to use that money to go out and dredge and clean out the Tar River? We have to allow local governments actually to be flexible with things. So, Tim, any last thoughts on what you would tell state and federal officials, what you need?
Congressman, I would end with this. I just need as much flexibility at this level as I can be afforded. I mean, that's what I need. I need to be able to not have to jump through so many hoops in these kind of situations. I'm back North Carolina, so the flexibility is so important at this level.
Yeah. Well, good, good. Yeah, we need to get out of your way and let you do your job. So I want to thank all the panelists. If we give them all a hand. And if anyone has a single burning question from the audience, please hold it, because we're going to have Representative Rouzer come and talk. All right, guys, thank you.
While they are decoupling from their microphones here, I'm going to introduce and bring up the next panel. Mr. Jay Faison, who we heard from first thing this morning. Jay, if you can come on up. Dr. Andrea Hawks, with the Earth and Ocean Sciences Department at UNCW. She's an expert in environmental modeling relative to sea level change and coastal evolution, studying coastal and wetland ecosystems in temperate and tropical environments. And then Mr. John Pryor and Mr. George Howard.
We asked Tim to switch in for John.
Oh, okay.
I think it'd be a little bit.
Yeah, yeah.
Tim Baumgartner.
Tim Baumgartner is filling in for John. Okay. Yeah. Let's see here. We all mic'd up? All righty, it looks like we're ready to go. We ready to go, guys? So I want to preface this and put this out there so that you can be thinking about it in the course of our discussion here. And you can let Greg or I know of your ideas based on this. But coming up in 2023, we have a new farm bill. The current farm bill expires in 2023. I serve on the House Agriculture Committee, which has direct jurisdiction and will be writing the farm bill, at least our version of it on the House side. And then I also serve on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. I serve as the ranking member on Water and Environment, that particular subcommittee. And every 2 years, we do what's called a WRDA bill, Water Resources Development Act bill. And that will be up in 2022. And then we try to stay on a 2-year rotation where it will also be writing one in 2024. So I mention that because obviously in eastern North Carolina we have a lot of farmland. You have a very strong intersection between the population and agriculture. And one of the thoughts that I've had over time is, given we've got all this farmland in eastern North Carolina, is there a way to dovetail flood mitigation with that in terms of excess water? A lot of these farms are going to be either crops, particularly if, say, a hurricane hits in early August or middle of August. Those farms, in many cases, are going to be going to have too much rainfall, 9, 10, 11, 12 inches or more, over a short period of time. Given that's the case, does it make sense, to have a program in place that, we could help with the next farm bill perhaps? Probably would require some jurisdiction of the Ways and Means Committee too, to where we basically pay those farmers to adopt flood mitigation measures where basically we're steering the water, that way. Their crops are going to be flooded anyway. Maybe provide an incentive program of some sort through NRCS, for example, or some other appropriate agency that enables us to set up a structure, a mechanism, a program that diverts floodwaters that way, so that we're not flooding out homes, et cetera. And so I just throw that out there as a wild idea. I don't know if if it would work. I don't know if it's a crazy idea or a good idea. But I think if we're going to handle this problem or get our arms around the beast, as Jay likes to say, or the monster, or I can't exactly remember your phraseology. I think we have to look at things a little bit outside the box. Any thoughts on a concept of that sort? Jay, you want to?
Yes, I would love to continue conversations with you. I think the next frontier around, I'm just going to call it climate, because we've been talking about it all day, which is frankly music to my ears, is ag. It's nonpartisan. Glenn Thompson's already on record about it. I think it's a huge opportunity. And I think you break it into two parts. The first part is mitigation. There's a lot of things we can do to lower, ag is 10, 15% of global emissions. It's not my area exactly, but there's a lot of stuff we can do there. I'll park that to the side, but that would be relevant in the Farm Bill. And farmers are going to need to replace a lot of capital stock, and they're going to need incentives to do it, et cetera. On the adaptation side, I know Melissa Roberts, our executive director at the American Flood Coalition, is partnered with Ashley Henson, and as you know, you saw her in the fields of Iowa. Clearly, adaptation crops are highly subject to climate change, whether it's heat, drought, or flood. And I think we're going to see lots of adaptation members inclusions into the Farm Bill, which I think is entirely appropriate. And I think it's probably one of the best vehicles we'll have in the next Congress. You know, these days to get stuff through, it has to be packaged with a vehicle. And that's a big one, so we're excited about that.
And it's definitely a vehicle. 2023, we'll definitely be doing a farm bill. And like I said, every 2 years we do a water bill too. Tim, you have any thoughts?
Yeah, Congressman, the practice you're talking about refers to one of the concepts that are brought up about water farming. And it has been done extensively in some other states. I know Iowa's been engaged in some of that. Some of the research I was doing before for this presentation today was suggesting that Florida is doing much of this type of water farming down in the citrus orchards. I will say, as coming from a farm background in the Neuse lowlands, as you're very familiar with, Congressman, these opportunities I think are real. I remember growing up as a kid when Falls Dam was built. There was a period of time there that we didn't have a lot, or didn't have the flood events in the Neuse Islands down in the lower Neuse and Neuse lowlands that we do now. And I think as development has increased in Wake, Johnston County, and those areas, we're pushing a lot of water down on that farmland that has been so beneficial to those communities. Having some kind of system, subsidy or whatever, to work with these farmers to allow that flooding to happen, maybe maybe at a higher intensity, that does offset some of the crop loss, I think is a good idea. It'll take a little crafting, it'll take a little bit of thought process and doing, but it is, I think, a very good idea to at least consider it in what we do to move forward.
Dr. Hawks, you have any thoughts on it?
Definitely farming is not my forte, being a coastal geologist, but one thing that does make me think of, though, is like how that would move forward in terms of one of the biggest things that we see in floods, especially in the Cape Fear, right, is effluent being put into the Cape Fear after major flooding events. And so in that I'm just kind of thinking it in that context, you would definitely want it to be the right kind of farming, right, and have the system in place where you don't then have massive, massive outpouring of effluents into river systems and such things. So I think there's also like a safety and ownership side to just the residential health. And as that system moves downriver, we see we've had some really interesting, I don't know if interesting is probably not the right word, but some horrible kind of pollution outflow, effluent escapes that have resulted in, hundreds of pigs floating down the Cape Fear River. And so these are things that I think we need to be a bit more mindful about, and techniques maybe moving forward and things like that.
Yeah, certainly in Hurricane Floyd, that was the first we'd seen a flood of that type, and a lot of operations were moved a little further up to higher land after that. So hadn't had nearly as much problem on that front. George, you got any thoughts about the concept
David,
in general?
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful idea, and it's great that North Carolina has you in that position on the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee. It's a great asset for the state, and working with Representative Murphy and others, I bet you could get that done. But water farming is a great concept, and it's entirely in keeping with what we've been doing for years with wetland mitigation. It's just a different public good that you're providing, but it's also a public good that can provide multiple benefits. Not only could you attenuate floods, but you could also have some nitrogen cycling and some settling out of the sediments in those stored waters. So you not only get the flood benefits, but you get water quality benefits as well. But as Tim pointed out and John pointed out in the earlier presentation, a lot of it to us, and I know it's important to others here, but they might not be as familiar with it, is the implementation and how do you get it on the ground. That pilot projects are wonderful, and the work that Barbara Dahl does is essential. That's what's going to define what is a proper water farm, for instance. But then when you go from pilot project to scale, it's going to require an intermediary of some sort. You don't want to be sending out people with little white cars from Raleigh with yellow license plates on them, you know, asking for permanent agreements and management rights over people's farms during certain floods during certain times, unless you can have a very nimble negotiation with them. And we would conduct that negotiation just as we have at hundreds of places across North Carolina, and then deliver a package to the state that meets all of its goals, be on the hook for providing those acre feet of water retention. But behind the scenes, we have managed contractually to achieve that in a much more flexible manner than a typical bureaucracy would even be allowed to do. It doesn't matter how incentivized those government employees are, how excited or how smart they are. They simply don't have the tools to go and make the purchases and contractual arrangements to get what the government wants in return.
You know, it strikes me that as I listened today and I try to boil things down into simple terms, at least for my little feeble brain to process things, and to me it comes down to about 4 different areas. Number one, we've got storms today that are a little more ferocious, a lot more rainfall over a shorter period of time on a more frequent basis. You've got clogged up rivers and streams all across eastern North Carolina. We've got significant population growth in the state, a lot more hard surface, Raleigh and areas like that. And then you have, I guess, mapping systems that are based on somewhat faulty data. So it strikes me those are kind of 4 central components that we have to address, you know, in North Carolina. Am I missing anything, Jay? You want to add to that?
I think you're there.
Yeah. Anybody else want to? Is there something I'm missing on that? Is that pretty accurate to say that those 4?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I do think back to the compounding flooding. I think Tony had a great slide on that. I think we need to talk about flooding with what we call all the hazard layers, and just make sure that we're talking about the interactions of all these type of events together. Because increased rainfall is one thing, but then we have increased storm surge, we have increased tidal, some places we have increased groundwater, and they compound on each other. And I go a lot of places and people talk about one component, and it usually underrepresents the risk.
Yeah.
I would just want to point out one thing.
Sure.
And that in the comment you made, and that has to do with that we're seeing like these, people are calling them kind of more devastating storms, or greater or larger or higher magnitude storms. And in the geologic context, right, these are actually, some of them are small. In thousands of years ago, or 1,500 years ago, you know, we had huge storms, but sea level was lower, you know, quite a lot lower. And so we're now having kind of maybe coming back to some of those really great epic storms that, you know, nobody was, you know, mainly there was very few people here at the time. The coast looked very different. We didn't have sea level rise accelerating at the rate it is. And so it's just we're on a different playing field, right? And now we have the storms that are starting to increase and become stronger. And so it's not that the storms haven't been strong before. It's that it's just going to happen more frequently to a higher degray.
Yeah. So how far what's the duration of the time frame there? I didn't catch the first part of your answer.
Oh, I think it was just the comment that you had said we have unprecedented storms.
Well, yeah. Well, in my lifetimes.
Yeah, and of course it is, because
in the greater lifetime, was that like 1,000 years ago, 100 years ago?
Yeah, so we've reconstructed hurricanes back thousands and thousands of years, right?
Yeah.
In terms of frequency But the thing to realize is that it's on when sea level is lower, right?
Sure.
And so those things will impact those places to a much higher degree. So when I go core the back barrier of, say, the Outer Banks or even in Masonboro, and I see sand layers that are this big, but that was when sea level was a meter lower, well, that storm happening now, right, that's going to be a way bigger deal. And so it's just gaining that understanding of the historic perspective, but putting it on today's playing field, right? So we were here, and now we're here in terms of sea level.
Yeah. And of course, that was long before the Industrial Revolution, too.
Right, and so now that's...
Yeah. So anyhow, there's a lot that controls all this that, perhaps we don't know a whole lot about. Dr. Hawks, talk about the northern part of the shore in North Carolina versus the southern part of shore and sea level rise and what you're seeing there. Just curious, because it seems that one of the slides or one of the presenters this morning, you were looking at the excessive flooding up there around Duck, and then down in Wilmington, a little bit different scenario. Talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, and that mostly goes to kind of the shape and the geomorphology of the coastline and just where it lies in respect to that giant ice sheet that used to occupy about, a little bit over a third of North America. And so Reed did a really good job, Dr. Corbett did a great job kind of summarizing that difference. And there's some regional differences between the north and the south. Obviously, there's a much broader coastal plain in the north, and the south has a steeper kind of, you get into higher elevations closer to the shore, and that just has to do with how it got eroded during times past. But the difference mainly in terms of that rate has to do with that the north, part of it is that the northern part of the state is closer to where just outside of where that ice sheet was. And so we're talking about something called glacial or isostatic adjustment. And it's this, I have to teach this to my students, and it's horrible. Like, they are just like, what are you doing? It's like painful. And it's a really hard concept to understand because it has to do with the earth moving and the shape of the earth moving. But what it basically means is that North Carolina, irrespective, if we take sea level, the water part, right out of the equation, North Carolina on its own is just going down, a millimeter to 1.5 millimeters a year. Okay, and so without raising sea level, the northern part of the state is going down a little bit faster than the southern part of the state. And then if we add, the ice from ice sheets and glaciers, and on top of that we add the thermal or steric expansion of water volume, that's what makes up that difference in the number between the northern part and the southern part. And there's little nooks and crannies in between there that even make it more complicated. The part where the Outer Banks kind of swings out from the state almost acts as a trap potentially, right, to the Gulf Stream moving up. And so you can imagine if the Gulf Stream has shifted, I'm trying to do this so you guys can see, the Gulf Stream has shifted over time, that trap, right, starts to collect water. And so when the Gulf Stream is closer to the landmass, we have water building up in the southern part of the Outer Banks, and when the Gulf Stream moves further east, you kind of can pull that water away again. And so that has also happened through time. The Gulf Stream's position has changed over time. So there's all sorts of kind of little things that kind of along the coast and the shape of the coast that kind of make those differences.
So with all these dynamic changes, what are the biggest roadblocks between all these problems that have been identified and reaching a solution on this? Open-ended question there. Jay, you want to?
Nobody's in charge. And the federal government is cross-jurisdictional. There's really, there could be a position at CEQ perhaps to coordinate. But anyways, there's nobody in charge there. Most states don't have anybody in charge. Even cities have different departments. Charlotte's doing a fantastic job. So nobody in charge, super confusing, lots of programs overlap with each other, lack of clear jurisdictional boundaries. We have local, state, federal, water districts, and then the city and the county. I would say that it's a confused mess. The confusion factor, the complexity factor is the biggest impediment to moving forward. We might have a lot of money coming through with this infrastructure bill, we'll see. But I do worry about what Dr. Gavin Smith said about all this money coming down, and then we're not really structurally set up to do it. I think what could happen in the North Carolina bill with the blueprint and developing a real center of excellence inside the state government is a huge deal. We see states as the primary convener between local and federal, because we've also heard it that local government's just not equipped to handle this, and if the state comes in, has a coordinated response, and aggregates all this data. And the thing that I'm gonna add, like this last point I'll make, is frameworks, and I'm just passionate about that, is that we frame flooding in ways that everybody can understand. And we can break things down into component parts that busy elected officials can understand and act on.
Yeah. Well, let's go ahead. Tim, you had any thoughts on?
Yes, sir. I mean, I agree with Jay. I think a lot of it is focus. We have a lot of different programs in a lot of different ways, but I don't think a lot of times they connect. You know, we have stormwater regulations in areas of municipal areas that are developing, but each individual municipality has their own little stormwater area, and there's no collective to say how much water is coming out going down the basin. I think we've been reactionary for far too long as well. You know, we have been focused, just because we were driven that way by regulations in the state, to focus on water quality. I don't think we focused on water quantity at all. And getting that data and you know, up to par where we can focus on that, and as Jay said, get it down to a level that people can understand it and put it on the ground and implement it, I think is something that we've got to do as a state, and quit kind of chasing fires and start getting a little bit more proactive on the flood resilience.
Dr. Hawks?
Yeah, I guess more recently I've had to kind of get into like trying to cross over to decision making just with Mason Borough Island, and just being asked, like, you know, where do we put the sand? What's the most benefit? And I think it's just the process of moving from the science to the decision, and how do you do that, right? So I think some of the models we saw today, like from Dr. Long and stuff, what are the options of those decisions? What are the outcomes of some of those decisions that we can model? And then how to best choose what's best for kind of all the players, right, and how they value the system. And so it's really interesting. I think it's really enlightening when you bring people to the table and see how differently they value different parts of the same system. And I think people kind of forget sometimes that how different people might think of a system in terms of a location, for example.
George?
David, I think it's important to keep in mind that money's always a problem, and then when you get it, all your problems aren't solved. And you can see that in Louisiana, which is a model in many ways, but also is a cautionary tale in my experience. The Deepwater Horizon oil spill generated close to $5 million of environmental funding for the state of Louisiana. Most of that was available or begun to be available in 2014 or so, a little bit even before that. It wasn't until this month that a single yard of sand was moved to protect New Orleans with that funding. So that's 6 years to begin any protective measures. And that's with an entire dedicated state agency to spend the money. So I think we got to watch out for that kind of stuff. And I think in that case, Louisiana made a tremendous mistake, and it was a mistake that was made early on in the wetland and stream mitigation program in North Carolina, in that everything was done with separate contracts out of the state capitol. That one person working for the state agency would contract with the dredger, another person would contract with the planter, another person would contract with the engineer, and it turns into a bureaucratic hairball. Because if one of those goes wrong, it causes a train wreck among all the rest of them. We've proposed a new system down there along the lines of what we've spoken about here today, or our company has, of where you pay per performance, where you deliver them acres of protection. They designate a large enough area so there can be sufficient competition. And then companies come in and propose projects that meet the state's standards and objectives, and then compete on a per unit delivery price, but give us the flexibility to actually select where it is in the landscape. And that might spook a few people. You say, well, that isn't in the plan. Now, the plan should define the general area, it should define the practices, it should give good examples of pilot projects. But then let the private sector come in and offer you units, maybe a small project, maybe a medium, maybe large, depending on the size of the RFP, and there may be multiple awards made. to different ones. But you get several benefits out of that. One is the state doesn't have to do all that work itself. All of that work we do prior to an RFP is all at the cost of the private sector. So that's the first risk we take, is that we'll put thousands and thousands of dollars into developing the site up to the point that the state can properly evaluate it. And then we may lose, or even worse than that, and I think this is very important, the state may just go, yeah, you were compliant with all of our rules, but we just don't like it. And they don't even need to tell you. They send you a letter, or you just find out you weren't listed as a winner. You come back in 60 days later and you get a debriefing and they tell you what was wrong with it. So the state remains in control, but you define an area and let the private sector get out there with some hustle and figure out how they can retain the most water, if that's the objective, restore the most streams, restore the most wetlands in a given area, and let them develop on the project-specific level. Do not make it a dot exercise where the state says, we want something here, we want something here, we want something here, when generally that dot exercise is completely ignorant of who might own that dot. Some of those dots might be owned to somebody that just wants nothing to do with you. Most of the state is privately owned. And the state deserves better than Raleigh going and selecting areas. Another thing is that we can pay private market prices for what it's worth. The state can't pay more than appraised price. Lots of these places will not appraise to what the owner wants. So you get true cost pricing, and you don't have to not do projects because you couldn't afford it. You just don't buy our projects if you think they are out of line or aren't competitive with the others that were offered.
George, obviously, you and your team, and John, Tim too, you guys have know North Carolina well, have a lot of projects in North Carolina, have dealt with the regulatory regime. What needs to change? Does anything need to change in North Carolina from a regulatory standpoint to streamline, to incentivize, to
No, it's an
help
excellent
make progress
question
on this front?
And I may upset some of my right-wing friends, but I think we need some more regulation.
In what way?
Right now we have this wonderful system that prioritizes wetlands. Well, that's my last invite, but I'm going to keep talking while I got the mic on this one.
Yeah, explain that a little more, George.
Well, think about how we treat wetlands. You know, that we actually have a state and federal permitting system of great, great complexity for one feature of the landscape. And we're lucky to have that. I don't think anybody would suggest that we deregulate wetlands and go back to the old days. In 1977, North Carolina drained 220,000 acres of wetlands in 1 year. In an average year these days, we lose about 500 acres to development. There are another 15 million acres left. We've solved the wetland draining problem. What we need to do is start restoring them for flood control and things like that. But that's within 404, as we call it, in the wetland permitting system. You've got this almost fetished system on that thing. But what if we looked at it and said, okay, maybe rather instead of a rain tax, there's some type of development tax. And when people have stormwater impacts, they're contributing in some fashion to a flexible state fund that is out buying the offsets necessary to get us even and to make it right, and to have a no net loss of storage or maybe even a gain of storage. But it would have to be a very flexible state-run system, and it would have to be kind of forward-thinking. But we can't get stuck in the idea, it's been 2 generations since major environmental laws were passed in this country. Mark Basnight and others did a great job, you know, in the early 90s, passing a suite that we're in. But now we're 20 years past that on the state level. What's going to be the next set of regulations in this state, and can those resemble something like I've been speaking about?
Any other thoughts on that?
I'll say my conservative struggle is I'm kind of like George. I struggle with new regulations, trust me. But it has been that the offset program in compensatory mitigation for stream and wetlands has been very successful, especially in North Carolina. Considering an offset program for a flood type program would fund, you know, with fees. I mean, the DMS Mitigation Services Program is funded completely with fees. There's no appropriations. It would fund a program in order to keep the flood project going and keep everything's moving in the right direction without direct appropriations from the state or the feds. So it is something of consideration. I've been back and forth with it in my own mind, you know, whether it's
Well, we've got a ticking clock, as Tim knows.
We do.
Our system works very, very well, and I hope people notice that map where you could see North Carolina clearly outlined. We've got this amazing infrastructure. We need to play to our strengths. What other job could we give the Division of Mitigation Services to solve the public's problems? And how can we make it least invasive on the developer side, but most beneficial on the public side? And there's a sweet spot there. And it's going to involve money, but everything involves money. And maybe money should come from polluter pays one way or another. The people who are causing the damage, at the same time as the state grows, there should be a countervailing force where environmental protection and environmental benefits grow. And that the growth of the state actually pays for the improvement of the state. And you might think those two things are mutually exclusive, but they're not, because we've created such a wasteland in eastern North Carolina. Now, that might be the wrong way to look at it, but from an ecological standpoint, we've run through a lot of acreage, and a lot of that acreage isn't serving its highest and best use now. If we can make its highest and best use, restoration and strategic improvements in the interest of flood control, maybe we can turn some of that land back into what it really originally was and use the dollars from our high growth areas that are laying more concrete and sending more water down to help pay for that.
Jay?
This makes a ton of sense to me.
Thank you, Jay. I've always wanted to sit down and talk with you about it. That's why I'm glad I got your number.
I mean, it makes sense. I mean, you know, I can't speak to feasibility, I'm sure it is, but we need political prioritization in order to legislate around this, right? Maybe a challenge to you guys. You know, we've got Aquaman in Congress, Garrett Graves, who's like, you know, the water guy, the flood expert. But these are really, they're kind of wonky issues, right? We're not fighting over mask mandates. Seems like what we're doing,
that's right,
you know, stuff in Congress now that is just sort of surface level warfare. This issue is kind of like an old school legislative roll up your sleeves, do the hard work, get through the details and come up with the right ideas kind of legislation. Right. And it's hard to find. I'm very sympathetic to elected officials these days who are trying to navigate all this complexity and partisan rancor and all of it. It's an intense, your days are long, and I get it. So I feel like we have to have people that say, this is my number one priority, and I'm gonna spend the time, I'm gonna hire the staff, we're gonna dig in and get into the weeds, and we're gonna mediate this. We search for that Frank, why are we so involved here at this conference, American Flood, and I'll do whatever you wanted me to do for as long as it takes? It's because we feel like today, hopefully, we've gotten some political prioritization, right? I mean, if you heard what was said today, and it doesn't make this a priority, then I must have gotten the wrong message. This is a really big deal, and I applaud you guys for getting this all together, because I think that's what has to come out of this today is like, okay, somebody at all, you know, especially at the state level and at the federal level, we have to have champions that are taking the time to learn into these things and sorting through these ideas. That's a hard pitch, but I've been searching for, I mean, it's hard to find. It's really hard to find.
Dr. Hawks, not to exclude you.
Oh, no, I think they're good.
I can tell you, George isn't running for political office anytime soon. Anyway, I want to see how well that developer tax goes.
That's right.
But just so you know what my view is on rules and regulations, everybody needs to know the rules of the road. You need to know what side you need to be driving on, et cetera. But you don't need a stop sign every 10 feet. And in your defense, George, I think what you're really saying is that take the old regimen and put it to the side and put in a new regimen that's designed for the needs of today.
A light touch with a large coverage.
Yeah.
Right? And then you take that
I'm trying to help your future political career.
David, that day has long passed, my friend. We worked in the U.S. Senate together 25 years ago, and it's great to see people that were junior to me, which there are several now in Congress. So the oxygen's gone for me. So I can say anything I want.
I don't know about that. Let me ask this, and this, Dr. Hawks, is really to you, and it's an issue that I have to deal with all the time on the coast. With beach renourishment, you know, we're always putting sand on the coast, and it's important to the, obviously to the economy, Wrightsville Beach, Carolina Beach, Curie Beach.
What's the long-term sustainable, model here? Because with sea level rise and other aspects outside of our control, how do we handle that?
Wow, that's just a barrel of fun.
Yeah, welcome to my world.
Yeah, so I mean, there's definitely been, some conversations that have been going on, especially more recently with projecting out how much sand is available in kind of near shore, near viable areas to keep the replenishment rates up that we actually do. And so that's, 3 to 5 years along much of the coastline, whether that's sponsored federally or up in the Outer Banks, it's actually sponsored more state or locally. And so it's how to deal with the kind of grim potential reality that, that's our solution, that's our go-to right now. Like, our go-to is to keep doing this. But in the near future, right, that's potentially, those sources of sand are getting farther and farther offshore, and they're deeper and they're more expensive to get at. And there will be a point where it's more expensive to get the sand, right, than to do the replenishment than to buy out the people. And so are we waiting for that? Is that when we're going to start making these hard decisions, right? Or does it behoove us, right? And I think we've talked about it a lot today. I mean, we've been kind of hammering it today is, it was sad to hear that for every house where there's a buyout in the flood zone that there's potentially 10 more houses built. That's sad. And I would say that's not so different along the coast, I would say. When we say build back better, do we really want to build back better or stronger in the same spot? Or is it an opportunity, right, to reevaluate and shift funds into different kinds of spending or more engineering or different kinds of adaptation? But the price tag on the sand is going up fast, and there's little and less of it. And so that option is, in the near future, we're going to have to start making those choices. And it's not that far in the near future. And I know there was the sand, growing sand, or no, not growing sand, but accumulating sand in these kind of island ideas. And that was done in a lake, I think, in the Netherlands. And so you could try things like that, and maybe, the coast of the shelf is a bit of a different beast off of North Carolina than potentially in the Netherlands. I'm not sure of the exact specifics, but how long does it take to do that, right? Do we have to start that now, right, for those renourishment mitigations to continue, right? And so I guess it's something that I think people think the sand's always going to be there, and it's not. And it's something we got to start dealing with.
Yeah. So somebody mentioned to me one time about these, for lack of a better terminology, fake coral reefs that you can put out, to help mitigate the erosion effect. Does that have any impact, any influence? Is that legitimate?
Yeah, so that works in certain locations where there's coral reefs to start usually, or then they're not there anymore, either because of some kind of fishing techniques or just degradation or many climate problems to do with coral. In terms of our coastline, whether that kind of structure would work in the kind of the near shore area, I'm not sure it's been kind of put out there. They have put kind of fake, or not, I guess, human-made kind of wave breaks, right? They kind of made surfing locations based on those kinds of things. There's different things they've put to try and mitigate coastal erosion kind of farther out in the water. And they've had some successes and some grand failures when a storm comes. They actually end up being a really big health problem if they get disaggregated, because they're kind of giant blocks of cement that are kind of built up in this reef structure. And if really big storms come, or you get lots of erosion of the sand underneath them, they fall apart and then become just hazards to surfers and swimmers. And so there are some benefits, and there's definitely some situations where it hasn't worked, and it's just what would work on this coastline, and it would vary along the coast dramatically. What would work off the Outer Banks, the northern part of the Outer Banks versus the southern part of the Outer Banks versus off of Wrightsville Beach would be very different.
Yeah. George, did you have something?
Yeah, we've got a relevant new business we started 3 years ago that really has nothing to do with compensatory mitigation and wetland law and all of that, but we were just excited about it because we saw the success the Coastal Federation was having with it. and that was in living shorelines. And we started a little company called RS Shorelines. And this is some good news here, folks, that within just the area between Harker's Island and Swansboro, we've done 30 projects and have another 30 underway where people with a half cost share, and this is not tremendously expensive stuff, but the cost share is coming from I believe a NIFWIF grant that the Coastal Federation got, and then they subsidize the homeowner by half, and then the homeowner pays half. And that's emerged, like I said, 60 projects, and there'll be another 60 after that, and that's not even a 30-mile stretch of coastline. You know, it's amazing if you give a little bit of incentive and also make it publicly popular to do these things and change the way people look and say, well, the bulkhead's kind of the old way. I want a living shoreline. And what made me think of it is we actually have a patented product now called Quick Reef, where we're taking local marl out of local quarries, you know, 3 million year old, you know, coastal marine marl, and then incorporating in it modern oyster shells and also cement. And you're able to make blocks. Right now, in the projects that are going on in Bogue Sound, it's actually oyster bags. But then you've got to bag them with plastic, and there's some other things that's also very labor intensive. So we patented this project where it is concrete in a sense. It's heavy, it's permanent, but here's the trick. Our coastal species and, you know, crustaceans and oysters, they'll grow on that. They won't grow on normal concrete. And what happens when you put this stuff out, yeah, it's an oyster block, but it's kind of aesthetically attractive if you look at it a certain way. But each year when you return to your home, it's going to be stronger. Well, those 60 people thought they were attractive, you know. You've
So
just
what
got
kind
a
of
different
glasses
look.
do you buy to see that in a certain way?
Yeah, but every year when you come back to your house, it gets stronger instead of weaker. Your bulkhead is never going to get stronger when you come back the next year. A living shoreline is going to be stronger and stronger and stronger. So that's a great kind of 21st century approach to something we've been doing for years, which is protecting the yard on Bogue Sound. You can't use it on the ocean front, and that's why there's a certain set of complications. But North Carolina has such a tremendous amount of inland waters that protecting all of those shorelines as sea level rise or things subside is important too.
Yeah, they have some test sites as well in the Cape Fear.
Yeah, there's just a lot of great work in North Carolina on living shorelines, and it should be exploited to its fullest. You get a big bang for the buck.
Anybody else? My last question, so that we stay on time, I don't want to be the one person to go over. How can we better communicate these complex issues without compromising the science and the truth? At the end of the day, it all comes down to communicate, which Greg and I are in that business. It's not an easy thing.
I might pitch my wares here a little bit.
right
It's not nonprofit, but I'm going to pitch the First Street Foundation, which has been in hundreds of articles this week on a new community report they have that puts all the risks out there for everybody to see at the home level, city level, county, state level. So as far as a look at what I call hugging the monster, go to floodfactor.com and hug whatever monster you want. I think we did that. We started that project 4 years ago with this in mind, that we have to just establish a baseline, right? So that's the first layer of communication. You'll also on that site see all sorts of solutions and other things. But I would also, last point I'll make is I'd like to work with folks like you and Representative Murphy on, you know, does it make sense to start aspiring to a 500-year standard, right? So if we have a baseline on a tool like Flood Factor and we can agree on where we're going, then all of a sudden there's clarity on where we started and where we want to be, and then we can evaluate all these other good ideas in between.
Tim?
I think this flood blueprint idea that is coming out of the state budget has been talked about is a good concept to get that information back down to the local level. We've got to get the individual counties, Wake, Johnston, talking to Craven and some of the lower counties and have that collective discussion on how to address, if nothing else, at least get information down to those counties and have some accountability in the basin so that, I mean, I don't think we ever thought when we started our rules and regulations and our Constitution about how water would flow and how that would impact people even downstream. And I think we need to have that conversation and start filtering that back to the general public in these local areas. I agree with George wholeheartedly, though. It needs to be a get-her-done exercise. It doesn't need to be, bureaucrats putting dots on a wall. It's got to have a focused effort to get to a specific outcome.
Dr. Hawks?
I would almost want to turn that around and ask you if you have any questions from the presentations today. Was anything not clear, right? I mean, that's one of the things that we talked a lot and to each other from the podium. And I would say that if stuff wasn't clear, I'd want people to ask the questions to clarify what wasn't clear. And as a scientist, research scientist, and educator, I hope that I can at least kind of get through some of the science that I'm trying to get through in a clear way. But that's not that's not always the case. That's why science communication is now becoming such a huge, huge part of the kind of trying to fill the gap between the scientists and the implementation part, right? Is how to make people understand, how to get them to understand, how to get them on board, get them involved, get them to value that it matters. And so I think that's still something I think we struggle with. Hopefully everything today went well and you guys understood everything. But that's not always the case, and I think it's still something hard. But I think SciComm has come a long, long way. And just looking at some of the tools you guys put up today with the websites, and I think that's really great. It's just about getting people to know about those locations, those websites, how to access them. Do they even have internet to start to look at that? There's some real basic things and fundamental things that folks may not have to even get to look at those things. And so we have to kind of appeal to all the different communities at all the different levels as well.
Yeah. George?
Environmental and communication, environmental education is critical. A lot of it's been done with the public, but one thing that kind of sticks out to me is how much appreciation, we owe you, David, and Congressman Murphy. To be frank, the Republican Party isn't known for its environmental communication. And that may be in their favor sometimes politically, but I think there's a lot of unexploited need there. And you guys are showing the ability to talk these issues in a wonky way and to get on down in the weeds in it. Sometimes I'll get frustrated with my Republican friends in the legislature that they'll just blow by the issue, and won't get in the weeds. And I think sometimes why the laws end up kind of not how we would like them is because some elements of the political machine don't want to dig in on these laws and see, well, maybe I don't like the regulation, but if we go tweak this, we can make it work better. Not be weaker, not go away, not be less strong, but it'll actually work better and produce more, and then come out and tout those successes within those laws. We made this old environmental law, which was limping along and kind of half complying with what we wanted to do, we actually made it work better because we did some things. And I think y'all are on exactly that track, and I'm just as proud as I can be of that part of the delegation of digging in and bringing everybody together on subjects that normally you're not known for, but should be.
Yeah. Well, I want to thank our panelists. Give them a real round of applause. Thank you. Greg and I are going to wrap this thing up. I just was going to say a few words. Number one, thank you to everybody who has participated. This has been well attended and I suspect pretty well viewed out there. So, and our hope and our goal here was to be able to stir some ideas, best practices, give folks an opportunity to hear what's going on. Enable folks to get outside their own individual realms and stovepipes, so to speak, so that they could learn and hear what their colleagues are doing in other areas. Communication, I think, fundamentally, it helps if you understand that, and this is just my view, human nature is 98% emotional. Somebody that proposes a really good idea that you don't like, you're not going to listen to as closely as somebody who produces or lays out the same idea that you really do like. And so again, it's that emotional factor. And when you're talking about homes and you're talking about property, and in some cases property that has been in families for years and years and years and years, or going back to the founding of the country, or in the case of our farm in Johnston County, going back as a land grant from the governor of North Carolina to my great-great-great-grandfather. You start talking about major policy decisions that in essence change your world, that's pretty emotional. and not an easy thing to deal with. So a lot wrapped up into this. This isn't the first and last forum or summit, if you want to call it, that we'll have. We will continue to work on this, and because it's a long-term project, and one that we hope to make at least incremental progress as time moves forward. With that, I'll turn it over to my buddy and colleague, Greg Murphy.
All right, guys, thank you. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. I know it's been a long day, and I think it's been a good day. Just a couple wrap-up items. This has been live streamed, and it has been recorded. And so if you want to see any of the presentations, to go back, they're on waterwaychallenge@mail.house.gov. waterwaychallenge@mail.house.gov. And we're going to have a post-meeting dinner, more of a casual thing for folks to get together, talk, and go through some of the other issues. I think it's going to be a good thing. We can finally just sit around. It's not presentations and stuff. That's going to be at Parker's Barbecue, known for its delectable pork and chicken. That's 3109 South Memorial Boulevard, and we're going to start that about 5:30. Family style, just relaxed. It's everybody can chill out and just ask each other questions and colleagues. I think this is a brain trust today. It is a fantastic, I like that word somebody used earlier. It's a fantastic group. We've gotten together, we started out with academics, and we talked about specific areas of expertise, and there's a world of academia that a lot of folks don't touch. But then we moved on and we talked to people who are in the private world, who talk about doing things differently and using things carefully, efficiently, and accountability. When I was in private practice and I ran a business, I knew where every paperclip went, because that's the bottom line. And that's the way we have to be with our taxpayer dollars. All these billions of dollars coming down that we're printing out of nowhere in the federal government, we need accountability. Just as was pointed out with Chesapeake Bay, we need to be accountable. We need to make good plans. Then we had government agencies come and talk about what they do and how they do it and how resources can be accessed. And then we finally had yaki politicians that come up and talk. And so, but I mean, this is not ending here. And if it does, then we wasted the whole day. And I mean that. Actually, I really mean that. If it ends here, we wasted the entire day. So it can't. The people of North Carolina depend upon that. And so what we have to do, we as your legislators, Senator Sanderson, Ed Goodwin, Bobby Hoenig, I don't know if Donna is back there, Brian Farkas was here earlier, Candy Smith was here. You need to get with us. We don't write the legislation so much. Physically, we introduce it. And so you guys have groups that help us help you. So it can't end here. My staff, I think I just want to give kudos. I'd like you all to give a big applause for my staff, especially Ray and Kate. They did a lot of work to get this going, and we appreciate the folks from the Hilton, because they allowed us all to have a little bit bigger room and get together. So thank you all very, very much for your time. I learned a ton, and I know everybody else in the room did also. Again, this doesn't end here, and we'll be continuing on this, but we need to keep the momentum going. All right, thanks very much. See y'all at Parker's.